Habari ya asubuhi. Mwasunze mtia. And indemina daracho. That is for our Ethiopia colleagues. Indemini daracho. Apologies if I may have butchered or butchered the greeting in any way. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you to the Policy and Research Symposium convened by the IKEA Foundation, Rebuild, and the World Bank in partnership with the guests and partners that have been listed in the logos and in the merchandise that you have received. My name is Irene Shiundu, the Advocacy Coordinator for Rebuild and your facilitator this morning. A few, three housekeeping rules worth noting. One is on the cloakrooms. Outside, still on the same floor. Towards the farthest right, we have the ladies' cloakrooms. And for the gents, it's on your very left, at the farthest left, really. Mobile phones, we cannot overemphasize on that. Please let us have them on silent mode. Should you wish to pick them, kindly step away from the hallways so as not to interfere with the maximum attention within the room. Let us also observe the break times and return from breaks in real time. Thank you so much for the indulgence. Without further ado, and because we know that our agenda is power-packed, I'd like to start off this program by inviting the Rebuild Program Director, Priscilla Dembetembe, to start us off with her welcoming remarks and usher in the keynote speakers. Thank you so much, and welcome, Priscilla.
Short, so, right. A very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Priscilla Dembetembe. I am the program director for the fantastic Rebuild program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, government representatives here from Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. The Lord Mayor from Kampala, you are all most welcome. All protocols observed. Today is a big day for the team from the World Bank, the IKEA Foundation, and the Rebuild and IRC teams. We have traveled a long journey organizing this event. I think you saw a couple of weeks ago, we had a bit of a glitch and we had to change our venue. One of our colleagues today was saying, oh, we have completely forgotten about that glitch. We are really delighted with the turnout that we have seen here today from the people who have come to participate in person, and I am informed by the team that we have over 200 people who are going to be participating virtually. So congratulations to all of us. This symposium seeks to bring together researchers and the academia together with policymakers to try to bridge the gap between research outcomes and policy formulation. For a long time as development practitioners, as researchers, we churn out a lot of research products. But at the end of the day, do they really find themselves in the desk or on the desk, in the computer of policymakers? Are we really doing needs and relevant research? So today and tomorrow, we hope to have meaningful dialogue that will help us to have evidence-driven policy formulation. The symposium is one of the initiatives from the Rebuild program, which is a 5-year program in partnership between the IKEA Foundation and the IRC. It's a 5-year program. We are now in our 4th year. Somebody was asking me, is this like your second, is this like your third event? And I said, no, this is actually our first event. So we are super delighted with, so far, what we are seeing as a good event. I'm hopeful that today and tomorrow we really will have robust conversations, honest conversations that will help us to hopefully have subsequent such symposia funded either by the IKEA Foundation, the World Bank, or others. I know we have other donor colleagues in the room, so we hope that we were creating an appetite for you to be able to invest in such events. At this point in time, I would like to recognize researchers that are in the room with us from Princeton, ODI, CGD, the Refugee-Led Research Hub, and some very exciting young researchers that are budding from Uganda that will be able to present some of the research that they have actually done and are currently doing. I would like to say karibuni to all of you. Please feel welcome here in Kenya. For now, I would like to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers to give us their remarks for what they think we should do, or some of their reflections on what we should do as researchers and policymakers. So without much ado, let me introduce a very dear friend and a colleague, the country director for the International Rescue Committee here in Kenya, Montesia. And I think Montesia is also going to introduce to us a very special surprise visitor, a very interesting lady. So over to you, Montesia. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us here today. It was really a great pleasure to have all of you in person here in this event, our Research and Policy Symposium. It will be my greatest honor to introduce the Regional Vice President for East Africa International Rescue Committee, Madame Banshi, to give us a few opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Montesir, and thank you, Priscilla. Lovely to be here. Good morning, everyone, and you're all welcome to Nairobi, Kenya. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gents, and all protocol observed. Good morning, and welcome to this Research and Policy Symposium. It's a great honor for the IRC to be to co-host this event, where research, policy, and action converge for a shared purpose for improving the well-being and inclusion of displaced communities across East Africa. We're very glad to join hands with all of you researchers, policymakers, practitioners, and other stakeholders to advance the dialogue on utilizing research and data to inform the policies that foster inclusion, economic empowerment, and resilience for refugees of our countries. At IRC, as we reflect on 90 years of service globally and more than 3 decades in the East Africa region, we recognize that achieving meaningful impact comes when we pursue evidence-based interventions and commit to policy changes that enhance the lives and livelihoods of displaced population and host communities. Our experiences engaging with refugees, host communities, policymakers has reinforced one key truth: change is inevitable and it must be strategic. We must rethink how we approach the interventions that we implement to ensure that refugees not only survive but thrive in the host countries that they're living in. This region currently has 2 types of displaced people residing. So we have both acute and protracted crises that have led to active displacements in places like the Sudan, while we also have significant protracted situations. So we must ensure that our interventions really differentiate between these 2 types of displaced refugees or displaced individuals, and really ensure that we're programming for both differently. Our interventions must reflect not the realities I just mentioned, but moving beyond short-term humanitarian support to address the needs of refugees facing protracted displacements. So in places like Kakuma camp We have 3 generations of families that you can find within the camp setting, having a family having existed in the camp for over 30 years. We need to ensure long-term integrated sustainable solutions are available to address the needs of refugees facing long-term displacements. We believe that self-reliance and breaking the cycle of dependency for refugees is not just a vision, it's achievable. Moreover, it's a deeply worthy cause to work on. To do this, it requires investments in skills, access to markets, inclusion, and national and local policies and plans. It also calls for removing barriers to access services and harnessing the opportunities that allow refugees to contribute meaningfully to the regions that they occupy, benefiting both themselves and their families and their host communities. In line with the objectives of the Global Compact for Refugees and the goals of a lot of our organizations and government offices, the pursuit of self-reliance for displaced populations must really translate from theory to practice. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into 4 crucial thematic areas, central to achieving this: access to finance and micro-enterprises, access to social protection, access to jobs and skills, and access to justice and legal identity. We're witnessing remarkable resilience and ingenuity from refugees, thriving even with severely restrictive legal environments that they're existing in. Refugee-led initiatives are generating employment for both refugees and their host communities, and with an enabling environment, their potential as active contributors to the economy could be fully realized. As we reflect over the next 2 days, I encourage us to interrogate the following 2 questions. One is, how can each of us contribute to advancing refugee inclusion and self-reliance to ensure dignity and independence of displaced people? How can we collectively ensure that evidence gathered in symposiums like this and beyond informs and influences the policy at every level? We must leave this gathering not only with ideas, but also equipped to address the challenges standing in the way to a more inclusive and self-reliant, self-sufficient future for displaced populations. At IRC, we're committed to championing this course and look forward to working with each of your organizations and government offices to make this a reality for people in this region. Again, you're most welcome to Nairobi into the symposium, and I look forward to all the reflections and discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Banchi, for those lovely words and for a reminder of what we are trying to do in terms of economic empowerment and creating self-reliance for refugees in the countries where they are being hosted. At this point in time, I would like to introduce a dear colleague, a fantastic friend, and a pillar of support to the Rebuild program. Let me introduce to you Rediet Kaseye, who is the program manager responsible for refugee livelihoods portfolio at the IKEA Foundation. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I prepared a beautiful speech. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, but not as beautiful as Banchi's. And I used Banchi's speech as a benchmark. So I use it as evidence for me to not to do it all over again. Because all the points I have, almost 90%, Banchi covered it. So I will not repeat this. I'll make it brief. Good morning again. First of all, thank you all for making the time to be here. Look, I mean, 2 days. That's the most important thing, to have everyone here in this space for 2 days to have this important dialogue. And I assure you, you're in the right place. One thing I would like to emphasize, as also institutions working on displacement, refugees, how we must ensure the inclusion of voices of those with lived experiences in research and policy making. Because we have to look at refugees not only as a subject of research, but also the owners of their own stories. Through engaging them in designing research, implementing it, and also engaging them in policy making, we can ensure that they are also part of the changes that we want to see. This is the main point that I would like to highlight. But at the same time, I would also like to give a few words of thanks for the International Rescue Committee, especially the Rebuild team, for bringing us together to have this important discussion and make sure that this symposium is taking place. And the World Bank also, of course, for co-hosting this event, and all the great partners, government partners, and development agencies that are here and also not here. And also the researchers whose work is going to be featured here. Your contribution is important, and we value it, everyone values it. And those whose research or whose contributions are not going to be presented in this forum, your contribution is valuable for the change that you aim to bring. At the end, as we move forward, I would like to remind everyone to focus on our shared goal, crafting policies that not only address the needs of refugees, but ensure that they thrive. By bridging research and policy and amplifying the voice of those directly impacted, we can build a more just and equitable world. Thank you very much, and I wish you successful 2 days of events. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rediet. I know you are very passionate about hearing the voices of the refugees and those with lived experiences, yeah? We do have a colleague who is going to speak to us in just a short while. At this point, I would like to introduce Miguel de Corral, who is the Senior Operations Officer at the World Bank, responsible for fragility, conflict, and the violence group. Welcome, Miguel.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. And thank you very much to all the partners who have convened this event. So a special thanks to the International Rescue Committee, the Rebuild Program, the IKEA Foundation, and all the host of partners and researchers who are joining us here today and tomorrow. I think this Research and Policy Symposium really comes at a critical time, and it's focused on key questions. How can we move from evidence to policy? And how can we leverage the excellent research, the data work, the pilots undertaken by organizations here today to concretely transform the lives and livelihoods of refugees and host communities across the Horn of Africa? We stand at a critical juncture in which innovative and path-breaking research and evidence is needed more than ever. Just as an example, Kenya now hosts approximately 800,000 refugees, registered refugees and asylum seekers, most of them in some of the most socioeconomically disadvantaged counties in the country. And the protracted forced displacement crisis that we see in Kenya, but also across the region, is becoming further challenged by the continuation, and in some cases the intensification of conflict, of instability across the region, and as well as the recurrent and more frequent and extreme climatic shocks that threaten to reverse development gains and deplete the resilience of communities on the ground. Meeting this moment requires a collective and coordinated action of both humanitarian and development actors. And critically, it must be underpinned by robust evidence, analysis, and research on the specific socioeconomic conditions, their needs, the vulnerabilities of both refugees and host communities. This type of analytical work for the World Bank is foundational to everything that we do. In Kenya, over the last decade, the World Bank, often in partnership with key partners such as UNHCR, and often also through the generous support of partners such as the Netherlands through the Prospects Partnership, has made a deliberate investment in building our research and evidence base. From the seminal Yes in My Backyard study, to IFC's Kikuma as a Marketplace study, to various socioeconomic studies conducted, to now, the Kenya Analytical Program on Forced Displacement that I understand will be discussed tomorrow. This research has been essential to undertaking better, more evidence-based and targeted programs and policies to more effectively address the differentiated needs of both refugees and host communities. This growing body of research also underscores the importance of supporting both refugees and host communities. As recent data shows, for instance, in many cases, host communities are socioeconomically disadvantaged, or sometimes even more, than refugees. And for example, some of the CAP-FD work highlights that Turkana hosts are particularly disadvantaged with some of the multi-dimensional poverty of 86%. Ultimately, this indicates that if we want to address the significant inequities constraining growth and development, as well as build the long-term social cohesion that is needed across the region, our investments for refugees must go hand in hand with support for the communities that generally host them. This is why the World Bank, through the $270 million that we have in Kenya, through the window for host communities and refugees, we're seeking to address the distinct development challenges affecting both communities across a range of sectors. And the data work that is being done by many of the researchers and organizations here today is absolutely essential to being underpinning these investments. Foundational investments in research and data work are also pivotal to informing the policy shifts that can unlock the development potential of both refugees and host communities. Again, in Kenya, following the generous hosting of refugees for more than 3 decades, the government is charting an important path forward with the 2021 Refugees Act, and most recently now with this shift from an encampment model to an integrated settlement model as envisioned under the forthcoming Sharika plan. The analytical work that is done by the World Bank, but also a host of other partners here today, is essential to strengthen that evidence base and showing also the benefits of such inclusive and integrated policies, right? For example, as it relates to freedom of movement, access to documentation, access to banking and financial services, and access to job permits and employment opportunities. And as has been noted by research across the region, and I'm very happy that this forum is not just focusing on Kenya, but really trying to leverage the research being done across Uganda, Ethiopia, and across the region. Such policies, for instance, in Uganda, have made development and economic sense for lowering the cost of assistance by $225 million annually, for instance. In closing, it's important to recognize that countries from across the Horn of Africa stand at a crossroads. Though significant strides have been made on the development front, conflicts, exclusion, and deep-seated inequities threaten to derail and perhaps even to reverse a lot of the progress that has been made, including for some of the most vulnerable and marginalized groups such as refugees and host communities. This Research and Policy Symposium is therefore an opportunity to understand how can we translate our collective investments in enhanced data and evidence into concrete outcomes at the programmatic and policy levels. It's an opportunity to discuss the specific investments in the policies that are needed to sustainably improve the long-term prospects for refugees and host communities. It's also an opportunity to understand the impact of our own interventions on the perceptions of refugees and host communities and how we can further strengthen our program to maximize the collective benefits to these communities moving forward. I therefore urge all of us to have a meaningful exchange of ideas that can help us identify how we can most effectively chart a new future with ambitious solutions rooted in sound and robust evidence. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Miguel, for those lovely words and reminders in terms of what we need to do in this symposium. So, last but definitely not least, I would like to introduce to you a big man in terms of stature and in terms of words and in terms of works. He is a budding researcher. He is a refugee. He is from the Refugee-Led Research Hub, which is an organization mostly led by refugees, doing it for refugees, and Hassan is here to share with us experiences from refugees here in Kenya. Welcome, Mohammed.
Thank you, Priscilla, for that introduction. Thank you to the IRC team for having me. I haven't carried remarks I want to make. I have 5 minutes. I want to touch on one point, which I think is essential for us to look at. I want to look at the idea of refugee participation and meaningful inclusion and livelihood programming, and also in research. And I don't think this is only necessary for procedural or operational concern, but I think, in my view, it is the defining moral and ethical question in this space at this time. I think many partners in this room and other places have made commitments, pledges to uphold refugee inclusion, to do more about refugee inclusion, but we continue to fall short. And why does that happen? I think one of the reasons we are unable to make meaningful progress in including refugees is because of a system of othering that's been built over the past 30 years, 40 years in refugee programs that entrenches exclusion and limits meaningful engagement. So I want to use my time to look at 2 points that look at this system of othering and how it manifests. This system manifests in refugee livelihood programming in the way that we conceptualize self-reliance. Too often we focus on entrepreneurship, self-employment, informal work for refugees as the primary solution, overlooking pathways to formal employment, especially in countries where there is a relatively open policy and a right to work for refugees like Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia. We see that the incentive structure of engaging with refugees, the voluntary ways of engaging with refugees, continue to exist, even though that we know there are more professional ways of doing this. Educational partners in this space have done a lot to enable refugees to get education, especially higher education. The MasterCard Foundation program, the Daffy Scholarship program, they're producing tons of refugee graduates every year. But when we do livelihood programming, do we envision a space for those refugees who have managed to go through the education process despite their circumstances and their backgrounds? So the way that we conceptualize self-reliance reduces self-reliance to economic survival, and does not look at all the options that are available for refugees. This limits opportunities for integration. It limits opportunities for refugees to be in this space. And why do we conceptualize self-reliance that way? I think it's because the frameworks, the handbooks that we use, they don't train us to see refugees as colleagues or as line managers or as professionals. For so long we've been in this space, and there is a clear, invisible line that separates us as the experts and them as the people who are the beneficiaries and the people who are to be helped. And unless we get honest and confront those lines and those divisions, I think a livelihood program will continue to be on the margins and dependency will increase. The other way that, let me take a breath. The other way that othering, the systems of othering, that they manifest themselves is through research processes, the ways that we do our research, the questions that we ask, the methodologies that we have, the extractive nature of how we go into communities, how we interact with the enumerators, the data collectors, thinking of our own careers and what we want to publish, and how this data, sometimes which is flawed, the premise that it's based on, how this now feeds into the programs. And we have this cycle that just continues, and we keep asking ourselves the same questions. So what works? And what is the question I want to leave you with? I think we have to confront this system that's been built over the past 3 decades in refugee programming, this system that pigeonholes people into roles and hierarchies based on race, gender, and migration status. It's not so much about what you know, it's about your identity and what you come into the space with. At the Refugee-Led Research Hub, we have been able to confront some of those systems of othering. We've been able to secure work permits for refugees in Kenya, in Nairobi, and also in Kakuma camps, and this has enabled them to work as professionals and contribute to their communities, but we can't do it alone. It's just one example. And over the next 2 days, I'm looking at all the partners here, and I'm looking at who can work with us on this agenda to dismantle these systems of othering. How serious are we about actually including refugees in livelihood programs? How serious are we about what we say we want to uphold? It's easy to point out the gap between policy and practice when it comes to the policymakers. We can say that they have good things on paper, but they don't implement. But for us, as the organizations also, let's recognize some of our own limitations, and let's see how we can also bridge that gap Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for presenting that challenge to us, a very real challenge. And I think in the journey that we have traveled together with your team, we also challenged ourselves at the IRSC. We speak a lot, particularly the Rebuild program. We want to do this. We are a testing program. We are a learning program. We want to create opportunities for refugees. 20,000 refugees is our target. But we, particularly with Montesia and the team in Uganda with Elijah, the two country directors in the countries where Rebuild is being implemented, we challenged ourselves and said, team, as the IRC, can we employ refugees as regular IRC staff? Let us start from ourselves and then be able to shout about it. I am happy that we have colleagues in this room who are true leaders. Montesia, the country director for IRC, and Elijah, who is the country director for IRC in Uganda. We have refugees as IRC staff. Thank you so much, colleagues, for being true to what we are trying to do. So, Hassan, we have made some inroads. I know in Kenya, the issue that we have really been struggling with is around the Class M work permits. How long does it actually take to get the Class work permit and all that, the justification, even why are refugees being classified under that particular category. It's a conversation I hope we will be able to have during the next 2 days, yeah? Because that's a policy issue that is affecting refugees. So thank you so much to our keynote speakers. I would like to recognize partners that logos that you see on the banner there. We have colleagues from UNHCR. Anna, thank you. We have colleagues from ILO. I'm sure Caroline is here. We have colleagues from KCCA, the Kampala Capital City Authority. Godwin and the team, welcome. We have the team from Uganda, traveled all the way with the Lord Mayor. I'm not sure if the Lord Mayor is here. Yes, welcome. We have the colleagues from DRS. I think they are here as well. We have colleagues from all the way from Ethiopia. Colleagues from Ethiopia, IRC and RRC. Yes, please, you are most welcome. I hope I haven't left anyone out, but all our partners, you are most welcome. We don't take it lightly in terms of bringing policymakers to the table. We value you, we value your thoughts, and we really want to hear your thoughts in this symposium. What makes sense? What really makes sense for you? And how can we help each other to have policies, as Miguel said, that create an enabling environment for refugees to be able to strive? So my time is done. I would like now to introduce a dear colleague from Refuge Point, the country director, Jacob Bonyo, who will now take over in setting the tone for the next phase of our agenda and really creating, I would say, a tone in terms of the GRF commitments that we made and how true are we being to those, yeah? Jacob said to me, I handed Belinda over to you. Be careful, I might take her back. So Belinda, maybe most of you don't know, she's the deputy director for the Rebuild program. She is the lady, the power behind this symposium. We appreciate you, Belinda. So Jacob, over to you. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies. For those who are coming in from outside Nairobi, Karibuni, Kenya. Most of the time, we are really good, and we love visitors. And I'm pretty sure that that will continue throughout these 2 days of the symposium. It's always a tough act following somebody like Mohammed because he speaks so authentically and from a really deep place that anytime I'm speaking after him, I'm cancelling and rewriting what, what I had written. Today, the opening remarks have definitely challenged me. I came to this symposium prepared to carry some takeaways for my organization and for myself as a practitioner in the space. And I think I've already exhausted most of my free space in my presentation. So I'll probably be going back for the notebook that I ignored as I was registering. But more importantly, thank you to the hosts for pulling together this really important symposium. As has been said, my name is Jacob Bonyo. For the past almost 3 decades, most people have called me JB, and so in some settings, when I'm referred to as Jacob, I actually do not recognize that I'm the one being called. So please, if we're interacting at the coolers, etc., feel free to call me JB. Today, I will be talking about how all of us, practitioners, researchers, policymakers, can lead the way on what has been very eloquently expressed as a necessary paradigm shift towards self-reliance programming for forcibly displaced people and their host communities in the region. I come today representing an organization known as Refuge Point, and I want to begin by talking just a little bit and really quickly about Refuge Point. It is a non-profit that has operated legally in Kenya for the past 19 years. This is where we were registered before expanding internationally and then decided to move headquarters to the US. As a non-profit, we are focused on helping refugees to safely rebuild their lives. For those who must remain in the country to which they have fled, we help them to become self-reliant so that they can achieve social and economic stability and a level of socio-economic inclusion. I'll come back to our self-reliance programming shortly. For those refugees who are not safe in the countries to which they have fled, we help them relocate through resettlement and other complementary pathways like economic mobility and family reunification to third countries where they can rebuild their lives. We also strive to influence global policy and practice to improve how the world supports refugees. So when IRC's Rebuild team reached out, we jumped at the opportunity to participate in this particular policy symposium. On the self-reliance front, Refuge Point does direct programming where we work with refugees and host communities, most often those who are facing extreme vulnerabilities, help them to achieve a level of stability by enabling access to basic and essential needs like shelter, food, medical support, psychosocial support, and anything else that the family might require in order to be able to start thinking about self-reliance. And once that has happened, we then work with the family and the adults in the family to identify the areas where they can engage in self-reliance programming and support that. This is where I feel Mohammed put me on the spot because we are one of those who most of our self-reliance programming has actually been geared towards entrepreneurship and helping people to set up businesses. And that's, as we'll come to later, a reflection of what the policy environment allowed. I'm also happy to report that a couple of years back, we began the journey to actually become more refugee-centered, and so now have regular refugee staff of about 17% of the organization, and are working to improve that more. There is representation of people with forced displacement experience at the governance level and within the programming level. And we hope that we'll be able to improve that more with the new Refugee Act in Kenya. As part of Refuge Point's self-reliance work, we, in conjunction with the Women's Refugee Commission, co-established the Refugee Self-Reliance Initiative, which some of you might be more familiar with. And Refuge Point currently hosts the Refugee Self-Reliance Initiative. It is a catalytic global network of more than 250 organizations. That includes government representatives, academics and researchers, practitioners, and very importantly, members of the refugee community through refugee-led organizations. The Refugee Self-Reliance Initiative aims to expand opportunities for refugees and other forcibly displaced populations to become self-reliant and achieve their goals. Under the umbrella of the Refugee Self-Reliance Initiative, or if you'll allow me, the RSRI, because in the NGO world we love our acronyms, more than 2 million refugees have been reached with self-reliance programming since its establishment in 2018. Over 200,000 households have been assessed with what we consider a groundbreaking tool to help practitioners assess levels of self-reliance, known as the Self-Reliance Index. And over 250 organizations, and I think this is where really the power of change and the ability to link evidence to policy comes into play. Over 250 organizations regularly participate in what we call a community of practice hosted by the RSRI. It furthers learning, it furthers sharing of evidence, and it furthers programming and implementation of policy. Now, no discussion about refugees would be complete without some statistics that I think most of us in this room are very familiar with. Globally, the number of displaced people is rising and is currently over 117 million. Over 1 billion of our brothers and sisters in the planet will be affected by climate-related displacement in the very near future. Despite the very high number, 117 million, slightly over 3% of refugees across the world have access to durable solutions in the form of either repatriation, resettlement, or legal integration in their host countries. And the numbers are increasing significantly, almost on a daily basis. Coming closer to our region and the 3 countries represented here, in the East and Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region, the total numbers of refugees and asylum seekers by the end of last month was slightly over 5.5 million. That number is growing at an amazing rate, or maybe I should say a worrying rate. Just 4 years ago, in 2020, the number was 4.6 million. Less than 4 years later, we are looking at growth of over almost 1 million refugees and asylum seekers. And the trend is worrying. It shows that the numbers are likely going to increase at an even faster rate. Of the 3 countries represented here today, Uganda, Ethiopia, and Kenya, they collectively host over 65% of that 5.5 million figure. Or, in actual terms, 3.6 million refugees are hosted in those 3 countries. Despite those rising numbers, climate change is becoming a huge factor driving displacement, and at seriously alarming rates. The number of IDPs in the region, who are not included in this figure, is over 20 million individuals, and likely going to rise and keep rising as we move forward. I think a couple of earlier speakers have pointed out, people are being pushed out of their homes at alarming rates and into protracted situations. One of the things that, or one of the perspectives that I learned, again from Mohammed, is we easily talk of protracted situations, and we forget that what that means is a multi-generational situation where somebody fled, became a refugee, their children grew up in a refugee situation, their children are now adults, they are now raising their own children. That's the 3rd generation of people in a refugee situation. And unless we all can collectively figure out how to use the evidence at our disposal for better programming, more meaningful programming, a few years down the line, we might stand here and be talking about 4 generations of families in refugee situations. Luckily, as I look around the room, I see a huge group of allies, friends, and people who I know are committed to the fight to make sure that that does not happen. However, as more time is passing, the need for lasting solutions, I think, has kind of spiraled out of control. People want jobs. They want control of the decisions that impact their lives. As Mohammed challenged us here earlier, what kind of programming are we actually doing? As other members of the opening panel talked about, what exactly are we working towards when we are talking of programming. But the reality right now is that millions, the majority of the 3.6 million refugees hosted in Uganda, Ethiopia, and Kenya, continue to rely on handouts in the form of aid, continue to rely on a system where those handouts, unfortunately, are disappearing or significantly shrinking. In the region, I think we are all aware that food rations have been reducing pretty significantly because the World Food Programme is facing serious budget cuts, up to about 60% for most of the programming that they do. That has forced different countries to adapt what they are doing in terms of refugee support. You know that my brothers in Uganda last year underwent a pretty impressive remodeling of their programming, where food aid reduced significantly. In Kenya right now, there are advanced preparations for exactly that. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, all of these come together to just add pressure on displaced population. As this is happening, refugees are increasingly hearing that the answer is self-reliance. The reality, unfortunately, is that policy barriers exist, and there are significantly limited opportunities for livelihoods programming that would allow people to actually realize their economic potential. So when you look at that trifecta, increasing forced displacement, climate change coming in in a big way, reduced funding, and the need for people to make really quick adaptations or policy changes, then as somebody who leads a program, I can definitely empathize with the fact that decision makers find themselves at a point where you have to make very quick decisions because the reality does not allow you the laxity of time. However, despite that pressure, it is at this particular moment that I think we really need to rely on sound evidence to help guide the direction we are taking. As much as the challenges do sound insurmountable, I do think that there's a lot of opportunity in the moment. And right now, the moment that we are in this region, it has never been more crucial to invest in cost-effective and evidence-based solutions that can help us break the cycle that see people in situations of continuing displacement. Luckily, it's not all doom and gloom. The good news, a lot of people in this region have already been thinking about this for many years. Regionally, we've seen IGAD take a really strong leadership and coordination role, pulling together host countries and working on a number of cross-border initiatives that really help to entrench the dignity and advance refugee policy in the region. A good example, very relevant to this policy symposium, is the Kampala Declaration, because that specifically addressed the question of jobs, livelihoods, and self-reliance. It committed IGAD members to advance livelihood opportunities and economic inclusion of refugees, adopt the plan of action, roll out comprehensive national implementation programs and roadmaps, focusing on a whole of society approach, and to seek durable solutions for displacement. Host countries have also done their bit, and we've seen lots of improvements in refugee policy and plans. Countries have developed comprehensive refugee response frameworks over the years. We have really pioneering plans like the Melkadida plan in Ethiopia, the Shirika plan in Kenya, that many people in this room, I know, were very instrumental in shaping. All these policy initiatives represent what we think is a really innovative new way of thinking that could help to shift people from aid dependency of refugees and host communities to self-reliance. As part of those policy initiatives, there is the Global Refugee Forum. And I think for those in the room who might not be too familiar with all of this, I'll take a step back and just explain, first of all, how the forum came to be. In 2018, the UN General Assembly adopted a framework for more predictable and equitable responsibility sharing, recognizing that sustainable solutions would require the cooperation of the hosts and the international community. and that was packaged and presented as the Global Compact on Refugees, or in NGO speak, the GCR. As an accountability measure and to support the practical implementation of the lofty goals of the Global Compact on Refugees, every 4 years, UNHCR facilitates the largest gathering focused on refugees and refugee welfare, which is referred to as the GRF, or the Global Refugee Forum. The last GRF was held in December 2023. And at that GRF, there were quite a number of pledges related to the specific topics that this symposium is covering over the next 2 days. I'd like to focus on one that all 3 countries were involved in, and that is the multi-stakeholder pledge on economic inclusion and social protection, or in NGO speak, EISP, which was co-led by the RSRI, the Refugee Self-Reliance Initiative, UNHCR, the United States, the Kingdom of Netherlands, the IGAD in East Africa, Denmark, Germany, Mexico, and Mauritania. Now, the amazing thing about that particular pledge, again focused on economic inclusion and social protection, was that by the end of the GRF, there were 270 different pledges. Committed investments of slightly over $1 billion US. 88 countries stepped up and pledged in relation to this. And for me, what gave me a lot of pride is that the 3 countries represented here in this symposium, that is Uganda, Ethiopia, and Kenya, were among the most forward-looking with their pledges. In fact, I was lucky enough to be at the GRF in December, and I consistently had people talk about the innovative thinking that was coming out of this particular region. And I think it is important to highlight that at least on that global level, there is a direction that already puts us at the forefront of the new response to the refugee situation. Of course, there's going to be a lot of work to get us to the actual realization of that. But I would like to highlight a couple of pledges around here. I wouldn't be able to go into all of them. Again, 270 different pledges. But there is a printout that we left at the front desk as people were registering. And that has got a lot more information about the EISP, which pledges were given, and goes into a lot more detail. So in the interest of time, I think some of the most outstanding ones, for example, were the government of Ethiopia pledging to go in or to implement a new directive to enhance the inclusion of refugees in national systems, digital connectivity, and access to national IDs. Those efforts are already being supported by donors, including the Netherlands Prospects Partnership, and 4.2 million euros in new funding from the government of Germany since December 2023. The government of Kenya committed to provide comprehensive refugee access to social protection through its enhanced single registry. In addition, there were a range of social protection programs and labor market policies. Again, Netherlands, through Prospects, already committed over 800 million euro through the second phase of that particular program, which will work in Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, and about 5 other countries. And that is already underway, including the very lofty target of about 75,000 new jobs created. And hopefully, we get there by the end of 2024. In Uganda, we saw the establishment of a partnership between the World Food Programme and the government, which is contributing to a new self-reliance program model for refugees and host communities. One of the things that has also enabled is regional learning, because I know that as the Kenyan operations are looking to implement their own differentiated assistance, they're going back to learn from our brothers in Uganda and figure out what worked, what evidence is there that can be used to implement policy on this end. The government of Denmark is, again, supporting the Uganda refugee response to enhance refugee self-reliance while addressing the socio-economic inclusion of refugees and hosts. As we talk of evidence and how it influences policy, I think it's also always important to remember that we should meaningfully include those whom we claim to serve, and that's the refugees themselves. I was very happy to see so many refugees in the room. From Refuge Point's perspective at least, over the past couple of years, we have been working with refugee-led organizations. And part of that work, facilitated by the RSRI, has been a series of convenings that also happened in the 3 countries represented here. We held a refugee-led organization convening in Nairobi, we held another one in Kampala, and we held one in Uganda. And it was really interesting to see how regionally there are some differences in what the refugee leaders are asking for. But important input, I think, in any policy discussion. In Kenya, the main issue was the legal recognition of the refugee ID, not just as an identity document, but as something that can be utilized to access all the different aspects of social inclusion in Kenya. So can it serve as a work permit? Why do you need a refugee ID and then have to go and get a work permit? Can it serve to give you registration with the telco providers, with the banks, with everybody else? And those, I think, are really important dialogue points when it comes to policy and socioeconomic inclusion. They also were really focused on the right to move, right to work, which I think are reflected in the 2021 Refugee Act, but also again highlighted that while we were all celebrating the act and pushing for improvements, they were looking at a very different reality because the act itself had not yet been socialized to a number of key government agencies. Embassy partners were not aware of how the act worked. Some implementing partners were not aware, and so they were really pushing for that. In Uganda, it was slightly different. And the big push was the deliberate involvement and participation of refugee-led organizations in policy formulation and the review processes within local government departments. So district NGO monitoring committees, district community development officers, etc. And as part of that process, for the creation of a mechanism to provide information to refugee-led organizations and networks at the district and lower levels about the process for policy development and involvement. Again, really valid input, but contextual, very different from what those in Nairobi said. In Ethiopia, it almost mirrored what people said in Nairobi, and the focus was on work permits. But again, the context in Ethiopia was that let the work permits not have a limit on the title that somebody can access or the location and organization that they can work with. Very interestingly, in something that might seem like a small matter, but actually I think goes a lot to the question of identity, they brought up the point that it should not really be called a refugee work permit. It should just be called a work permit because that is actually what you're doing. And so I think through that process, I just wanted to highlight how there is a lot of data or evidence out here on what could work, what improvements could be made, etc. Unfortunately, as NGOs, we tend to be very siloed sometimes. I once had a friend working in the mail field, and they said that one of their biggest frustrations is they feel they do amazing work and then publish it and it disappears into a dark hole. And then a couple of years later, somebody comes back to do the same work and they're like, wait a minute, I already did that. What in the world are you covering? And so I think that as we move into this new era where we're looking at different solutions and the different ways to implement the work, it is also important for us to recognize that as agencies within this space, we don't have a history of reaching out to others and learning from each other. But there is a lot of value in that. And that is why I was so happy and interested when I heard that the Rebuild Partnership, IKEA Foundation, and the World Bank Group were going to host such a symposium. because we believe that that is one of the key avenues through which evidence can make it from the wonderful work that researchers are doing and publishing to actual policy at very different levels, whether it's at the organization level with practitioners working on their own policy programs, or to the local government level, to the country level, or even the regional level. We believe that such exchanges are key for knowledge transfer and for people to learn, and that they will, if we can keep them up, help to bridge the gap between research, implementation, and policy. Lastly, and I hope I have not gone on for too long, we cannot talk about research without tackling the question of how does evidence come into this equation, and why are we here to discuss the role of evidence in policy making? Because if you are a typical Kenyan, which I like to believe I am, having spent 4 decades here, we leave the question of policy making to people we have elected to make those policies. And we never really bother too much with figuring out what are they basing their policy decisions or directions on. As a practitioner, I've come up against the painful end of that, where I realized that good policy needs to be based on solid evidence. Not just any evidence, but solid evidence. And as I said earlier, growing needs and shrinking resources require us to be smarter, more innovative, and more deliberate about where we make our investments and what those investments are if we are to address the growing question of forcibly displaced people. And most importantly, I believe, without evidence on what works best, where it works best, and for whom it works best, it's really difficult to know which program or policy approaches are the most effective and what would actually influence that change. So I am really hopeful that over the next 2 days, as we delve into the different research opportunities that have come up, we will learn about some of the evidence that is out there that we can all lean on, and what policy directions we can all take. Efforts like this symposium, again, I think are really, really important. Let's also recognize that within the agencies represented here, there is quite a bit of data. For example, the self-reliance evidence review carried out by the RSRI. There has been work by DRC in conjunction with the Refuge Point. There is a resource database on self-reliance. There is work that Rebuild has done and openly shared in the past. I see my colleagues from Give Directly who are forever publishing reports on the efforts of their work. And so, again, I highlight that there is a lot of data available to all of us. There are very many people invested in making sure that we don't have to reinvent the wheel and should actually be able to pick what's relevant and utilize it. Unfortunately, we tend to be very siloed in our approaches. And part of almost any proposal that I see NGOs writing involves our own research, whether it is desk research or actually going out to the communities already affected. That unfortunately is a part of it. But it doesn't mean that we cannot change and should not change. I believe that part of the challenge is we don't know what's out there. Symposiums such as these, the working groups at the RSRI, etc., really help to demystify and share all of this. And hopefully, over the next 2 days, if we can actually take anything from this, it should be that at the end of the day, we'll talk of policy, we'll talk of numbers, etc., but it is individuals who we are impacting. It is people like Rosemary here, who has been a refugee since 2017, when she was a young girl. She is now raising her own family, 2 children. She has a daughter, I think in class, grade 2, and a son recently born. She fled her home country with her mother, lived on aid for until, what was it? 2022. before she managed to find a program that could actually help her to become self-reliant. What you see there is a picture of somebody who's proud, who is very confident in her ability to meet the needs of her young family, despite being in a in a protracted refugee situation. And I believe that bridging the gap between the evidence that we already have to the policies that are being implemented, either at agency level, at government level, at regional level, will mean that for the 3.6 million, more people can enjoy such successes. And so with that, I would love to wrap up. Thank you all for giving me your attention. And looking forward to an engaging event. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Jacob, for those inspiring thoughts and also helping us to situate where we are in terms of our thoughts, in terms of the policy journey that we have traveled, and maybe giving us a little bit of a refresher around the GRF for some of the colleagues maybe who are not so aware of the forum. And for those who were in GRF in Switzerland last year in December, it really was a vibrant gathering. And I think we congratulated all ourselves and the UNHCR for having a large presence of the actual refugees at GRF. So that was a good showing. We hope that's how it's going to be in the coming years. Yeah. At this point in time, you heard Jacob talking about the RSRI. A lot of jargon in the NGO world. So at this point, I would like to introduce a dear friend, the director of the RSRI. She will really tell us a little bit more about that mouthful. What does it do? And then also the index itself. What does it actually mean to all of us? So, Karibu, Kari.
Okay, I'll try to speak loudly, and hopefully everyone can hear. I'm Carrie Diener, the Executive Director for the Refugee Self-Reliance Initiative. It's so nice to be here today with you all. Okay. Great. Can you hear me? Is it not yet? Okay, great. As I said, I'm Carrie Diener, the Executive Director of the Situating the Evidence. And we have a lot to cover, so buckle your seatbelts, hold on to your hats. We're going to cover a lot in 30 minutes, and we'll hopefully leave you with a lot more questions that we can dive into at the coffee breaks and lunches, because I think we have a lot of really excellent work that's going on, and we're really excited to share it. So joining me today is John Alima, the Uganda Country Director for Village Enterprise. John's representing the work of the DREAMS program, which is implemented jointly by Village Enterprise and Mercy Corps in Uganda and Ethiopia. And I'm also pleased to welcome Rahul Mitra, the Global Advisor for Economic Recovery at the Danish Refugee Council, and he will share insights from DRC's self-reliance programming in East Africa. You've already heard a little bit about the RSRI, and I won't get into more of that. But today we're really pleased to share some of the key findings from a recently completed self-reliance evidence review, which was conducted by two of our partners, the Danish Refugee Council and Refuge Point. And it really looked at mapping the existing knowledge around the self-reliance space, And relating to the findings, we'll also hear about some of the really interesting emerging programmatic models, namely the graduation approach model, which is really coming to the forefront as something that is working really well to holistically look at self-reliance. Our evidence review, just quickly, I'll give you an overview, had three main objectives. One was really just to map the publicly available knowledge, evidence on self-reliance so that people can really tap into it and access it. And second, it was to look at programmatic approaches, really the practical piece, the how, which matters to me as a programmer. Looking at things that can be replicated and also things that can be scaled. And three, we really wanted to look too at what we don't know, like where are the gaps and where can our wider community of practice work to partner with others and fill those gaps. And as JB highlighted, the main outputs of the project were really a living resource library, which lives on our website. It's open access. We invite anyone to take a look at it. We've also published a series of thematic briefs that dive kind of more deeply into some of the areas. And I'll put up here. We're not going to do a lot of slides because we want to have more of a conversation, but I'll share with you the QR code to the evidence review, which we will also share in the packet, and you can take a look at your convenience. So this evidence review really sourced documents from a wide range of literature between 2005 and 2021 to really look at sort of the context, areas of focus. And in doing so, we looked at several issues. First, whose voices dominate the self-reliance debate, and what population research maybe has been overlooked, or as I like to call it, the who. Second, we looked at the geographies and the context. What's been studying? What's missing? Or rather, the where of the evidence. We also looked at really what works, what can be scaled, or the how. And then how to assess, the value for money of the programming, or the how much. And I know for many in the room here, the how much is probably the most important of all of those elements. So today our panel will focus on two key findings that emerged from that review. First, we're going to look at, first we found that while self-reliance, of course, is increasingly understood as a multidimensional aspect, as some of the colleagues highlighted, Mohammed and others, a significant portion of the literature still really just focuses on the economic dimension of self-reliance without considering some of these other really, really critical factors. Like the role of social networks, the role of the private sector, the role of the public sector, climate change. How do all these things merge together? And second, in looking at effective programming models, one of the things that we really found, and which we'll talk a bit more about today, is the fact that the graduation approach is really emerging as one of the most promising approaches to holistic self-reliance. And I know Rebuild uses a modified version of that approach as well, and we'll have a lot to say there. Yet, despite this great promise of this really cool approach, there's just really limited research on it, and including on its cost effectiveness and potential for scaling. So you're probably asking, why does this matter for me? Why does this matter for me as a policymaker, as a practitioner, as a researcher? Well, first, I think it's really important to understand why the effectiveness of such models can inform policies, highlighting this really vital linkage between the policymaking and the programming. Second, policies that can really draw on this link and create this virtuous feedback loop, I think they can really adapt and really see results. New evidence can emerge from programming, evidence can inform policy making, and that can then in turn influence programming even further. And then, this effective feedback loop between policy, programs, and research can also further be scaled when it's also really able to establish these critical linkages with other systems-based approaches, like market systems approaches, climate, social protection, to name just a few. And then finally, we believe, and I think evidence is also starting to demonstrate that over time, the systems-based approach can lead to self-reliance in a population level. And that's really what we're looking for. We want approaches that can restore agency and dignity for people whose lives have been affected, and we want that at scale. So in the panel today, we're going to hear from two agencies that have implemented this cross-cutting self-reliance and graduation approach programs to advance self-reliance. We're going to discuss, what's working, what's not working. We'll hear about how evidence has informed these adaptations, and then we'll also look at what policies may be needed to strengthen this virtuous feedback loop. So to get us started today, I'd like to turn first to you, John. Can you explain a little bit about the DREAMS model and how it's been designed to enhance self-reliance using the graduation approach?
Thank you. Thank you, Kerry. So DREAMS for refugees actually stands for Delivering Resilient Enterprises and Market Systems for Refugees. The goal is to create viable pathways to incubate businesses and grow them over time. Of course, integrating the refugees, the vulnerable refugees and host communities within the market systems that we are promoting under this program. So the model combines two evidence-based models: poverty graduation, what is popularly known as graduation, and market systems development. So the poverty graduation component basically focuses on building the capacity and the agency of refugees to start small businesses. And then the market systems component, helps to nurture relationships between those refugees and the different private sector actors to ensure that those businesses are successful. So that's ideally what we are doing with DREAMS. And it's a relatively new approach. In fact, when we're designing the DREAMS program, we try to look for evidence globally where these two approaches had been combined before, and we didn't get any. And to make it even more complex, there was nothing that even relates to the refugee context. At least we had evidence of the efficacy of poverty graduation and market system development, in other contexts. And so what we did was also to integrate a randomized control study within this DREAMS program, because we were interested in really learning its efficacy, in building self-reliance, and resilience amongst, the refugees.
Wonderful. I'm really happy to hear that DREAMS considered these multidimensional aspects of self-reliance. But especially in targeting the economic sectors, could you speak a little bit more, though, about some of the specific sectors or markets that DREAMS targeted and how durable you found some of those interventions?
Yeah, sure. So it really depends on the context. But what we found out generally is that the durability of the interventions largely depends on the ability to integrate the refugees into targeted markets that demonstrate potential for growth. For example, in Uganda, we are promoting market opportunities across 4 value chains: poultry, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. In Ethiopia, where we found promoting crop value chains very challenging, especially because we're implementing DREAMS in the Somali region, in the Dolo Ado settlement, where crop farming is nearly impossible without irrigation. And so we found that DREAMS could not even attempt to subsidize any irrigation technologies to support crop farming there. So in that context, we are focusing on livestock and milk aggregation as the most viable value chains there. Yeah.
So turning to you, Rahul, I think from that, one of the things that we learned from this evidence review is that a variety of societal, social, economic factors really lead to the greatest sustainability of self-reliance. So I'm interested to hear from you on what other dimensions you've seen in programming that really contribute to self-reliance outcomes.
Thank you so much, Kerry. It's always a pleasure talking about the graduation approach. I'm from Bangladesh originally, and this approach really originated from Bangladesh, and it's incredible to see how far it has spread. And I'm really proud to be working with DRC and really taking the graduation approach to the next level. So I think when it comes to the graduation approach and a lot of other approaches that we are seeing that are promoting self-reliance, mentorship or coaching, as we like to call it, really emerges as a critical factor, right? Oftentimes it is referred to as the secret sauce, right? the differentiating element that sets the graduation apart from the other sort of self-reliance initiatives. And there, the role of the mentor or the coach really becomes critical, right? This mentor provides individualized assistance to the households. They establish a one-to-one relationship with a caseload of households and really tailors all the activities according to the individualized needs. Understanding of the protection risks, understanding of the gender dynamics, and the pathways that exist out of poverty towards self-reliance and durable solutions. Honestly, a lot of times we see, and the evidence is there to back it, that organizations like DRC, the one that I represent, we send our staff to these communities to perform the role of the mentor, right? And I think that's where what Muhammad was saying this morning really comes into play, right? And one of the adaptations that DRC and Mercy Corps and other organizations are looking into is how can we work to establish that relationship with community agents of change, right? How can we empower them to really take on this role of the mentor, right? To tailor the services that organizations are providing, that government extension service workers are providing, according to the local culture, the local individualized needs in the household and community levels. We're seeing a lot of interesting work emerge. It's easier said than done. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of patience. We have to invest in the capacity strengthening, the professionalization of some of these services, from protection first aid to safe referrals to business mentorship and whatnot. But I think that's really where I see a lot of work ahead of us to, we can call it localization, we could call it decolonization, but it is really empowering the refugees themselves, empowering the host communities themselves to take more ownership of and be change agents in their own communities.
Thanks, Rahul. In addition to the really important role of mentorship and coaching, another thing that we've spoken a lot about is financial inclusion. Could you touch a little bit on that and how you see financial inclusion fitting into the self-reliance equation?
Definitely. I think when it comes to establishing a microenterprise or growing a microenterprise, access to finance or financial inclusion in general becomes ever more critical, right? And here we're talking about savings, access to credit, how people are able to transfer money and receive money in the form of remittances. Also the financial literacy component, right? And oftentimes in the communities in which we work, we see that there is a lack of access to formal financial services, right? And that's where we establish village savings and loan associations, or VSLAs in NGO speak, right? Everyone knows about them, I think, in the room. It just works, it's scalable, there's a lot of best practices surrounding it. What the DRC is looking into is now how do we link those informal savings and credit associations with more formal access to services, the banks and the microfinance institutions. We're working really closely with the duty bearers here in Kenya to provide refugee women with access to the identification documents that they need to be able to access those formal banking services. What that in turn allows the refugees to do is access larger pots of funding, but more predictable financial services. Very different to what I think organizations like DRC can offer, right? We have usually programs that are 2 years, 3 years, 5 years at most, but then we're not there. But the banks and the private sector entities are probably there to sustain the growth of those businesses, right? So I think, one recommendation or a call to action really would be to look at how can we strengthen those linkages between informal and formal systems, but also create that enabling environment and the policy environment, I should say, for identification documents, for accessing to banking services and microcredit.
We hear a lot about financial institutions, but another topic that keeps rising to the top is the role of private sector. I know you've done a lot of work with the private sector through the DREAMS program, John. Could you speak a little bit about how that's worked and some of the key takeaways for you?
So the private sector really plays a key role in dreams, if I can speak about particularly dreams. So we partner with quite a number of private sector across the different value chains that I mentioned earlier, poultry and the oil seeds. And so they do not only provide quality inputs, but also, they provide extension services that are critical for those markets to perform. And if I can give an example with the poultry value chain. So we identified a private sector actor in Kampala who operates a hatchery. So he provides one-day-old chicks to what we call the mother unit operators, who are the local breeders that Dream supported, to set up breeding units within the settlements. And so they are supplied with one-day-old chicks, and then we subsidize them, the cost of the feeds, vaccination, to grow those one-day-old chicks for 4 weeks before they sell them to the communities. Because we found out that the communities could not really succeed if we supplied them with one-day-old chicks. And so the communities buy the chicks at about at around $3 per chick, and then after 3 to 4 months, they sell a chicken, a grown-up chicken, for $12. And then what we realized is that as soon as they realized that there was an opportunity to make money, majority of them repurchased. They connected with the private sector actors without any subsidies, again, from Dreams. And they were purchasing now at a full cost. And then we saw the same phenomenon even with the mother unit operators. When they saw that there was overwhelming demand from the communities, they also, on their own, without any subsidies from Dreams, went ahead and ordered the subsequent purchase at a full cost. So they really play a very critical role in just facilitating, even just really demonstrating that there's opportunity, when everyone, has access to it, has information, and is capable, has the capacity and the agency to be able to engage.
It sounds like the poultry industry is something I need to get involved in, John. Very lucrative. What about the other question I had was around the government's role in Dreams and how you've seen the government play an important role in de-risking some of these investments for the private sector. Could you speak to that as well?
Yeah, so I think for private investments to flourish in the displaced context, the government can play a really essential role in de-risking those investments. Because those investments are critical for fostering entrepreneurship, providing them access to the markets, and also jobs. And yet at the same time, those investments also benefit the local economies, and thereby creating value for everyone. And so I think the government can play a crucial role in terms of providing an enabling environment to the private sector to feel confident in investing in refugee communities or economies, such that they have the full confidence that their investments will lead to kind of win-win outcomes for everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. Speaking about sustainability of investments, of course we know the private sector and with supporting policies can be really critical for that sustainability piece. But another thing I'm hearing a lot about is the importance of integrating a climate lens into programming and the critical role that lens can play for sustainability of programs too. Could you speak a little bit, Rahul, how you've been looking at the climate shocks and how to build in awareness of climate into your graduation programming?
Yeah, definitely. I think, climate crisis is really the crisis of our generation and probably all subsequent generations, right? And traditionally, we have been blind to the climate as a risk element. We think about poverty, we think about sort of access to markets, financial inclusion, But I think it's high time that we incorporate that climate lens into our programming in the way that we look at the risk factors to a community, in the way that we target communities and households and then deliver our services, right? And one of the things that DRC has been experimenting with, it's still in experimental phase, is the concept of a green graduation approach, right? And what it does is it looks at the graduation approach essential elements and thinks about how can we integrate climate adaptation and mitigation initiatives across the board, right? So as I said, this is community-based vulnerability assessments done in conjunction with communities to understand what are the risk factors, how is climate change affecting this community, how is the environment degrading, what are the sort of pockets of vulnerability that exist in the community, in the region, right? But then also how do natural hazard events affect the community, and what are ways that we can build resilience, right? And that's an important concept is resilience, right? Resilience ensures that the self-reliance outcomes are sustained over time, right? It's not just the matter of attaining self-reliance. If you are not able to sustain it over time and the next time there's a crisis, you lose your self-reliance status, it is of no use, right? So we need to really invest in both the household level resilience, but also the community level resilience to climate change, environmental degradation, and nature-based hazards. We're implementing some programs in Uganda through the LIFT, and we have some interesting findings there on ways that we can start introducing climate adaptation in existing sort of micro-enterprises, right? From climate smart agriculture to the use of renewable energy to looking at what is the value chain, what are the sort of supply chain for essential commodities, how can we shorten them, how can we across the board try to look at climate adaptation. And those are widely accepted by the community. I think oftentimes we go into the community thinking that maybe they don't realize the climate crisis, it's not really affecting them, or maybe they see it on the news, but they're not able to connect the dots. But we have been surprised that the community members are the ones who they're wanting to be greener, right? And it's really a spectrum. You know, you cannot really think about, let's go establish green businesses. I think the approach should be, let's think about how can we progressively make micro-enterprises greener, right? What are the low-hanging fruits? What are the easy ways that we can start going towards that direction? Yeah.
Thank you. So, of course, for policymakers, it always comes back to the how much, right? So John, you know, as we close today, can you share a few insights on cost effectiveness of the DREAMS approach, maybe what you're learning, and what you could share with policymakers who might be considering supporting other similar interventions?
Certainly. So the cost effectiveness of the DREAMS approach really lies around its ability to deliver, you know, long-term sustainable results with relatively low financial input, because it integrates livelihoods with financial literacy and enterprise development, which maximize the impact of the cash grants and the community investments. And yet, at the same time, it also focuses on, you know, promoting, you know, different market opportunities that provide pathways for refugees to become, you know, economically resilient. But to respond to your question directly, from our operations data, we have seen that the cost of implementing DREAMS per household right now stands at $730, and that includes all the overheads for a period of 1 year. Village Enterprise, through a couple of RCTs in the past, the randomized controlled trials, established the cost effectiveness of the poverty graduation approach based on a return on investment. And I think the latest result, the latest RCT showed that, you know, for every dollar invested in that program, there was a return of $5.4. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we have integrated another randomized control trial within DREAMS. And one of the things that we're excited to see is what the cost effectiveness of this combined approach looks like. So the first round of data collection is scheduled to happen in February 2025. And so we'll be happy to share the results with you all.
Wonderful. Well, I'll stay tuned for that then. Just as a follow-up, because I know we talked a lot about this when we were preparing the panel, I know people in the room would also be quite interested as we close in any highlights you can share too about some of the collaboration points that DREAMS had with the government of Uganda. Perhaps that could serve as a model for other countries and contexts, other interventions.
Yeah, so we have had the privilege to collaborate with several partners as DREAMS. Most notably with the Office of the Prime Minister and the district local governments, and of course UNHCR. One example I can give was around the issue of land access for refugees, especially in light of their ability to uptake the crop value chains that we are promoting in DREAMS. And so we came up with a strategy to incentivize the host community landlords to offer land to refugees, whereby for every 10 acres of land that the host landlords offered the refugees, we supported them to clear 2 acres of their own to increase their production. And now, almost all the landlords are motivated to provide more land to the refugees. But what I can say is that I don't think that would have been possible without collaborating with those entities. And maybe as I conclude, I think really self-reliance should not be construed as a premature kind of stopping of humanitarian assistance. But I think if we can view it from the perspective of creating the right conditions for the refugees to independently thrive, of course, with the ongoing support from all the concerned actors. I think that's where really the game starts to change. And of course, close collaboration among us, all those different concerned parties is very critical to ensuring that those self-reliance interventions are well received and that they deliver the long-lasting impact that we all look for.
Thank you so much, and I think that point about avoiding premature withdrawal of aid is so critical, and so thank you so much for highlighting that. Rahul, I've really appreciated the focus that you've brought today to this holistic lens on self-reliance work. This is something that we're constantly pushing from the RSRI as well. Particularly your focus on mentorship, on financial inclusion, climate. What are some of the key learning points that you would like us to leave with today and to take away from this conversation?
Definitely. I think for me, the mentorship model really speaks to this model of accompaniment, right? Really meeting the household where they are, trying to understand their individualized needs, and we need to take on that lens, be it through the graduation approach or otherwise. And I think walking the journey with the household towards upward sort of pathways out of poverty towards self-reliance really is the more humane way of delivering activities instead of just giving someone some livestock and then expecting them to work themselves out of poverty, right? And I think to accompany that, we really need to work with community agents of change, as I was mentioning, and I think more can be done there to sort of switch to that lens of how do we see the community as a resource and not really sort of an entity to be researched, an entity to be to really try and assist, right? I think we would probably be very surprised to find incredible talent there that we can start working with through the mentorship and other things. Climate change, as I said, I think that really is the looming crisis. It's not a luxury to think about like climate adaptation. It really is a necessity in front of us that we start taking that lens in everything that we do. So I guess those are the 2 key takeaways that I would like to end with.
Thanks so much. I also can't underscore enough that importance of accompaniment and just the fact that climate is really going to be on all of our minds soon enough. We're seeing it, the past week just in the U.S. alone with displacement happening, because of the hurricanes, and of course we see it here even more so due to drought and other factors. So in closing, I want to say that one of the key things we've learned from our evidence review and some of these operational experiences is really just the importance of looking at this holistic nature of self-reliance, the social networks, the financial inclusion, integration into market systems, and then the impact of external factors like climate. And one of the other key takeaways for me was that we just really can't do this in isolation from the national, the regional, the local development planning processes, and that these enabling laws and policies really are the key. And they're the key, not only to the sustainability of approaches, but also the scalability of approaches. And so I think that's a really huge takeaway. And then, finally, too, while we didn't have the chance to get into it today, I also want to underscore the fact that one of the things we learned is that a lot of the evidence is missing the perspective of those with lived experience of forced displacement, and that there's just a really great opportunity to scale that up. I think we found from our evidence review that the vast majority of resources came from only 15 sources. That's crazy. So I think there's just, this is a huge challenge for all of us to broaden that evidence base and to bring in a lot more perspectives, because with that, I think we'll find a lot richer data and data that can inform this really strengthened programming cycle. So thank you again, both of you, to John and to Rahul, for sharing your perspectives. We're really looking forward to the conversation with all of you over the coming 2 days and beyond. So thank you again.
John and Rahul for that exciting panel. Some thought-provoking aspects there that you brought up, the issue of really taking climate adaptation as a necessity, not as a luxury or something that we think of as an afterthought. Need for us to have holistic looking at the SRI. And ultimately, Rahul, the graduation model works. Some interesting ideas there around mentorship. I know when our dear Thomas Jean presents some evidence from the work that we have done as Rebuild, we will have some insights in terms of the findings from our own work in terms of looking at the effects of mentorship on micro enterprises. So thank you so much, colleagues, for that exciting discussion. I think a round of applause is required for that team. Dear friends, I know we are running late. We will make up for it as the day progresses. At this time, I would like to recognize some colleagues. I would like to recognize representatives from the government of Ethiopia, RRS department. I would also like to recognize from the Office of the Prime Minister in Uganda, the Commissioner of Refugees who is amongst us. I would also like to recognize the Deputy Commissioner for Refugees from DRS here in Kenya. I would like to invite Mr. Jashon Awuro to give us his keynote remarks. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I thought I was to come after tea, but anyway. Yes, I came in a bit late, and as I was opening the door, walking in, I found my good friend Jacob on the podium, and what I heard was that his predecessor who was here, before he stood here, had raised the bar. And even him, he raised it even much higher. My name is Joshua Nawar from Department for Refugee Services, standing in for Commissioner John Burugu, who is currently in Geneva attending the EXCOM meeting. Now, our distinguished delegates, fellow keynote speakers, I want to believe I'm the first one, others will follow. Partners from International Rescue Committee and the World Bank, IKEA, representatives of civil societies, RLOs, researchers, policymakers, and honored guests present here this morning. Good morning. I am deeply honored to stand here before you at this pivotal gathering in Nairobi, a city in the sun, and a city that has long been a nexus of humanitarian action and regional diplomacy. Find time today evening or even tomorrow to walk around for our guests who are from outside Kenya. Nairobi is beautiful. Right within Nairobi, we have a national park. So as you walk around, you might meet King Lion, also taking a stroll, or Mr. Warthog also having a good time in the evenings. So Nairobi is beautiful, have time. It is a privilege to stand before such a distinguished assembly of experts and leaders from Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and even beyond. The symposium's theme, From Evidence to Policy, transforming refugee well-being strategies in Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, resonates with urgency. We meet at a point in time when our region faces unprecedented challenges, and the need for evidence-based interventions has never been greater. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya remains one of the largest refugee hosting nations in Africa and the world over, with a number currently beyond 700,000 refugees and asylum seekers. Kenya in the recent years has made great strides in the development of progressive policies and laws to manage refugees and host communities. And I would reiterate what again Mr. Bonyo said here about enabling refugees and host communities to be self-reliant in terms of even documentation for refugees, where their IDs are recognized. As you might know, Kenya is now moving towards e-services, electronic services. So most of our services will be done electronically. And so we don't want to leave refugees behind. And that's why now we are working overtime to ensure that even refugees are taken on board. The problem we are facing right now is that sometimes back, the refugee ID numbers was 6 digits, but the Kenyan refugee numbers are normally 8 digits. So there's a system problem, but we are upgrading them. So those ones who have received refugee numbers with 6 digits can now access services. The National Registration Bureau transfers their data to IPRS, and then service providers, if they go to open a bank account, the bank will just punch the ID number and it will pull. And that is a positive move, and we want to ensure that by the time we are fully automated in service provision, then all refugees are also taken on board. The enactment of the new Refugee Act, number 10 of 2021, and its commencement in February 2022, signals the government's commitment to better protect refugees and asylum seekers and find lasting solutions, as well as create an environment where refugees can participate in economic development and in the host country and become self-reliant. Building on the progress made so far, the government has signaled its commitment to shift its refugee management approach from camps to integrated settlements for refugees and host communities through Shirika Plan. The plan aims to lay the ground for refugees and host communities to benefit from national services and programs aimed at self-reliance and community-led economic development. Right now, we have draft 1 of Shirika Plan, which we are soon going to subject to stakeholders in the coming month of November. And this was informed by, among others, the fact that most of our refugees are from the region. Talk of DRC Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Sudan, South Sudan, Somali. And these are member states of East African Community. And you know that one of the protocols of the East African Community is that citizens of the member states are allowed to move freely within the region. They don't even require passports, they just require their IDs. And so the question was, why would you confine others to a camp while others are moving freely? Wouldn't it be better to give them an option? If you want to enjoy the East African Community Protocol, fine enough. Vacate your refugee status, then apply for requisite papers in Kenya, do your business. And again, if you still want to retain your refugee status, then we open the space for you. So that is one of the reasons that informed the development of Shirika Plan. And again, the world over, things are changing. Donors are getting fatigued. Where I come from, there's a say that you give somebody fish, he will come to beg again. You teach him how to fish, he will feed himself forever. So the refugees have skills. They are not just people seated there waiting to be fed from morning to evening. So we give them that opportunity. We teach them how to do businesses. We help them how to do businesses. Then they will pick up. Right now, we are working with World Food Program and UNHCR and other partners on what we call differentiated assistance. And basically, that is where we are aiming at, to ensure that help is only given where it is needed. Sometimes in Kenya, we were pegging refugee food rations to being active in the system, so that if you don't pick your food rations for 3 consecutive months, then you become inactive. And there are some refugees who don't need those food rations. They are better off. So some are in urban areas, and their addresses are in Kakuma. So they have to drive over 900 kilometers away to go and pick 1 kilo of rice just to remain active in the system. 3 months ago, we were talking with UNHCR and World Food Program, and the Commission agreed that that one should be vacated. And so right now, you don't have to go to Dadaab, if you're in Nairobi, to go to Kakuma, just to remain active in the system. So these are things coming up just to ensure that help, the little that is there, is given to really those who need it. And it is working out. We are working on modalities. Maybe by next year, we will roll it out. Uganda stole the show. So sometime in February this year, we went there to benchmark on how they are doing it. and now we are improving on how it is done. Thank you, Uganda. I had the commissioner is here. Thumbs up. So, ladies and gentlemen, it should be noted that even before we came up with the Marshall Plan is the one which was later renamed Shirika Plan. Kenya had even started implementing some of the proposed pillars thereon through its version of Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework, CRRF, following its adoption in 2016 in the UN General Assembly in New York. So one of such pillars is what we are discussing here today, self-reliance. Allow me also to mention something about inclusive and transformative research. As Department for Refugee Services, we have observed firsthand how research can either serve as a beacon that illuminates a path to effective policy, or regrettably, as an exercise detached from the very realities it seeks to address. Let us be clear, for research to catalyze real change, it must be anchored in inclusivity, infused with a deep understanding of local context, and conducted in a manner that actively involves every stakeholder, from policymakers to communities whose future depends on it. Let us remember that the data and findings we will discuss here for the next 2 days are not mere numbers or on spreadsheet, but the lived experience of millions. Each statistic represents a life, a story, and a struggle. If our research does not reflect these human realities, we risk shaping policies that address the symptoms rather than the causes, and provide solutions that, while well-meaning, may be wide off the mark. In some instances, concerns have been raised regarding the conduct of research in the refugee sector. The government, through DRS, has at times raised questions about the inclusiveness of research processes. At times, studies proceed without adequately engaging the government and even hearing the government voices. No right of reply to accusations, if any, thus rendering findings disconnected from Kenya's legal frameworks and socio-economic fabrics. This creates a rift between research and policy, leading to decisions that are heavily biased and do not fully resonate with the on-the-ground realities we face daily. The question would therefore be, how do you implement a vividly biased research finding? The Department of Refugee Services is resolutely committed to reshaping the refugee research landscape. We shall advocate for practices where research is not only conducted in Kenya, but is also of Kenya. And not only of Kenya, the whole region, Uganda, and even Ethiopia, those who are represented here this morning. It is important that local researchers and institutions are also given recognition they deserve as they endeavor to do this honorable job. The theme of this symposium, access to finance, social protection, jobs and skills, development, justice, and legal identity, are not mere talking points. They are pillars upon which we must build sustainable solutions for refugees and host communities alike. let us discuss over the next 2 days and go beyond the conceptual and delve into the practicals. That is, turning evidence into action and rhetoric into results. The evidence of action campaign is not just a slogan. It is an imperative. It is an imperative that beckons us to move decisively from research findings to policies that can tangibly transform lives. In conclusion, I wish to express my deepest appreciation to IRC, IKEA, World Bank, and all these partners I've seen enumerated here for finding this opportunity to organize this symposium. Your commitment to evidence-based policymaking is not only commendable, but essential. I also recognize the tireless efforts of researchers, both local and international, whose work forms the bedrock of our discussion for these 2 days. As we move forward, let us do so with a shared resolve to ensure that research informs policy in a manner that truly reflects the perspectives of those closest to the issues. Let us be relentless in our pursuit of policies shaped by local knowledge, driven by robust data, and implemented with an unwavering commitment to fairness and inclusivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir, for those kind words. And thought-provoking. I really liked the sentiments that you really shared with us in terms of inclusive research, the government being involved, stakeholders being involved, the clients being involved. I think as researchers we are trying, but maybe we need to do a little bit more, yeah? We'll hear a little bit more from the colleagues that are going to present how they are really being inclusive in the research that we are all doing together. I sense some low energy. It's been a bit of a heavy morning, yeah? So I think, Irene, I'd like to invite you to just lead us, maybe for a bit of a tea break, so that we can have some energy, and then we can come back. So yeah, Irene, please lead us. Thanks.
Before we break out for tea, I'd like to invite Anna Gant to just talk us briefly about the beautiful refugee vendors you've seen outside and our asks for you. And shortly after that, we do have 2 tea stations, one outside the room and the other just within this room. So I'd like to request us to divide ourselves halfway in between the room. I wanted to propose we do the first table, the front tables, but then again I sense discrimination would have come out, you know, I would have been attacked by that. So then I just request that we split ourselves halfway. Half of us would take our teas from outside, and then the other half from this other end. We will only take 20 minutes strictly and be back to continue with the rest of the session. Anna Gant, over to you.
Thank you. You're really lucky I'm talking to you about artisan and not making you do some energizers with balloons or some team building exercises. So I just wanted to really encourage you to engage with the people we have out here. Who we have invited today is we have got various artisans at various level of evolution in terms of market system integration. So we have 2 groups with us today that are focusing on Kitengo production, I think some of them were supported by an earlier DRC program several years back. And we're really happy that they are able to maintain market access and consider this as a viable economic opportunities. And I think another group was also supported by the Rebuild program, again, working predominantly on Kitenge. You might already know Kitenge is quite a saturated market. We see a lot on Maasai markets. So we have also brought with you two other artisans, and one of them is a group supported by Refugee. The reason I really wanted you to speak to them is to discover a little bit more about the modeling. They have a really interesting modeling where it used to be a protection-centric modeling. They work, they have safe houses for abused women. They have IT programming. What I love about them, that they're also really thinking about enabling environment. So you see there is actually a playground, right? There are actual childcare facilities, freeing the productive time of women participating both in IT activities but also in artisanal activities. What I also love about them is that, for example, Angelina Jolie is one of their brand ambassadors, which I think is really funky. They're also part of our global value chains. We have a global online store called Made 51, which really tries to elevate the artisans to a higher global level. We partner with Uniqlo, we partner with Maison de France, with various really big global vendors trying to make sure that refugees are not just hustling in the local Maasai markets, but really kind of become proper entrepreneurs, right, that can hire refugees. The other artisan that is also here is Kapia, who is doing woodwork. Again, he's part of the value chains with the Made 51 team, but also producing, for example, for Mifuku, a Norwegian brand. Again, he in turn has hired lots of women in the production chain and is really managing a sustainable business with all its ups and downs. So take your time not only to shop, but actually to have a good chat with them and see, how are they kind of doing the reality on the ground of economic inclusion. Thank you.
please bring it in with you. The planning team is saying let's have a working tea. So you can bring in your tea and settle down with it and enjoy it as we continue with the next sessions. And we do really apologize for rushing you through that tea break. We want to try the best we can to make up for time so that we don't rob you of the lunch hour, so that you can have a lovely long lunch. So please do bear with us for the rushed tea break. Yeah? But that said, I do see the energy levels, Priscilla, have improved greatly. Yeah? So is everyone feeling all settled in? Really? Two people feel settled in. How can we help the rest to feel settled back in? All right. How about now? How is everyone feeling? All settled back in? Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to go very swiftly into the next session. And I wanted to invite my co-presenters, my panelists to come join me at the podium. And as they come and get settled down here at the podium, I wanted to take a few minutes to talk to us about the rebuild studies that we're going to get into right now. And I do know that we've spent the morning listening a lot as we opened the symposium and as we set the tone, as we heard from our keynote speakers. What we're getting into now is a session where we hope to hear really from all of us, right? Both the participants in the room and also the participants that we have joining us virtually. So this is that time, and I'm glad we had a cup of tea, cup of coffee, Kenyan tea, and we can be able to engage, yeah? I wanted to say a little bit about the studies that we are going to get into right now as we start the deep dive into looking at the evidence. The Rebuild program, we've spoken a lot about it, made possible by an investment by the IKEA Foundation, is a program that focuses on the economic well-being of refugees and their host communities. So not just the refugees only, but the communities that host them. Part of the focus that we've had appreciates two things. The first one has been mentioned here before by the other speakers, is that the most viable economic option that many refugees and their vulnerable host community members have is to start and run their small businesses. So that's one of the first things that we appreciated. And the other thing that we appreciated also, just basing on the evidence and the literature in the sector, is that there's limited evidence around what really works for these populations and what is the most cost-effective way to use the resources we have to develop programs and policies for these populations. And with these two issues in mind, we got together with great research partners. Some of them are sitting here with us today, and some are in absentia. So we got together with great research partners from Princeton University, Georgetown University, the Center for Global Development, University of Rochester, and the Economic Policy and Research Center in Uganda. And what we did is we, in a robust program, providing business grants to over 4,000 refugees and their host community members, we layered a randomized control trial to explore if coupling or combining mentorship with these business grants would improve the economic outcomes of the populations that we're serving, yeah? So it has been a very interesting three and a half years. We were reminding with each other here, running these studies. So we are very happy to launch the results with you here today, to share the recommendations and the findings, and to have a conversation about how this can be used to enrich the policy and practice in the region, yeah? So we are joined by Sana. I can do a quick introduction of my co-presenters. We are joined here with Sana. She's a research expert in development and humanitarian context from Princeton University. We are also joined by Beatrice Ladia. the research director at What Works Hub for Global Education Projects at the Guide Institute, which is housed by the Georgetown University, and Thomas Jean, a research fellow at the Center for Global Development. So we're going to go very quickly through very quick presentations, and then we're going to get into a time of conversation. So looking forward to your reflections as well. So Sana, maybe you can come and get us started.
Great. Hi everyone. It's so great to be here, and I just want to take a few seconds. Can you hear me okay? I just want to take a few seconds to thank the IRC. I think when we're at forums like this and presenting research, it's easy to forget all the work that actually went into doing the research studies, and RCTs are hard to run. They require a lot of flexibility and rigidity at the same time on the part of the implementation partner. So I just want to give a shout out to them for bearing with us this whole time and for all the flexibility. Okay, so I'm going to kick us off talking about the Kenya side of the story for the Wave 1 results for the rebuild research. As Belinda mentioned, we looked at a cash and a cash plus approach for micro entrepreneurs. And much has already been said this morning about focusing on micro enterprise rather than other employment opportunities. So I'm not gonna take a stab at that. Like, I think it's a very important discussion to have, and one we should continue when we're talking about policy lessons from this kind of research. But what I'll focus on specifically is the context in which we're doing this this study. So. Like, there's a known recognition of like very scarce opportunities for formal employment, particularly in urban contexts. Microenterprise is often an avenue that organizations take for employment, for youth employment in particular. And most of the interventions either focus on cash or they focus on some kind of a training program. And accumulated evidence over the years suggests that these are both intervention types that have impact, that have favorable impact. But these studies really look at populations as a whole, like the sample as a whole, and don't really look at heterogeneity within those populations, right? So we know that these interventions work. Some of them are more modest, but we don't really know exactly who they're working for. So that was one of our objectives with the current study. So there's some evidence that suggests that these interventions largely work for businesses run by men. So we have a focus in this study where we emphasized ensuring that there were enough women so we could look at results based on gender. We also don't have enough research focusing on refugees or looking at results for refugees. So that was another priority, that there are equal numbers of refugees and citizens in this research. So let me just run through the design, and I'll preview the findings in case we lose you later on. And then my colleague Beatrice will go in more detail into the findings and walk you through them. Okay, so as I already previewed, we're looking at cash separately, but we're also looking at cash alongside like a to ensure comfort in that relationship. But the general guidance for mentors in our study is use your expertise. We do a one-day training, but really we're trying to address some of the gaps in the literature that suggest that, okay, these trainings don't give guidance to people when they need it, when it is timely for them. and based on their local context, right? So we really actually want the mentors to lead this. Okay, so I won't talk too much about this, but we have like an initial meeting that the IRC hosts between the mentors and mentees. They introduce them to one another, and then about 3 weeks after that initial meeting, the cash arm and the cash and mentorship arms, everybody receives their cash grant. We also have a pure control group, which is actually just a delayed cash arm. And then the mentors and mentees meet each other for 8 sessions, one-on-one, which they coordinate among themselves. And then we have 4 rounds of data collection. We have an immediate term, and then we have 3 that happen after the program ends. Okay, so let me talk about the findings. There's a lot more here. We will be happy to circulate the paper when it's ready, but let me just give you the top sort of 3 or 4 takeaways. So the first is that the program as a whole has a favorable impact on economic outcomes, business outcomes more specifically. And this holds true across all the business outcomes that we look at. So business ownership, profits, time spent on business, etc. But when we break down the results and look at subgroups within our population, we see 2 patterns. The first is that actually we don't find that any of the programs are successful for refugee women, right? So we do not see positive impacts for refugee women, whereas we see them for all the other 3 subgroups. So Kenyan men, Kenyan women, refugee men. The other thing we see is that we see some heterogeneity based on whether they had a business at baseline, like when we started the study, right? Our results are concentrated among folks who did not have a business at baseline. We don't actually see incredible impacts of mentorship, which is in contrast to stuff that was discussed earlier, so I'm looking forward to that discussion. We see modest benefits, both economic and psychological, but they're concentrated amongst Kenyan citizens. So we don't actually see these benefits for refugees. And so we do some exploratory work to try to understand like what is happening with the mentorship. And we try to look at like, are there characteristics of mentors at baseline that predict mentee success down the line? And we look at a whole host of things that we collect at baseline, but we find that the only thing that really, at least in our data, so this is not comprehensive, the only thing that seems to where we introduce the mentor and mentee to one another, but not necessarily in the later stages where they are meeting on their own. We don't find that in the data that we look at within our data sets, we don't find evidence that maybe these 2 mentorship arms were being implemented differently by the mentors, right? So we see like the number of meetings are quite similar, which is prescribed by the program, the duration of the meetings, but more importantly, the content that's discussed in these meetings. So you'll hear us talk about the mentorship more broadly and not distinguish between these 2, although there are slight differences in the outcomes, okay? Beatrice, let me pass it to you.
Take you sort of in more details around diving into the findings that Sana just previewed. Before I dive further, I want to like take a look of the sample at baseline and what kind of sample we have. As Sana said, like a focus of the study is really to look at the heterogeneity at baseline and like heterogeneity of outcomes in general. And in fact, when we start the program, we also notice a lot of heterogeneity. So here we're plotting a few different outcomes of interest at baseline for these 4 different groups: Kenyan men in blue, Kenyan women, refugee men, and refugee women. And I think there's 2 patterns that are pretty striking. First of all, there's a big gender divide where you see Kenyan men and refugee men actually tend to be lumped together higher than the women. And there's another, I think, striking pattern is that for a few of these outcomes, especially the labor participation outcomes, refugee women actually lag behind, even behind Kenyan women. So that's something that we'll sort of come back to. Another striking pattern, I think, at baseline in terms of looking for the people who do have businesses at baseline, that's about 40% of our mentees, though refugee women are more likely to have businesses at baseline, it's around 60%. Among the people who do have businesses, what kind of businesses do they have? And so this is showing you how they are distributing in terms of different sectors. And so something you can see, again, there's this big gender divide where on the left-hand side you have the men, and the sectors are sort of pretty widely distributed. So their businesses really are in a bunch of different sectors, whether okay, so the results, you already know them, so no surprise. But so the first big results is that we have cash and mentorship, both kind of variations of the program that have large, statistically significant, economically significant benefits for all groups. So these figures sort of plot, the black line here is the control group, the pure control group. That's sort of the reference point. And the figures show the effect of the program relative to the control group at different points in time. So the first data point is 1 month after the program starts, which is before people receive the cash. And so you can see that actually there's not much going on before people receive the cash, which may be maybe not too surprising to some of you, that before people receive the cash, actually not much is changing in their businesses. But as soon as they do receive the cash, we have data points at 3, 6, and 9 months. And you have the 3 different treatment arms in different colors, and you see that all of them, and not too differently from each other, really have large effects. So in terms of business ownership, which is the first outcome there, I think it's about like a 20 percentage point increase in terms of likelihood to own a business. In terms of profit, it's about a $34 per month increase in terms of their business profits compared to a control group sort of level of 44. So it's not quite a doubling of business profits, but almost. Now the picture becomes more complicated / interesting once we break it down through different heterogeneity dimensions. And so the first one we look at is whether people have or don't have a business at baseline. All good? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, yes, it's fading over time. Yeah. So this is the 9 months. Yeah. That's the difference with the control group, and that's something we may get into the discussion later also, that like a lot of programs actually find large sort of medium to short to medium term effects, and after like 1 year, 2 years, these things kind of fade over time, and so we see the beginning of that pattern for productive assets. This is the value of the productive assets in groups. Another hypothesis is that, well, they invest at the beginning and then it like has lasted effects on profits, but then the control group can catch up and investments kind of slowly through other sources of financing. So going back to sort of our heterogeneity dimensions, 2 groups we compare are people who have no business at baseline versus business at baseline. So here I have 2 graphs. On the left-hand side, people who don't have a business at baseline, and right-hand side, the people who do. And what I'm plotting here is what we call quantile treatment effects, which kind of show you the effects of the treatment on business profit at different levels of business profit. So you can think of it as like the left, which is over there, I guess the right, when you look at it. The top of the graph is really the effect on the larger businesses at endline, and the bottom of the graph is really looking at the effect of the program on the smaller businesses. So I think there's 3 things that are striking from these pictures. One thing is like the actual levels, right? So if you look at the people who have no business at baseline, the actual impact is much higher for the median business than people who have a business at baseline. For people who don't start without a business, the impact is like $80 to $100 per month in profits. People who have a business, it's closer to $20 a month. The other striking thing, I think, is the difference in slopes, where for people who don't have a business, we almost have like a super steep slope, which suggests that the program is almost like an on-off switch. It's like either we don't benefit from the program or we do, and if we do, it's like we go to like a pretty profitable business right away. And for people who have a business at baseline, the program is more like a constant kind of increase, but without necessarily this like kind of stark difference. And then the last bit, I think that's quite interesting from here, is sort of what we see at the bottom of the distribution, which is basically telling you that, and we see it in both subgroups, but mostly on people who don't have a business baseline, we see that what this is showing you is that, well, people who don't have a business at baseline, a lot of them at endline also end up with basically no business and no results from the program. So it really comes to show that the program has like very strong benefits, but in a very differentiated manner for different people, depending on potentially where they start. Another big dimensions of heterogeneity that Sana previewed is on gender and refugee status. So here this is showing you effects on business profits for Kenyan men, Kenyan on the left-hand side, refugee on the right-hand side, men at the top, women at the bottom. So the top right corner is Kenyan men, and the bottom top left, I'm struggling with the left and right here, and the bottom panel is refugee women. And so that's where you see that the program impacts are very limited for refugee women. And this is showing you for profits, but the patterns are pretty similar for other outcomes as well, other business outcomes. And like kind of throughout the study, there's like small effects, but not comparable to the other groups. So why is that? That's a little bit disappointing, I'm sure, to a lot of you. And a couple things here. One thing is like it's not necessarily too unheard of, right? Like that's something in the literature that has been actually pretty consistent finding that micro enterprises run by women tend to be smaller, have lower profits, are harder to scale. Something that economic theory has studied is, and actually that echoes something that one of the keynote speakers mentioned this morning, is that one potential sort of limitations that women in general and refugee women in particular may be facing is that this concept of missing markets, where they are basically in micro enterprise, maybe by necessity or by default, because they don't have actually other labor market access. And so the micro enterprises they run are actually pretty low returns and hard to scale. Because if they had the opportunity, they would do something else. And so we have some evidence of that in our study, because as I was showing you at the beginning, women actually, refugee women have much less lower labor participation than everybody else in the study. Another differentiated impact is, so I'm going to now focus, sorry, and in the interest of time, I'm going to go a bit quickly on this aspect, on the effect of mentorship specifically over cash, because right now I was talking about the program in general, whether it included mentorship or not. And so one thing that's unappealing is that the mentorship effects over cash are actually pretty modest, but when we sort of break them down by demographic, we see that actually they are concentrated for Kenyan men. So Kenyan men benefit from mentorship over cash, which is not the case of other subgroups in our sample. Similarly, on the mentorship effects on psychological well-being, we see an increase. This is showing you the increase in psychological well-being for Kenyan on the left, refugee on the right, men at the top, women at the bottom. And you can see that the mentorship arms, which are in blue and yellow, have like positive, statistically significant effects on psychological well-being for both Kenyan groups, but don't have these effects for refugee groups. Finally, one last thing we try to look at is how does mentor characteristics predict mentee success to the extent that we can look at it. And you know, the first thing is because we find modest effects of mentorship, we don't have actually a ton of variation there, but and we looked at a ton of mentor characteristics that we have at baseline, whether it's like their gender, their alignment, their sector, their profits, their commitment, their skills, their experience, and none of these things seem to be really good predictors of mentee success in the mentorship program. But one thing that seems to be a predictor of it is the mentor size, the size of mentors' networks at baseline. And so this is showing you sort of the relationship between the mentee profits on the y-axis and the size of mentor networks on the right axis. So I'm going to pass it back to Sana to wrap it up in a couple minutes with recommendations that we draw from that.
Great. I'm going to keep sitting for this, but tell me if it doesn't work. So I think the recommendations that are coming out of this can be broken up into three, maybe for three different audiences. So I think the results for the mentorship, but the program as a whole, one thing that it points to is that, look, we have different results for different subgroups. And so if we do if this program does a cost-effective analysis, or like future programs do cost-effective analyses, it's important that we look at them by subgroup. So we don't do it just at the level of the sample as a whole, but for specific populations, because maybe there are benefits to mentorship that are specific for Kenyan men, so let's not rule it out altogether. And I believe that's an intention of this program. Like IRC has a fantastic costing unit, so I believe that's something that we'll be doing for this study as well. Another thing is that, at least in theory, we know that the one-on-one mentorship should have addressed some of the barriers that we know exist for, let's say, women pursuing micro-enterprise, in terms of like how rigid trainings can be, or that they don't adequately cater for the kinds of information that they might need at a particular time. So it's a little bit puzzling that we don't actually see great impacts of the mentorship. So as Beatrice was mentioning, I think one thing that future programs and research should really prioritize is trying to understand the mentor characteristics that are predicting mentee success. So maybe actually we think it's this really flexible program, but it really wasn't in practice. Our study suggests, like the exploratory results from our study suggest, that actually mentor networks matter. And presumably they matter in that they increase the mentees' networks in some way as well. So, that could be a topic that future programs take up. Like maybe actually let's skip the mentor part and let's directly just increase the network access that mentees have. I see some nods in the audience, so that's great. One limitation for this project was that we weren't able to carefully track what was happening in the mentoring sessions. So I think that's something that would be good to either, we were discussing this earlier, either have like more robust qualitative research around, or actually just more careful tracking. Like it'll change the nature of these meetings, but they're still quite important. I know I'm running short of time, so let me just say two more things, and then we can pick up stuff later. So one is about like who gets targeted for these programs and what that looks like in practice. So our study is suggesting that there's definitely differentiated results based on who the population is, and that there's some people who might be able to like convert this cash into high return businesses, but others might need different kinds of programming. And this was alluded to in the morning a lot this morning as well, that maybe like we need to prioritize other labor market opportunities for certain populations, or actually really focus on cash assistance, but not have the outcome be business outcomes, right? Like maybe the outcomes need to be food security or consumption or things of that nature. And I think that's a lesson both for programming, but also from a policy lens, like opening more market opportunities. And I guess the last thing that maybe I'll leave us on is that it's really a puzzle for our study that we see no general well-being effects of the cash on refugees, right? Actually, the literature is not supportive of what we find in this study. Like the literature suggests that like cash actually does have general well-being, positive general well-being effects. And some of the keynote discussion from this morning was making me think that maybe we should be thinking more clearly about like what are the economic opportunities that refugees are striving for, and maybe like cash is not always the answer in that sense. Like maybe they aspire to be self-sufficient in other ways. That is not supported by the data, it's just a conjecture, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Sana and Beatrice. These were two studies, one study, two contexts rather, so let's hear first from Uganda, then we can get into the dialogue session.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for the organizers, for everyone for being here, and for all of the hard work of the teams that have gone into this randomized control trial in Kampala. So my name is Thomas Ginn. I'm a research fellow at the Center for Global Development, and this is a randomized control trial done with a fantastic team, including our moderator here, Belinda, as well as Travis Bosler, Ibrahim Kassire, and Andy Zeitlin. Great, so we've heard a lot of the motivation from Belinda and from Beatrice here. I won't get into it now, but later I'll be talking about sort of the way we looked at the evidence in terms of designing this program later this afternoon. But for now, echoing what Sana and Beatrice said, we were targeting both financial and sort of managerial capital for people that wanted to run their own businesses. But we've seen that cash can be really effective, but maybe not for women. But training can be really expensive, and so maybe there was a cheaper way to do that. And so then we thought about this mentorship ideas we've heard a lot about, and thought that maybe sort of knowledge exchange, not just among sort of Ugandan men to Ugandan men, but bridging across different groups, that'd be the intervention that we would provide, there might be some really helpful things that these different groups could exchange. And so trying to facilitate that through this program. And so this is a randomized controlled trial in Kampala. We've heard a lot about randomized controlled trials already, which is great, but maybe let's take a step back. Why do we randomize? So the idea here, it's the gold standard, what researchers call, is that we're hoping that with a large enough group that we've randomly assigned some groups to different interventions, that those groups are basically the same other than these interventions. And so then when we look at outcomes later, that we can causally attribute the differences in those groups to the programs and not to anything else. So that's why researchers love these randomized controlled trials and why we did that here. So we're also going to be working with a sample of hosts, who are Ugandans in this case, and then refugees. We've got 2,000 sort of inexperienced or prospective entrepreneurs. That's our main sample. And then 600 mentors who were recruited from the communities. And again, this is across sort of men, women, refugees, and hosts in both of those categories. The sort of workhorse intervention that we're going to be working with is, again, cash grants. And in our context, it's going to be large, 540 USD that everyone is going to get sort of 6 weeks into the program, except for the control group, which will get those sort of after this data collection is complete. So then some of the people, about 60% of the sample, we're going to layer on top this mentorship. And ours is going to be different from the Kenyan side with, instead of just one-on-one mentorship, this is going to be a group so that people can learn not only from their mentor, but also maybe from others in the group, right? And so we're targeting both economic outcomes where either the mentor or others in their group might have really valuable information to exchange, and then also sort of social cohesion outcomes, that, the contact hypothesis of spending time with people of a different nationality or background might make you sort of more supportive and more sort of understanding, build social cohesion there. And so we're going to vary that gender and nationality composition of those groups of 4 people. We also do different things around sort of group level versus individual level incentives to keep your business open, but for the sake of time, I won't talk about those in the main presentation, but maybe we can get into those in the discussion. And so then we're going to collect data before the interventions start, and then at 3, 6, 9, and 12 months after. And so I'm going to show you sort of the overall results combining those. And so preliminary results here that's somewhat similar to Kenya. You're going to see some similarities and some differences. We also find large, exciting results from the large cash grant. And then sort of on average, really null effects of mentorship. Then when we break down, we see some exciting and some maybe more worrying patterns of what mentorship actually sort of led to for the outcomes that we care about. Great. So jumping right in. We know about Uganda, it's fantastic refugee hosting policy, so refugees are allowed to have businesses in this context. Our sample, about 70% of the folks that were recruited into this have businesses at baseline. And those businesses for Ugandans and refugees earn about $28 per month, and that's actually similar for refugees and for hosts on average here. It's about 45% of household earnings to give you a sense of sort of who these folks are. But similar to Kenya, we saw stark differences between the businesses that men and women run, with men running much more profitable businesses than women in this context. And the mentors that we recruited, on average, had more than double the profit. So these are larger, sort of more successful, more experienced businesses that we hope would be able to transmit some of that knowledge and learning to the less experienced businesses that wanted to participate. And so, again, a sort of main theory of change here on the mentorship side is around networks and exchanging sort of across different groups that there would be sort of information exchange. And so at baseline, we asked people, who are you most likely to talk to about business? And so we see, sort of consistent with our theory going into this, that Ugandan men have the sort of largest networks that they talk to each other about business, but it's really to each other. So Ugandan men are most likely to list Ugandan men as their closest contact and rarely sort of list refugee men or refugee women. And as we go down the different sort of demographic groups, we see similar things, that refugee men are most likely to talk to refugee men, refugee women are most likely to talk to refugee women. It's not surprising, but you can see sort of the scope to potentially exchange information and bring people together to potentially build sort of even more profitable businesses. So what did we do? Again, we brought our sort of main, largest treatment arm is this mentorship that brings 3 mentees with 1 mentor. And then the cash grant, that's $540. So they're also going to get the cash grant to start with. Again, $540 plus some money for transport to be able to meet the other people in their group. And then some of these groups have 2 refugees and 2 Ugandans. Some are all Ugandans, some are all refugees, some are 2 men, 2 women, or all men or all women. So we can compare the different group compositions, and I'm going to break the results down by that. We find some really interesting things. We're also going to then sort of give the mentors like videos and handbooks to really sort of walk them through some of the business training curriculum that is often delivered in these contexts, but is usually a lot more expensive than we were trying to do here. And then we're going to facilitate monthly meetings with the mentors themselves, with sort of IRC trainers, so the kind of trainer of the training of the trainers model. And so we really put a lot into this mentorship intervention and program. Again, didn't monitor it like the Kenya side. We let sort of mentor groups decide for themselves where, when to meet. The IRC was not sort of looking over their shoulder, but people reported that they did meet and that they really sort of did want to engage in these groups. We're then going to be comparing that to a group that just, again, got cash, and then a group that didn't, at this point, get anything, but for equity reasons, we gave them cash after the program was over, and they knew that that was coming throughout the study. All right, so let's get into the results. So, as we saw in Kenya, overall, we see really exciting results of the cash, not only on business outcomes, but also on household outcomes. So the control group, that's the group in the light blue that we can see sort of, $40, this is US dollars in the top left graph, jumps up more than 50% to the group that got cash alone. And so that's a really exciting kind of monthly effect that persisted in the business outcomes, especially for men. We saw capital increase a lot. So a lot of these businesses took this $500 and saved on average through these 12 months more than $300 of that to continue sort of growing their business. So we would hope these effects would continue over time. We saw an increase in the businesses that weren't open from before, that people opened new businesses like they said they wanted to. We do see effects on psychological outcomes. People report spending less of their time being sad who got the cash. The earnings from the businesses were transferred to household earnings. So there's not some substitution effect where people move from employment to self-employment, but our household earnings don't go up overall. We see this translate almost 1-for-1 into household earnings gains. And then in terms of food security, we see really exciting results of like days skipped for a number of meals. That starts at sort of 1 out of 7, a really sort of worrying baseline that comes down by about 30% with this cash on average over the 12 months. So again, these business outcomes persist for men over these 12 months. The household well-being outcomes, like household earnings and meals skipped, that persists also for women, which is really exciting. It's not, we hoped that the business outcomes would also persist for women, but at least there are some sort of medium terms effect for women here from the cash alone. Then, what happens when we add mentorship on top of that? All right, well, first, people did report attending these groups through the 6 months that the programs were intended to go. So 2.8 meetings per month, which is, you know, if it's 4 possible, that's we're pretty happy with that. So there is some sort of tread on what we were hoping people would do, and that they were talking to their people in their group outside of the specific meetings. And so then, what do we find the effects of mentorship are? So I'm going to show you more graphs like this, so let me walk through this first one. On the vertical axis is the effect that we're seeing, and that sort of 0 is the comparison to the control group, okay? And so then the squares are sort of the average effect, and the higher the better on, I think, all of the graphs that I'm about to show you, okay? So you could see in the blue are the cash-only groups, and then in red is combining all of the mentorship arms together, okay? So start with just the Ugandan sample, and if anything, getting mentorship, that's slightly lower. It's not statistically significant, but it's slightly lower. For refugees, it's slightly higher, but again, sort of null effects on average of adding this really significant mentorship arm that we invested a lot into. When we break it down instead by gender, we see that the red, the any mentorship box, is higher than the cash-only group, which is great. That's what we hoped for. But then we look at women who are really sort of the motivating factor of why we thought we might need to add something to the cash to make those effects more persistent. We see the opposite. We see that this is a statistically significant difference of mentorship was actually worse than just getting cash. So not worse than getting nothing. They were still able to translate the $540 into better outcomes than the group that hadn't received anything yet. But it was worse than just getting cash, and obviously also more expensive. Okay, so when we try to dive into what is happening here, first, let's start on the left, and again, sort of break down by nationality. We've got refugee mentors and Ugandan mentors. We split those apart, and it doesn't look like there's really any difference. So Ugandans who are mentored by refugees look about the same. Refugees who are mentored by Ugandans, maybe you thought that, you know, in learning more about the host communities would be a really sort of beneficial thing for refugees. Not really what we're seeing. But when we break down by gender, we see that the gender of the mentor seems to matter pretty significantly. So you can see that the black on the right 2 panels is the male mentor, and that's significantly higher than the cash-only group. But then when we look at the female mentors, that's lower than having a male mentor, okay? And about the same as the cash-only. For women, we see that having the male mentor is about the same as getting cash-only. And this negative effect is really coming from when women are mentoring other women. So that's probably your sort of base design of a lot of these mentorship programs, is to look within gender and say, okay, have women mentoring other women for many possible reasons. But our evidence suggests that that might be sort of worrying and actually have the opposite of the intended effects that we were going for. And again, this is just for profits that I'm showing this graph, but we see similar effects on the household well-being overall index we create using the basis of the RSRI that Carrie mentioned earlier. We see actually similar effects on household well-being that the profit differences translate that, so that women who are mentored by other women are actually seeing lower household well-being effects as well. It doesn't seem to be sort of a spurious result just from this one outcome. Similar to what we saw in Kenya, we saw sort of the largest impact from in the largest businesses for the cash grants. And we see, so from the cash alone, for the mentorship, we see sort of the really negative effects on women coming from possibly the largest businesses. So there's some sort of inability for these businesses to really grow, or something that may be transmitted around sort of lack of growth at the largest sort of scale. Whereas most of the businesses through the sort of 75th percentile, we're seeing sort of zero effects on average. Okay, so intended for expanding the networks. We see that men expand networks, but only through cash, not through the mentorship. And so again, sort of more purchase here on mentorship instead of on mentorship. And again, men are expanding mostly within their own nationalities. Last, I want to talk about social outcomes. So again, we were hoping that this sort of contact hypothesis would bring us a lot of like benefits for social cohesion. And we see that getting cash actually sort of changed people's opinions toward Ugandans' opinions toward refugees. All right, so that's the blue, the cash only. If you compare those to groups that were mixed nationality, you can see that the red is a little bit lower than the blue. So having some kind of exposure, certainly there's no evidence to say that that improved social cohesion. Not saying it harmed it, but just no evidence that it improved it. We see that most of these effects are actually coming from women. And then we also see sort of effects on policy views. Do Ugandans believe that refugees should have the right to work, should have freedom of movement? We again see that the really strong, exciting effects from the cash, and if anything, being exposed to mixed nationality groups sort of blunted those effects in, again, sort of the opposite way that we intended. And so why do we think that that happened? Well, so building on previous work that actually we did with a refugee-led organization, some of my co-authors and I, we've really isolated this effect of messaging. So when delivering the cash, we included a sort of intro script that was intended to highlight that this money was brought specifically because refugees, IRC is a humanitarian organization that is looking for places to serve refugees and host communities. That's different from just host communities knowing that refugees are getting the program, because they might perceive that they would get more of the program if refugees weren't there. And so we included that the IRC started the Rebuild program because refugees live here in Kampala, and we want refugees and Ugandans to benefit. Refugees and Ugandans are participating in this program, and in Uganda, more than 30% of foreign donations for refugees go to supporting Ugandans. So hosts remembered this, and they remembered that this money was coming through an organization that is looking to serve refugees and then hosts as well. And that changed their opinions toward refugees socially and sort of policy-wise in a much stronger way than intergroup contact did. And we've replicated this in other settings, not just in Rebuild, but in Kenya and the original study in Uganda with YARED, a fantastic refugee-led organization that I'm happy to also talk about. But to wrap up, we see large, exciting effects of cash, including on refugee women, different from the Kenya side, but obviously sort of more evidence is needed here. We see sort of marginally positive effects for the mentorship from men, and marginally negative effects on economic outcomes for women. And then just no evidence that this intergroup contact had any sort of economic or social benefits through the 12 months we're able to look at. And excited to dive into more of the questions. So thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
I know that was a huge task to ask this team here to run through those results like they have. So in case you don't, because you don't know them, the people who know them know that they have really shrunk and simplified this work. So thank you so much for doing that for all of us. I saw some nods and I saw a lot of frowning, especially when the component of women mentoring women was mentioned, yeah? So I do want us to go straight into the conversation. I'm sure there are people bubbling with some reflections, if not additional questions. And Rahul, I don't know what you'll say about the findings here, because you did speak very strongly of how mentorship is the key. So I do want my colleagues to help me to make sure we have microphones on the floor. And I want to welcome some hand raises. I see Anna's over there. All right, so I think we can start with Anna over here, and then I want the microphone to go over to that side. Irene, one for Anna over here. and then immediately in front of you, and then I saw some hands over there. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not go for the quick win of women mentoring women. But I wanted to challenge a little bit the interpretation of group one with like a few further, or research one with a few further questions, if you permit me. So particularly the interpretation about kind of the, you know, the curves of the women economic well-being. Did you also look at kind of the debt levels? And also, you know, how quickly debt repayment was taking place after the cash grant. And then B, but that's just kind of from our end, anecdotal evidence. But I wondered if you had time maybe to dig in more deep, because I'm sure you haven't showed us everything that you have done. What we found in terms of female entrepreneurship versus male entrepreneurship is that often the social pressure to help extended family networks is a pressure that often female entrepreneurs succumb stronger to. So suddenly, you know, there is another child that needs access to school and so forth and so forth. So we often see that the pattern doesn't go as quick. And sometimes it's also in correlation to actually how much funding you're releasing, right? Because the cash grants that we were seeing here were good cash grants, but maybe, you know, I just wonder if there was first a curve of kind of feeding into the social networks first that you might have seen, maybe observed anecdotally, because maybe, you know, like interpreting it as market access is obviously one pathway, but the other one could be also, they could be correlated factors. And then thirdly on that also kind of what was the distribution versus single female-headed households versus women integrated in household where maybe you had a secondary earner, you know, like kind of, I think that kind of composition also probably influences the household level spending with female micro entrepreneurs. So yeah, I'll stop here. I've got many more, but.
Thank you, Anna. What we'll do, we'll just do one round of maybe about 4 questions and then have those responded to so that you don't forget them. Then we can take one more round. There was this gentleman over here. And then Tina, can I ask you to take the microphone to that side? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to commend the presenters. My name is Patrick Okela. I'm Commissioner for Refugees in Uganda. I have the following issues to raise. In this study, what was the percentage of the likely risks accruing from this intervention, where really there was total failure? Then 2, in terms of targeting, what percentage of the participants constituted the youth in terms of the female youth and the male youth? The current population of refugees in Kampala is 154,000. Of this, a majority of them are coming from Eritrea. The second largest population is from Somalia. Now, in this study, which was the largest population of the refugees which participated? Under your recommendations in terms of sustainability, what are you recommending in order for us to sustain the interventions of this nature? And then in terms of the coverage of the study, where was this study concentrated? We have 5 divisions in Kampala, and some of the divisions have a very, very low number of refugees. And then lastly, in terms of the funding, what is your take on the $540 US? Was it significant enough to influence the outcomes of the study? And then why, if listening to you, it seems the components of mentorship did not have really a significant effect on women mentoring women, and men mentoring men. Why did it seem that persons of the same sex, in terms of mentorship, were not connecting very well. I submit.
Thank you. We'll take two more from that side.
My name is Rita Larok, and I work in Uganda. I work with ABSI Foundation. I just finished managing a 7-year activity, which had an RCT, had a graduation approach in it. And I was saddened to see the results of mentorship. I almost cried. Also because I was there in the morning and I could hear about coaching and mentorship as a very strong thing. And so my immediate question was, what was that mentorship looking like? And I could see 6 weeks, once a week. I come from a setting where we had 18 to 24 months of coaching, and with a structured curriculum that goes over a series of topics, from mental health, psychosocial, to cognitive development, to business mentorship, savings, everything, and to reinforcing training. And we did a study with Duke University, happy to share, where there were 3 main findings. Coaches matter, and coaches' demographics don't matter, which incidentally connects with the women. It doesn't matter whether you're female or male. What matters, the characteristics of a good coach that matter, are that they can be confidential and that they care about the participant enough to motivate a company. However, you need to provide skills to make sure that they can use the skills that they have to accompany and motivate. So you can recruit pretty much anybody, a boy, a girl from the community, as long as you provide them the skills, but they should have the preliminary confidentiality, trust-making. But a good coach matters, not a bad one. So once they don't have those 2 characteristics, I think you have a big problem. The comment I wanted to make also was on the networks. I just wanted to understand, what does it mean when you say mentor network? Because if the mentor networks make the results better, what does that mean, essentially? And then maybe just one last comment was on the period. How long? Is 12 months enough? Is it 18 months? Should we be looking at these results in the context of the period, the time, and a number of other questions that were asked around the cost, the variations? I think all those things might have to go into play. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate the researchers for their extensive work. And saying this, I do have, some basic questions. The first one is, I'm not clear with the methodology that you applied, especially while it comes to, data analysis. Did you use propensity score matching? And if so, what type of matching method did you apply? This is one. And the second one is, I think there are a lot of heterogeneity even within the control group. And how did you, ensure the absence of heterogeneity within that particular, especially having said this, the last one is, do you think that random in your case? And the last question I have for you is, there are different variables that are considered, especially when it comes to, the outcome variable and also the independent or explanatory variables. Did you make any sort of, operationalization before, before you undertake, the data collection? And how did you ensure the validity and the reliability of your data and your research findings? And will it be possible to conclude from the results that you have obtained about the total population, and what are the challenges that you have come up with, and what do you recommend also, you know, for further research? These are some of the issues which I would like to raise. And my name is Mogas. I came from Addis Ababa, Mayor's Office. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mogas. You know, these questions, I'm really hoping my co-presenters are capturing them. Those were questions within research questions within everything. Eh? So because I know that my timekeepers will start flashing cards at us, I would propose that Thomas, you take the question from Commissioner over there and from Rita, and then for Beatrice and Sana, we can respond to Mogas and also to the question from Anna. And maybe just trying to make it very succinct for now so that we can be able to take one last round of questions before we can be able to hand over to the next team. Thank you.
Great. Hi. Thank you all so much for the questions. These are fantastic points of feedback. So I will address the commissioner's questions here. So on targeting, so this is the demographic that we were targeting was 18 to 35 for the mentees, for the main sample of folks. Even split between Ugandans and refugees, and even between men and women. So 500 Ugandan men, 500 refugee women, like that. The largest population of refugees in our study was Congolese, but we had basically every nationality represented in these groups, so Somalis, Burundians, Rwandans, Eritreans, Ethiopians, South Sudanese, Sudanese, I think I got them all, that were sort of all included in the refugee group. Coverage, the divisions, I'm going to defer to Belinda or maybe some of our other. I know there were 3 out of the 5 that we worked in. I'm not going to give you the wrong information here. And was this funding significant enough? I mean, there's another study from Somalia actually that looks at different levels of funding and finds that actually sort of between $500 and $1,000 cash grants, they don't find significant differences between those two. So $500 seemed to do a lot in this context at this time. I think you could argue that more is better, but we don't really have the evidence to say one way or the other. But it seems like these are substantial effects on well-being from the $500 grant that we had. Why women mentoring women didn't work is sort of the million-dollar question that I'm interested in lots of different answers here. We can rule out a few things in terms of like taxation by the mentors, that they don't report paying anymore to sort of their mentors. They don't report, we don't see any differences in the sectors. You could imagine that maybe mentors, as Beatrice highlighted, push that women were more likely to be in some sectors relative to others, that maybe they sort of pushed businesses to just join those sectors that might have been less profitable. We don't see any evidence of that. So what we're exploring now is something around sort of transmission of norms, or maybe just that some of the mentors were sort of less profitable than some of the mentees eventually, and just didn't have sort of the right information to share. So that, but we're curious to sort of dive in. We've got another round of data collection coming to really explore this in more depth. Stay tuned. And then so Rita, I fully take your point in that sort of in other contexts, and to Raul's point earlier, I don't think the takeaway and sort of broad recommendation should be that mentorship in any context, in any sort of world or other intervention is not to be sort of done. This is one context at one time, and why I hesitate to make sort of broad sweeping statements about the world of livelihoods and refugees. So this was 6 months intervention, so longer than sort of 6 weeks, and we did a lot to sort of structure this with a handbook that's online. Happy to share that. And so, yeah, very curious to see your study that might help shed some light on ours. And then the question of, is 12 months enough to sort of see these effects? As I said, we've got a sort of 24-month round of surveys about to launch. So hope that we can see some of this stuff after 2 years that will give us, still not the long term, but maybe a little more the medium term. Thanks.
Can you hear me? Great. I'll maybe at a higher level address a couple of the questions, and then I'll pass it to Beatrice. So I think that just in terms of methods, we were using a randomized control trial, so not propensity matching. Like, we do randomly assign individuals in our sample to the different research arms. I guess the main thing that I want to say is that, and I totally take your point about could women have been benefiting in other ways, or could these resources have been going to other places? I think that, like, a very sort of difficult dance that we have to do with these studies is to have the surveys be comprehensive enough, but not to tax participants too much. And so in our case, the sort of trade-off we made was that we focused really on individual level data and not on household level data. So we don't actually have very good information on food consumption and things of that nature, where you would expect that some of this cash is definitely going, not just for refugee women, but I think more broadly. So there's some things that we do try to test in the data set that we do have, and I'll let Beatrice speak a little bit about that. But I think that's like just one of the limits that touches both on what you were saying, but also on another comment that we would love to look at other mentor characteristics that predict success, but we're limited by the data set that we have. Let me pass it to you, Beatrice.
Yeah, thank you, Sana. So, yeah, diving, I think, back into your question, and I think, so one reason why I think the sort of labor market also interpretation was one that was appealing to us is that it also is a strong difference between Kenyan women and refugee women in the sample, and both, Kenyan women and refugee women might be facing some of these similar gender dynamics at the household level or elsewhere, but Kenyan women do benefit from the program in ways that refugee women don't. So we were trying to also tease out things that will really separate these out. And I think also to Thomas' point, like, that's our finding is different from the Uganda context. And in the Uganda context, refugee women have much more open access to different employment and informal sectors like that. So I think that was something that was interesting for us in that hypothesis. But to some of your specific questions you asked, debt levels we do measure. So men have much higher debt levels than women in general. The program doesn't really significantly impact debt in one way or another. If I don't want to say something wrong, but off the top of my head, actually the mentorship arm induces some debt repayment that the cash arm doesn't alone. So mentorship helps with that repayment. Though I think whether that's good or bad, I think is a bit open to interpretation, right? Because taking on more debt might also be meaning investing more in your business. So this is ambivalent. Like, but we don't see something super striking patterns on this. In terms of the amount of cash, that's also a big difference between the two studies, right? The amount of cash was lesser in Kenya. So that, that's another, I think, interesting point. We don't have very comprehensive data on the household consumption, unfortunately. We see that in terms of household composition, for example, women in our sample have larger households than men in our sample, right? Which is obviously not necessarily representative of the general population, but it means that the kind of women that seek these programs have more childcare responsibilities, spend also more time on domestic work than men in these programs. So they definitely face more constraints from that perspective in the household level than men do. One thing I wanted to Yeah, but something I noted on the methods question, I think in terms of the validity of the measures, we try to use a lot of, existing modules from other sort of existing and proven sort of data collection methods. So, for example, we use our SRI that has been mentioned this morning. We measure, for example, time use. With very sort of standard time use modules, same for the kind of business. So we try to use kind of survey modules that have been sort of tested and proven in other contexts. But the representativeness with the larger population, I think, is a very important question, right? Because at the end of the day, the only thing we can see is people who were interested in this program to start with, to sign up for this, and what kind of effect this program has for people who are eligible and interested in this program, which are, in this context, people who are aspiring micro-entrepreneurs, right, who have some kind of business idea. That was one of the kind of recruitment criteria for both, I think, countries. So that's, that may or may not be representative of refugees as a whole, for example, in these countries. So that's one thing to keep in mind.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And this is a difficult one because there's a lot, I could see a lot of hands, but I'll have to limit it to just two from this side. Maybe Banshee, one there, and one from that table over there. Maybe we'll have it from this table. Banshee and the Lord Mayor.
I'll pass to the Mayor then. Thank you for a really interesting set of data. Just one question on motivation, yeah? So if I were a behavioral economist, I'd say, do the mentors have enough invested in this relationship to actually help the mentees come out much stronger? So usually mentorship programs are predicated on social responsibility, the mentors feeling social responsibility towards contributing to the betterment of somebody else. So there seems to be a very different incentive established here, with the mentors also getting some type of financial incentive. So is that a factor we should be looking at? So if I had a business owner of $1 million company mentoring a whole bunch of women, refugees or nationals, would the outcome be different? And I'm sure other sectors have looked at this, women leadership programs that really focus on really senior women paired with junior or mid-level. It's probably a different outcome than somebody who can become actually a competitor in the market. So yeah, if it might seem like, somebody with a $60 business mentoring somebody with a $34 business might seem a lot of a differentiation, but is it really do we have enough of an incentive for the mentors to ensure that competition not win out, but collaboration and passing on knowledge, yeah?
Thank you for the instructive presentation. My name is Rukwagerias, Lord Mayor, Kampala. I have just one concern from the policymaker point of view. 1, 2 things are missing. The commissioner here made quite a very interesting submission, but I'll pick out one thing about the coverage. Thomas, you see, Kampala has got wide coverage. It has got 5 divisions. And there are divisions where you find a high level of concentration of refugees. And we needed to get that critically, because as a policymaker, I need to understand where to put more emphasis and where do I need to fix 1, 2 little things. So I needed more clarity on that. Honestly, like he said, we have now a growing number of refugees. Previously, it has been 100,000. Now it's shooting up to 154. Those trends, we needed to understand what explains all this and so on and so forth. The second one is, the second and last is about the takeaways. I think it was Rita or somebody who raised this issue. Again, as a policymaker, I needed this to be highlighted in more succinct terms from the basis, because this is evidence-based policymaking kind of direction we want, approach we want. So I wanted that to be correlated, to be related to, connected to the policy direction which you guide us properly. How effective is the tool of mentorship? How do I appreciate it as one of the weapons I should use in addressing this question of integration? Because here the commissioner from Kenya, the Deputy Commissioner of War, talked about the policy shift from camps to integration. And for us, we are dealing with it on a daily basis in Kampala. Actually, ours is, there are no camps in Kampala. Once they get away from the camps, they get integrated into the communities. And we're more interested in those fine details of how we are managing this. And if I don't get a clear direction, succinct explanation of how effective this tool of mentorship is in influencing this policy direction, there's something that is missing. So if you could help us fine-tune it to get to understand how best it can help us, because we are designing our urban refugee policy and mainstreaming refugee programs in our budgeting systems and institutionalizing everything. So it would help guide our policy direction. So I am much interested in that. I hope I'm clear. Thank you.
So much, Lord Mayor. I think I saw a lot of nods when he said, guide us properly. And I'll take that cue, and I would want Thomas and Sana to speak more on what key policy takeaways. I know we're still exploring the data, but what can this team here do as they
Belinda,
leave this place?
may I interject just one more hand here? A very fair interjection.
Fair interjection. Timekeepers, please bear with Mohammed. He's already holding the microphone, and then I'll proceed.
Thank you so much. It's a quick question. Because the research is important to informing policies, I just want to ask, sometimes we can get caught up in the nitty-gritty and lose sight of the bigger picture. And my question is, I saw as a motivation for both of the studies, this idea that micro-entrepreneurship as a viable alternative for formal employment. And I'm wondering, based on what? This is where we were 15 years ago, but in light of the policy changes in Kenya and Uganda, where we have the right to work, at what point do we start confronting these assumptions? And do we consider other forms of refugee engagement beyond this entrepreneurship model that is being pushed? And then also, do the current incentive structures allow us to actually think outside the system? Or is this a loop that's just going around here?
Thank you so much, Irene. I know that you're being beckoned to pick more hands, but we're going to continue with this conversation in the next session. So I wanted to go back and ask Thomas and Anna to speak to the question around, there was a question around actually from Lord Mayor around how to, the key takeaways that can be brought out from a policy perspective to the extent that our data enables us to speak to those, yeah? And then I wanted to hear from Beatrice around the incentives as well as the competition factor, because I know we spoke about the elements of competition, and would that actually deter mentors from sharing information if that's something that has come out through in terms of how that has been structured, yeah? And then I'll take it, but maybe for as Sana and Thomas, you speak about the policy outputs. Speak to Mohammed's question around, are there other ways that we can actually have better economic outcomes for refugees beyond the micro, small business levels that we have been speaking to? As you prepare for that, I wanted to respond to Commissioner and Lord Mayor's question around the areas in Kampala that we focused on. The Rebuild program has predominantly worked in 3 divisions that were inspired by a needs assessment that we ran in 2020 that showed us the populations, the highest populations of refugee within the Kampala city. And those ones were Rubaga, Makindye, and central. So that is where the study had been concentrated, and it was really predominantly because of the high population of refugees at that time. Yeah, but as we continue with Rebuild in this year and next year, we've actually expanded. We are following refugee populations where they go, so we'll be able to share more of this information and details with you. Yeah, so I'll hand it over to, I don't know who wants to go first, Sana?
I'm going to touch on all three questions, if that's okay, but I'll be fast. I want to touch on the mentorship question because as a social psychologist, I loved this question. And so all the evidence that we have, all the rigorous evidence that we have on mentorship is all based on informal mentoring relationships. And there's and I'm not just talking about the development space or economic, and one sort of key thing there is that these relationships work because there is self-selection in these relationships. And so here, actually, our second mentorship arm for the Kenya side was actually trying to fully take that into consideration and build some of that sort of trust and confidence in the relationship before people embarked on it. I can't say that we were successful because we actually don't see a differentiation, but in the early stages, in our first round of data collection, we do see some differentiation. So I think there is merit, there's a lot of merit, I think, to this point and this argument, and I think that it should certainly be the subject of future research, but it's a point really well taken. On the question about, are we just going to be in an endless loop of microfinance, like microenterprise, I think that it's really, I think this is exactly the space where it's important to have multiple stakeholders in the room when these programs are being structured and discussed and designed, because I think that there's a very sort of, and also in terms of like what are the research methodologies that are applied, because like I think for the longest time there was this sense that microenterprise is really the only option that we can pursue in these kinds of settings, and so okay, let's focus in on that and really try to understand what's working there. The data from our study does not suggest, that is the best viable option for everybody, right? Like we clearly see that there's heterogeneous results, and we see that some people really thrive, and other people don't even start a business to start off, so like they're not interested. And so I'm not saying that they didn't use the cash in other meaningful ways to like sustain their families or increase consumption, but it's not for business outcomes. So I do think that there needs to be an expansion of labor market opportunities for these populations. And on the research side and the implementation side, I think it's our responsibility to be able to differentiate between these populations when we're targeting, which I don't think that we have a handle on right now. But a good start would be to ask people. So that's an option. So in terms of like policy recommendations, like I think that the strongest results that we see, and I'm curious to hear what others suggest, the strongest results we see are for cash and really trying to understand like the targeting of these programs, and then really for business related programs, really investing in people who have the potential for high returns, and considering other options for different populations. So I think that really if or I guess my one takeaway, you should have whichever takeaway you think is best, but my one takeaway from the Kenya side is thinking more clearly about what's the best way for us to differentiate between the individuals in our sample and the population writ large who really want to invest in the in microenterprise versus those who would be better served by other policies.
I'm going to make Belinda happy and be very quick answering just one question, adding to what Sana said about the question on kind of micro-entrepreneurship being sort of the one-size-fits-all solution that has been often proposed. I think our study starts kind of challenging, or the results at least, which was not necessarily what we were posing at the start, right? But the results, I think, go in the direction of maybe challenging that assumption, especially in contexts where microentrepreneurship is sort of the only option, right? When it's not really a choice, then it may not be really what helps people thrive. So I think that's something that is a little bit my main takeaway there as well.
Great. Thank you all again so much for the questions. I'm first going to take Banshi's question because I alluded to this, but thank you so much for setting up. So I mentioned the lotteries that we did, and it was specifically designed to get at this. So half of the mentorship groups had an individual level lottery, where if you had an open business, you were entered into a lottery and could get a bonus on top of that. The other half of the groups, in order to directly address this question and a few other things, had a group level incentive so that the mentors were specifically had a stake in the other, in their whole group. And so if my mentee had an open business, then I was entered into the lottery for that person. And so I had the potential to win more money based on this. So it was a financial incentive tied to just the openness. So whether the business was open, not in terms of profits, because that was going to be too difficult to measure, but to get at some of the competition worries, as well as trying to bring, if people have a sort of shared stake in an outcome, maybe they'll invest more, especially across sort of these different demographic lines that we're bringing together. Unfortunately, again, we don't see very many differences from this, so maybe that suggests that competition is not necessarily sort of a mechanism driving some of these effects. It might rule that out, but it doesn't necessarily suggest other reasons why the mentorship didn't have the effects that we hoped for. But thanks a lot for that question. So then let me take Mohammed's question next on micro-entrepreneurs alternatives. So you all are stuck with me presenting again this afternoon, for better or for worse. And so I'm going to go through the evidence in a little more detail. But one takeaway from that when we were first designing some of this is that the space for interventions is a lot more promising on self-employment than it is on formal employment. So even if we think of formal employment as like the goal, as we really, really, really want to impact that, the evidence suggests that that's a much, much harder sort of nut to crack. And so no matter what our sort of end goal is, like if we're thinking in terms of cost effectiveness of where our interventions are most likely to have a tangible impact on people's lives, at least so what we've seen across sort of low and middle income countries so far through randomized controlled trials is much more promising in terms of self-employment outcomes than it is in terms of formal employment outcomes. So I'll get into that in more detail, but point fully taken, and I'm excited to continue the discussion. And then to Lord Mayor's point around sort of takeaway, like broader takeaways. So that sort of talk later this afternoon will try to generalize more around sort of what we know and what we don't know in the space of livelihoods. I think we all as researchers sort of hesitate to generalize too much from one study to even different points in time, much less sort of other contexts and things like that. You could see some of the differences in results that we got just at the same time with very similar populations and implementing partners that we saw sort of different things, and so context can clearly matter and things like that. So I think it's helpful to look at the evidence. This is one piece of a much larger puzzle of what that evidence is that I'll try to sort of wrap up more this afternoon. But if you put me on the spot and said, you now have X number of dollars that you need to allocate to a program tomorrow, I would be much more excited about programs that combined cash and messaging and really sort of targeted resources that way. Maybe sort of somewhat different from the Kenya side's interpretation. I'm not like the targeting. I don't know that I would necessarily target the highest return entrepreneurs, but we can talk about that more in detail as well. And that mentorship, if we're going to continue doing it, one of my wider messages is to continue the research on it and see if there's some tweaks, combine other studies like the one Rita was mentioning, to think about where it works and where it doesn't, and not be afraid to report the times when we think it doesn't work, and so to learn from that as well as the times we think it doesn't. So I think that the cash plus messaging would be sort of where I would put the bulk of my resources, and then sort of experiment on the margin with other programs that we think might be able to add to that. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I'll pick it up from that line of saying that we should not be afraid to say when things don't work, even when we're going against what literature and what is already existing in the field. So I know that when we went into the randomized controlled trials, we were hoping for certain types of results, but we came out with very interesting, and I beg to say thought-provoking, right? So, and the commitment to research is to always share what you're finding and to be able to have a dialogue around that and interrogate it some more. So stay tuned to more products coming from the Rebuild research pieces. So we'll be speaking more, some more exploration of data. I know that's going on, and an extra round of data, at least in Uganda, so stay tuned. Otherwise, so much to discuss, such little time. I had so many hands up, including our virtual audience. We didn't get to take a question from them, but worry not, we are still within the first theme of the symposium, which is access to finance and micro enterprises. So my colleague Rufus, who's picking up, you have a lot to continue with, and many other hands. So please be patient, we can continue with the conversation on that front, yeah? But I did want to say thank you so much, Sana, Beatrice, and Thomas, not just for the presentation here, for traveling all the way, but for 3.5 years of a lot of work, yeah? So thank you so much, and thank you for being such a good audience and all the questions, yeah? Thank you. Rufus, I'd invite you over together with your panel. And I'd still see some people trying to wave at me. We will have lunch. Please make sure you're seated at the tables where the researchers who are here you will be. And I don't know how you'll split yourself, because even the next coming presentations are interesting, so you might want to start planning your lunch table arrangements. Thank you. Rufus, over to you.
All right, a very good afternoon. We have the very difficult task because we are just the panel that is between you and your lunch. But we'll do our best to be able then to make this as short, sweet, but also very enriching in that regard. As I'm welcoming my panel, so please do come along. I have Yazan Abdallah, who's the head of Technical and Innovation Unit with UNHCR Ethiopia. So please welcome sir. And then the next person that I'm going to invite is Jack Makau, who's the Associate Director of Slum Dwellers International, Kenya. He's the man with the coolest hair in the room. So please welcome, sir. Good to have you here. And next, we do have Mr. Rohin Otieno, who is from Inkomoko, but for those that are from Kigali, we say Ihomoko. He is the Regional Director of Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning. And last but not least, and it's my pleasure to invite the only lady on the panel, which is actually very good. I was very scared. I told the organizers, IRC, from the beginning, I do not want to moderate a manel, so we definitely must have ladies in the panel. Dr. Caitlin Starrich, who is a Senior Research Fellow for the Humanitarian Policy Group. Let's give a round of applause for them. Great, great. As you've heard, my name is Rufus Karanja, and I work with the Embassy of Switzerland here in Kenya. I am a National Program Advisor with the Switzerland Development Corporation. I cover Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia. And it's a great pleasure, and many thanks to the IRC colleagues for being able to invite us to be able to have a conversation. And because we have been sitting for a while, and because we are just between you and your lunch, I want you to help me to do something. I want you all to stand up for just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. And this is what I want you to do, because we are going to have a roller coaster of a conversation, and I'm preparing you for the next couple of minutes that we have. I want you to help me spell the word coconut. We all know coconut, but we spell it with our bodies. Is that okay? Let me see if you did your ABCs. How do you spell coconut? We say C? No, oh, I see some people already doing it, but I wanted you to first of all say it. So I'll show you then. So we start on my left, or your left. So we go C. You have to say it after me. C. C. Then O. O. And then right C. C. O. O. N. U. U. T. T. You're good students. Now, because you're from the humanitarian, I want to see those who did their security training. So I want us to use their security call, right? What does C stand for? Let me use the mic, because I can see that some of you cannot hear me. C stands for Charlie, right? And then O stands for? Oscar. And then C, Charlie. And then Oscar. And then N for November. And then U for uniform or whatever, or umbrella. And T for Tango. Okay? So we use those codes to be able then to do it quickly. So you repeat after me. Charlie.
Charlie.
Oscar. Charlie. Oscar. November. Umbrella. Tango. Clap hands for yourselves. Okay. Good. Now that we have gotten that out of the way, we have a very inspiring panel, and I'm very much honored to be able to help lead the conversation for us. Thank you very much. I'll definitely need that at some point. So just a couple of things to be able then to start off the conversation. As I'd said, we have 4 paper presentations covering Kenya and also Ethiopia. We don't have on this panel Uganda, but definitely in the questions you can definitely have some reflections around it. And so the way we are going to do it in terms of the format, we begin by the 4 presentations. I'm looking at them now because I need to negotiate that at least we stick to about 10 minutes. If you can be able, just key highlights, what your paper was about, what are the key findings, and of course on the policy recommendations, because that is what will help us then to get into the discussion that we will be just before lunch. So we do first the paper presentation, and then we go into the discussion. But just to be able to situate, and again, really going back to the conversation that has already been had, so it's very good to come at this panel because a lot of things have been able to be already said. Why do we have to talk about access to finance? Why do we talk about access to finance for forcibly displaced persons? And of course, the access, or how do we support micro enterprises? I think 2 things, and which have already been said without overstating them. Access to finance is crucial for enabling entrepreneurship, or enabling refugee and host community entrepreneurs to be able to access opportunities, and also for them it's essential for them in terms of self-reliance and ability to be able to contribute to the local economies. And I think from all the countries that are represented here, whether Uganda, whether Ethiopia, whether Kenya, where you host large numbers of refugees, you've been able to actually see the contribution that refugees or forcibly displaced persons are able to make. I think the other important thing that has also been said very much is that with the right support in terms of the access to financial inclusion for refugees, does help them to be able then to have bankable businesses and of course profits for those in terms of being attractive for commercial lending. But I wanted to be able then to, even before they can be able to present what they have for us today, is of course to go back to what Mohammed really spurred up this morning. And that's the question that I want us to be thinking more and more in terms of how do we dismantle the system of othering in terms of our livelihood programs. And I think Rahul also mentioned something that would be important for us to still bring back into this conversation. How do we strengthen the linkages between the informal and the formal banking institutions or banking services when we are talking about the population that we are looking at, whether it's the refugees as well as host communities. So those will be kind of framing questions that we want to bring back and see whether from your papers you can be able then to bring it back to us. So the first person I want to bring on board is Mr. Yazan Abdallah, who is the head of technical and innovation unit with UNHCR. His paper is actually an endline performance evaluation of phase 3 of the IKEA Foundation Livelihoods, Energy and Environment project, which was conducted among the Somali refugees and host communities in Ethiopia. He will tell us a little bit more. Please keep it to 10 minutes. And then in terms of just the key highlights, the findings, and also the recommendations. Welcome, Mr. Yazan.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the guests, for your excellencies. I don't know how I will make it within only 10 minutes. I will try my best. So I will try my best to give a story here. It's not just a presentation. I will try my best to travel with you from where I work over the last 4 years. It's basically southeast of Ethiopia at a location called Milkadida sub-office. It's bordering both Kenya and Somalia, and it's actually a very, very remote area. You don't have proper roads, you don't have telecommunication, you don't have energy, you don't have access to finances, and only because of IKEA Foundation and the government of Ethiopia, we've managed to advance the situation and to make it better. So this presentation will tell you about this area. We will dive a little bit more about the third phase, which is the results and the recommendation comes out within this presentation. And finally, we will talk about what is linked to this event, which basically how it will affect the policymakers and how we can give some keynotes and recommendations. Let me start by just showing you the map. We have 5 refugee camps, around 215,000 refugees, and this is the second biggest operation within Ethiopia. So this is a lot of refugees, most of them coming from Somalia. I can say even 99%. The rest maybe from Yemen. And also we have a large host community within very small districts. So it's distant places, but within the same area of operation. We are talking about almost 300,000 Ethiopians. This area, like I just mentioned, we don't have a lot of governmental services within. So even when we talk about all of those services we will talk about here and within the IKEA project, all those services included both host and refugee population. When the emergency started already, it started, I can say, around 2009. And after that, IKEA started helping us on a phased approach. The first phase basically focused on the emergency relief. The second one focused heavily on the assets. I will just say a quick fun fact. Those 4 phases budget was around $100 million. So with all those investments all over the years from 2012 until today, it was a large investment, but at the same time, the area is already deprived. So some of the, let me say, results you will see compared to the finance, some of you may ask some questions, which is legitimate, but we will be able to answer those ones. Allow me to just talk a little bit about the end-year result phase 3 and why we will talk about it this time. We've managed to have 54 cooperative groups from both refugee and host members. Those cooperatives are providing electricity for customers and they are collecting fees. Those cooperatives are farming lands, 1,000 hectares of lands. They are working on livestock, let me say, businesses. Different type of businesses goes from construction to education to all those businesses. Within this presentation, we will talk basically, if you allow me, we will talk basically about the objectives to assess the progress towards the sustainability, also the scope, which I just mentioned, and finally, based on what standards. We took the standards from the OECD and focusing on the relevance, coherence, effectiveness, efficiency, and sustainability. Now, since the, let me say, the theme of this session about financial inclusion, SOMEL stands for Sub-Office of Melkadida, we managed through the years from 2019 until now to facilitate more and more step-by-step financial inclusion and financial services. Currently, we have access to savings, so both refugees and host community members through the cooperatives, they have accounts in the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia or other banks, and to surprise for some, some of them have saving up to 2 million ETB. 2 million is around 20,000 US dollar. Access to credits, they have access to credits and loans. They have digital services through different services within the region, and even different type of development of the capacity and trainings were already conducted. I will not talk about all of the outputs and achievements through outputs and outcome levels, but I will just focus on some. For example, access to renewable energy. We have, from those cooperative members, 88% of them have access to renewable energy and electricity within their households and within their shops. Access to local government institutions. So before the project itself, it was a bit difficult, And one of the, actually, the recommendations we will mention later, also increased in savings and improved in food security. All of those were already assessed and mentioned in the end-line evaluation. So what are the key findings? Thank you. What are the key findings? We can basically talk about how all of this project was in line with the federal government pledges already made in 2016 under the Global Refugee Forum, but also several pledges were made. Basically, some pledges for energy, for access to land, access to work. So everything within this project is in line with the policy. We've seen already increased in productivity. And let me just mention this very interesting point. The Somali region in Ethiopia, a couple of years ago, was one of the most unstable regions. I will not say just because of IKEA's foundation and the government, but basically because of the commitment of the cooperatives, both refugee and host. Now it is like relatively one of the safest regions. So this is a clear sign that when you inject funds towards, let me say, mixed groups from both refugee and host, it will heavily affect and increase the social cohesion. Let me just move to the next slide. We seen already in the evaluation that the assets improved for the households, basically for those cooperative members. Also, female members already saved more money, but faced some barriers basically because of the financial literacy. Both cooperative and household incomes rose, and we have dashboards to regularly monitor those ones, and we see the increment. It doesn't mean that there were no challenges, we will come, but those are some of the main findings. Now, some recommendations on a high level, if we can say. The first one is to include within the plan itself a strategic transitional plan. How and why this is important. For example, a biggest component of this IKEA project is basically the agricultural businesses. And it's a lot of assets. We have, like what you can see in the picture, a lot of water canals, over 9 irrigation schemes, a lot of water pumps, a lot of check dams, etc., etc. So if you want those assets to be kept on and sustained, you need a transitional plan. And actually, this recommendation comes directly with what we are currently working at the area, and we will mention it later. Also, government and local partnerships. We can't thank enough the Ethiopian government. Without them, and our colleagues here from RRS are there, they are very cooperative. We discuss always together, which means that at the design stage, we always have a common understanding and common goals. And finally, is to always inform broader audience, which is what we are doing currently. I will try to, let me say, summarize as much as I can what kind of implications we had on both policy, practice, and research. The first one about policy. We had a critical issue in membership retention. This is a critical issue, and it can be seen even when we will talk later about the research implications, about the response rate. It was very low. It was very hard to track even the cooperative members. So this is one of the first ones. The second one is gender disparities in the financial services. So we need to do a bit more. And finally, about the improve the data management, and we will talk about it a bit later. The practice implications. Maybe one of the key recommendations from this study, and sorry, I didn't mention that Tango did the study with collaboration with UNHCR. So the most important one was the sustainability plans for all those cooperatives, all those businesses. We've started with some of those cooperatives to have sustainable plans, but not all of them yet. So this is one of the things we are taking from the research or from the endline evaluation. And one of the things that we wanted to highlight about the transitional plans, we have currently a pilot of 5 years between IFC, the financial arm of the World Bank, also with IKEA Foundation and the government of Ethiopia, with UNHCR as a facilitator, that all of those agricultural cooperatives, the farmers, will become a union in order to be really productive, and then they will be able to sustain their businesses. So now this is one of the transitional plans we already did. And if I have some more minutes, I want to talk about the refugee, Melkadida Refugee Compact. I don't know if you heard about it or not, but last year, the end of the last year, like some colleagues mentioned about the Global Refugee Forum, it was a big event, and within that Global Refugee Forum, we had a linked event to launch the Melkadida Refugee Compact. UNHCR and the government of Ethiopia launched it, represented by the deputy of the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And this is, I think, maybe one of the most innovative proposals across the humanitarian world, where we, as UNHCR and the government of Ethiopia, represented by RRS, we've managed to cost how much it will cost the development agencies to make sure that this area is well developed under 4 sectors: land, energy or electricity, water, and finally health and education. 1 minute? Okay. So finally, about the research implications, further exploration about the gender dynamics and how we can improve on that. The sustainability, we've talked about it, but it needs more research and more focus. And finally, about the methodology itself, because like what we've mentioned about the very low response rate, and it's very difficult to track some of the cooperative members. It took a lot of time to do that. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks a lot, Yazan. Lots of insights there, and I'm sure we can be able to come back again to be able to have much more insights. Mr. Jack Macau, his paper is it's actually a quote from one of the respondents on a study that was done here in Nairobi. I would rather pay for the tea, meaning bribes, and refugee livelihoods in Nairobi. As I'd mentioned, Mr. Macau comes from the Slum Dwellers International, and he has over 22 years within the organization, really looking at informal settlement mapping processes, and he will go a little bit into depth on that. Welcome, Mr. Macau.
Thank you, Rufus, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, C and the Rebuild Network for inviting us. It's an honor for us. And there we go. It's my time to get a stiff neck. So this research, all right. Yeah, let me stand here. I think it might be easier. So this research was undertaken by a consortium, and this consortium was led by the Nairobi County government. It had SDI, where I work. It also had the International Institute of Environment and Development in London, IIED. and what we set out to do, we set out to find out if there are economic penalties on refugees trying to run businesses in Nairobi. We did the research between February and March this year, and the context of this was we hoped it was going to inform refugee strategy that the county was making up at the time, and I think is now approaching completion. The research looked at or interviewed through a questionnaire 500 refugees from across the region and 250 Kenyans in the same area. We went to 4 neighborhoods in Nairobi, and the neighborhoods were Dagoretti, Kamkunji, Kasarani, Roysambu. The Kenyans may be aware of them. The distribution, as I said, roughly 500 refugees, 200 host businesses. And one of the things we tried to establish is what are the incomes. And these are the incomes. I won't run through the whole chart, but for the hosts, females were making on average per month about 34,000 Kenya shillings. Refugee females were making 23,000 shillings. The ratio for men was similar. So the average hourly income reflects that income. We looked at how well the different businesses were performing. There was some difference. The ones that were performing the biggest gap, which is the yellow in the middle, is the businesses that were performing well. 59% of the businesses we reviewed for hosts were doing well, and 54% of the refugee businesses were doing well. The ratios across other categories, not doing very well, doing excellent, were almost similar. We looked at their documentation and business permits. We found most of the refugees that we interviewed had some sort of documentation. It really varied. There were refugee documents, there were asylum documents, there were camp documents, there were alien cards. A few had urban mandates. It spoke to the need to be sensitive to the different documentations that refugees had. Then we looked at permits from the city, and we found almost similar ratios. The number of hosts with all the permits and the number of refugees with appropriate permits. The host communities had a few more, but there was a difference. But it was an interesting finding. Then we looked at bribes and informal fees. And it was very generous of the county to accept to do this. And I will speak about that model as we move. We move ahead, did I? Yeah, and I don't know whether I jumped something or here. There we go. Yeah, so we looked at how much hosts were paying and how much refugees or migrants were paying. Across the board, it was accepted that everyone was paying something. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it's a reality. Migrants seem to be paying a little bit more. I think 18% were saying no, and 28% of the hosts who are saying they are not paying some informal fee for something. We looked at the amounts, and we thought maybe the sample size needed to be bigger for us to get a good picture of the amounts, but it seemed the Burundi and Congo migrants had found a way to pay less than the Kenyans, and the Somali and Rwandans were paying more. But those were the figures. If you cannot see, I am sure they will share the presentation with you, and you get the figures. We looked at arrests and the costs of arrests. I jumped a little bit, and again, what surprised us is, in general, 2 out of 3 of all the people that we interviewed said they had been arrested in the last year. This is around their business. The migrants seem to have been arrested a bit more than the Kenyans. And then we looked at the amounts of bail paid. Now, we were not sure whether this was described as bail was an informal fee or it was formal, but it seemed that the refugees were paying also a bit more. But it was described to us as bail. So there are a lot of other figures that we collected and that would be available. Our general finding was this, is that yes, there is a penalty on migrants doing business in Nairobi, but the data also tells us that the Kenyans, the host communities, also have obstacles and barriers to doing business. And our thinking, and I don't know whether to call it a recommendation, was if we start to address the issues facing the migrants, the impacts will be positive both for the Kenyans and for the migrants. I think the research just confirmed to us that there's a challenge. It might be a bit more punitive for migrants, but if it is addressed, it benefits everyone. 2 minutes. I'm almost done. That may be very small. Had been asked to talk about recommendations, and I changed them to policy gains. And the policy gain here is that this research was owned by the Nairobi County. A lot of the work was done by the county. A lot of the design of the research, all of the data collection, all of the selection of enumerators, and then enumerators were both Kenyan and migrants. A lot of the data entry, and us professional civil society provided some technical analysis, some financial support, and so on. And I think it's an interesting model. The outcome is that this is research that is owned by the Nairobi County. And I think Director Ngare may be here, he oversaw us. And we looked at it as a model to do research that is owned and executed. And surprisingly, the capacity is there in I think, our city governments, our national governments. So it's a model that we can explore. The second model, the second policy gain, and I think coming out of that model was certain recommendations went straight into the refugee strategy. One, there was the idea that the county will recognize the different kinds of migrant documentation to enable business registration. The second one is as they develop markets, there will be a quota provided for migrants. It might be 5%, I don't know what the percentage will be, but there will be a quota for migrants in markets. The third thing is with their ongoing entrepreneurship and business support programs, there will also be a quota provided for migrants. And then it will inform sensitization of the inspectorate that often regulate businesses and are often associated with those informal costs. So we thought that was a big policy gain. And I thought I'll just end with this from one of the Burundian refugees, a quote that they gave us, and I'll read it out for you. He said, what I know is once a police officer or kanjo arrests, kanjo means council. It's a slang for council over here. Or kanjo arrests you. When they find out that you are not a Kenyan citizen, they will take advantage of you. They will harass you, and there's nothing that you can do because you're not a citizen. So just something for us to reflect. And I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jack, and that's also a very good example of what a piece of research can do in terms of also translation into actual strategy, because indeed the Nairobi County government is currently working on an integrated integration strategy for refugees here in the urban area. So many thanks, and I'm sure there'll be a couple of questions when we get into that. So we'll move swiftly to Mr. Rohim, from the in Homoko. His paper, or collectively with the colleagues, is on scaling refugee-owned MSMEs, assessing effects of targeted capacity building and inclusive financing on livelihoods in Kakuma, Kenya. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Rufus, and to the organizers of this event. I think this is a timely conversation, and when Inkomoko was, so the call for papers, we were intrigued, we were excited, because we have volumes of data in our repository. And what we wanted to do is to be able to identify that which speaks to the theme. It's now over 10 years, 12 years of operations. We started in Rwanda, came into Kenya, Ethiopia, now in South Sudan, and we are scaling up in Chad. And we've served so far, over the decade, over 60,000 clients. And as we talk about this evidence that we have here, this is just a portion of that which we'll want to share. And to bring it much more to context is we do not want to, I know we've been bombarded with numbers. You know, when you present after an RCT, you expect to see beautiful graphs and to see whether we can draw population parameters from the sample statistic. But we'll not go that route. We'll go the story route, so that then we all digest the volumes of data that we've analyzed out of this. So if I proceed on, I will want to draw your attention to this one client that we served back in 2020, 2021. And we did some data collection pre and post intervention, which included gathering data at baseline and following that up with an end line. And it's a picture of the reality of the work we do at Inkomoko. Every cohort, we have that kind of data where we compare pre-intervention, post-intervention, and we follow through the journey of the client, even beyond program implementation. And so meet Sisra. Sisra is a refugee who came to Kenya, Kakuma refugee camp in 2013. She was an enterprising lady, but unfortunately because of her realities, she found herself in Kenya. She came from Sudan, And now she's hosted in the Kakuma refugee camp. Now, her children are seated next to her in 2020, and she's making tea in the evening. And she's wondering, oh my, I have 3 children and a husband, but I cannot ascertain the future of my children. I cannot ascertain whether they'll be able to go to school now that they're here. I cannot ascertain whether they'll be able to get health care that they deserve. I cannot ascertain whether they'll be able to have a prosperous life post her existence. And she's wondering and taking tea while her children are seated next to her old sewing machine. I mean, not that one. There's a sewing machine there because she's a tailor, but she's seated next to, the children are seated next to her old sewing machine that she was able to carry from home in Sudan when she was coming to Kenya for refuge. And she's wondering, okay, how do I create a future that is sustainable? And as the children sing a song around the sewing machine, she's in a dilemma. And as she takes the tea, serves the tea, she sees one of the brochures from Nkomoko that talks about the services we offer, the training we provide, the consulting mentoring approach that we use, which is targeted and tailored to her needs. And then she moves ahead to see, oh, we also provide affordable financing for refugees like her. And so she's wondering, as she looks at her children and as she looks at the tea and as she looks at the brochure, what is her next step? The children are not sure about all these things that are going through her mother's mind, but she is engaged in a lot of dialogue in her mind. So over the next few weeks, she takes a broad step and attends one of the sessions that Nkomoko is offering. And she joins the cohort in 2020. And she goes through a 6-month training process. She is trained on business practices that are useful for her business to be able to thrive. The small business that she had and the small sewing machine now begins to take fruition in her mind. She's beginning to see the reality that she can be able to set up a viable business in the refugee camp. And part of it is she now understands the need to begin saving, the need to start separating savings from personal savings and to set up a bank account for herself. And through the training, she's also beginning to understand financial management practices and bookkeeping practices in her business. And so as she graduates after 6 months of support, we then follow up with targeted, tailored advisory support. Underline, targeted, tailored advisory support linked directly to her business. And so she discovers, oh, I need certain things in my business. I still have the skills to sew or to make good garments. I still have contacts from where I came from, and also she has established contacts in Kenya where she can get inputs for her materials to be able to sew the clothes and be able to sell the clothes. But now she is stuck. She has the skills, she has the business practices. She's beginning to see a chance in trying again this business in Kenya with the hope that her children will come out of poverty someday. And she'll be able to say she will hand over this business to her daughter, who also seems to be interested in sewing. But she's not able to access certain things which are critical, which is mostly capital. So as Sisra begins her journey, continues her journey, the capital becomes a challenge. She understands the practices, she understands the knowledge, she understands the skills that are needed to run a business, but capital becomes a challenge. Then she, through the process, she's able to gain low-cost financing. She's able to boost her business. She puts that sewing machine on the side and gets 2 more good sewing machines because Nkomoko has provided her with some direct funding linked to her investment plan. So it is targeted funding linked to her investment fund as a result of the consulting support she has received. So she invests in a new sewing machine and discovers, oh, now I can be able to actually do a dress end-to-end, the kitenge that we were talking about in the morning. So she's able to do it. And in the next coming weeks, she's beginning to produce some clothes. Now, her biggest worry is, can I be able to sell out of camp? Now, the challenge of refugee identification, which someone said, why call it a refugee work permit? It is just a work permit. It's just a permit, right? So she discovers, oh my permit does not allow me to sell my things out of my camp, so I need to find a way to move. And over time, one or two things happen in her ecosystem. She's able to engage broader markets outside through what we also do at Inkomoko, which is really providing market access and linkages through our interventions. So through the trainings that she gets, she's also connected to partners who are able to begin sourcing her produce. And she's able to expand her market outside of that. But she still has more obstacles. The legal, the legislative, regulatory mechanism in Kenya still is barring, but she's growing her business. She's now moving from just taking tea without something on the side. She's now able to ascertain that she will take tea, something on the side, and also give lunch to her children, because now she has a business that is thriving, though not to the level that it should thrive. However, as her business thrives, she discovers, and just a correction there, those numbers are correct, but where we have a month, put year. It's an annualized growth. So we experience from the cohort that CISRA is in, there is overall annual revenue growth from the businesses that we gave financing and the training and the targeted consulting support to be able to grow her business. So her business is growing now. She's getting around 550 USD additional revenue growth in her business, which is something tangible that is able to help her reinvest back into her business, but also ascertain some meaningful livelihood for her 3 children, who now are growing and are looking forward to be able to begin inheriting her mom's property. And as she moves on, she's able to get her expenses increased because now she has something much more in the pocket. However, we notice from her cohort that job creation is not something that will be achieved in a year. In fact, from my Inkomoko experiences, it takes between 1 to 2 years to make a meaningful job. And so the jobs number lag a bit, but her revenue is growing, but she is on the pathway to creating a sustainable business. However, when we look at the data in much more deeper context, we discover that from the cohort that she joined, the female clients whom we serve, the refugee clients, have less disproportionate ability to be able to access financing, which means they need a bit more tailored support for the women refugees to be able to access financing. And here at the national level, for the policy makers in the room who want to be able to make CISRA's business grow beyond what it is now, there is need to ease regulatory barriers to enable CISRA and her other peers to ensure that they access financial services. Things like refugee IDs need to be made things that are, recognized, for example, in the formal financial system, so that after she is able to pay back the affordable financing from Inkomoko, she's able to get a bigger grant, a bigger loan to expand her, because we have limits to which we can go in terms of financing at Inkomoko. Then the other key thing is she has been able to repay her loan. And did you know from Inkomoko experiences, the loan repayment rate of refugees is actually very high, over 90% loan repayment rate, which means they are bankable population. Bankability is there, but what lacks is the trust between the refugees and the formal financial institutions. So what can we do in this room to help build that trust? It could be participatory research, it could be participatory development, it could be all these things that are inclusive, but that could be a way for us to think about including them. As I come to a close, at sub-county level, there's a need to continuously harness the opportunities that the Refugee Act 2021 in Kenya presents in terms of easing mobility, work rights, and financial inclusion for CISRA and others in her cohort. But besides that, they need to continuously strengthen the market so that she's able to trade out of the camp and expand beyond her horizons is another key area that the county government can be able to do. And finally, for the private sector players in the room, there's need to offer much more diverse financial products for the refugee community so that then they receive tailored support. They might not receive millions, but they need something that really touches the need for their businesses. And as I close, we need to think about regulations, because for CISRA to expand, many other microeconomic aspects need to be tailored to benefit her, including those that are much more vulnerable, especially the women in the folks that we're supporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. for that very inspiring story, taking us through the story of CISRA, and it's quite, and also infusing some of the key recommendations and also challenges that refugees do face when they talk about financial inclusion. And thank you also for a good masterclass in terms of how to do a presentation through a story. So that's very much appreciated. Indeed, that was really, really excellent. Dr. Caitlin, you have the last floor, but also quite important, and also a bit of a shift, because Caitlin will be talking about internally displaced persons and the study that they are doing, and specifically looking at livelihoods of internally displaced persons residing in towns and cities in Ethiopia, and also possibly some reflections also because you are doing some work on Somalia, and also perhaps in the Q&A, you can also mention some of the studies that you are working on the issue of debt, because it was also raised in the other panel. So, Caitlin, you have the floor.
Sure, thank you, Rufus. Hi, everyone. I know I've only got 10 minutes, and I thought I had 15, so I'm going to bypass the pleasantries and jump straight in. So yeah, I'm going to narrow the focus of my presentation on debt in displacement, which is a really important component of this wider thematic. So debt plays a key role in displacement. We know that. We hear about debt an awful lot when it comes to displacement contexts. Access to loans and credits are a way for refugees and IDPs to access food and shelter. It helps them to pay for their school fees and to pay for medical bills, but also to invest in rebuilding lives and livelihoods lost in displacement. Debt is part and parcel of everyday life in displacement. But despite this, we're finding as we start this research, it's often poorly understood by aid actors, who often have a very complex relationship with debt. On the one hand, we hear about the promises of access to credit. It's widely viewed as an important tool for building livelihoods for enterprise and for business. But then on the other hand, you also have a narrative of debt, which after all is the outcome of accepting credit. You have this alternative narrative of debt as a negative coping strategy. So we're interested in kind of understanding a little bit better where's the balance of those two narratives? What does it mean for people on the ground who are experiencing debt? I'd also just like to say quickly that there are important reasons for this negative framing. I'm not going into this completely naive. Studies have shown that indebted households experience lower negotiating power, higher prices, feelings of anxiety and fear. Unsustainable debt can also put women and girls at risk of sexual harassment and gender-based violence. But it's also important to remember that negative framings of debt can also stem from moral and ethical perceptions about how, for what, and by whom debt should and should not be used. Negative framings of debt may reflect community concerns that debt is not compatible with some religious or community beliefs. But aid actors also come with their own ideas about what constitutes suitable and sustainable levels of debt. For example, aid actors tend to be more supportive when people use debt or credit to invest in enterprise, and less supportive when it's used to meet immediate needs, everyday goods and so on, even though people often have very little choice in that matter. So building on these ideas, our research questions whether aid actors really know enough about the priorities, the preferences, and the strategies of displaced people to make these kinds of value judgments about debt and how it should be used. So today I'm going to use this opportunity to present some of our preliminary findings. I'm going to emphasize the preliminary findings. We're really just completing our field work. We've only done one of our 3 case studies recently in Mekelle in Ethiopia. Next, we're heading to Mosul in Iraq and then Baidoa in Somalia. So this is very early stages, and I don't feel I've come nearly as prepared with graphs and statistics as the other panelists, so bear with me. So the aim of our research was really to challenge aid actors' perceptions of debt by generating a better understanding of the complex realities of debt and displacement. You can see the research questions on the slide. I won't go through those to save a bit of time, but in terms of our methodology, we continue to adopt, it's an ongoing study, a mixed methods approach. So there's a literature review, there is qualitative data collection, semi-structured interviews with IDPs, key informant interviews, and we're also analysing existing quantitative data sets from organisations like IDMC, REACH, IOM. Sorry. Okay. And before going into some of the more specific findings, I also wanted to quickly mention that this study, as Rufus mentioned, is part of a wider 3-year research programme that's centred on the lives and livelihoods of urban IDPs. This wider research aims to generate innovative and long-term thinking around livelihood support in displacement. By developing a richer understanding of IDPs' priorities and strategies, the research will consider what aid actors can do differently or better to support IDPs to build their own livelihoods on their own terms. And you can see some recent publications, an initial think piece framed around this idea of time to meet in the middle, and a blog around some of the definitions that we use when we're talking about internal displacement. So, several key initial findings have emerged from Ethiopia, and I wanted to quickly share these with you today. The first is, perhaps unsurprisingly, that debt is widespread in displacement. I think we knew that when we were going into this study. But really, I mean, pretty much every single IDP that we spoke to in Mekelle use debt on a regular basis. Ethiopian IDPs borrow from family, friends, neighbours and vendors, and the amount of money involved is typically quite small. People told us they repay on a fairly ad hoc basis. There aren't very stringent conditions associated with debt. When people come into cash, they repay when they can. When they get a boost from humanitarian assistance, they might use some of that to repay the people who have lent them money. They also use debt for a whole kind of array of different reasons, often daily subsistence, food, and other immediate goods, but also to invest in livelihoods and to cover ad hoc livelihood expenses. I think, interestingly, very few people, if any, regretted taking debt or loaning to others. It was seen as a very normal, everyday practice, nothing really to dwell on in a major way. So, oh, sorry, I've skipped ahead. The second finding is around the reciprocal nature of debt. So this is perhaps best illustrated by the case of a 35-year-old internally displaced woman. She had established a very successful small trading business that she'd built up creatively around the use of debt. Every morning she purchased milk on credit from traders, which she cooked up with coffee and sold at her roadside kiosk. She used the profits to repay her creditors at the end of each day. She did the same thing on a weekly basis with sacks of flour, which she baked into bread, and with, I have to confess, something I'd never heard of, benzene, a chemical product that is blended with ethanol to make fuel for vehicles. But her business relies not just on borrowing money from others, it also relies on providing credit to others. While she told us that she sold her products on credit to mechanics working at a nearby garage, and that they would repay her every Saturday when they received their weekly salary. While some clients had failed to repay their debts, most repayments were made on time. She freely acknowledged that these reciprocal credit arrangements have helped her to attract business and customers, saying that without offering credit, she wouldn't be able to compete with other businesses nearby. This focus on reciprocity, on these reciprocal exchanges, it needs a lot more unpacking, and we're planning to do that in the coming months. But it does offer another layer of complexity to this debt question. It demonstrates that debt practices are woven into complex, reciprocal exchanges between buyers and sellers, and often based on informal networks of trust and reputation. The third finding I want to illustrate today is around the informality of debt. And actually, Robin, this builds on quite a lot of what you were saying earlier on. So IDPs that we interviewed borrowed very small amounts of money from each other and from others in the community. Those who lend are shopkeepers, vendors, friends, family, neighbours, and so on. These informal arrangements are really important. They enable IDPs to meet immediate needs and also to invest small amounts into their livelihoods. But what IDPs told us they needed now was more substantial, more institutional arrangements from microfinance organisations or NGOs. These more substantial institutional arrangements would enable them to take their businesses, their enterprises to the next level. So I'm going to wrap up my presentation with a quick look at institutional loans and how they arose. Many Ethiopian microfinance institutions, MFIs, are experiencing chronic liquidity problems. These began during COVID and they really escalated during the war when people were unable to repay their loans, resulting in this enormous repayment backlog. One of the informants who worked for a microfinance organisation told us that his organisation had lost tens of millions of dollars, and this meant that they were really not in a position anymore to provide substantial loans to individuals. So what can aid actors do about this? It's really too early in our research to give specific recommendations, and I kind of felt a bit pushed even at this stage putting these up on the board, which is probably why they're not on the board and they're just on my piece of paper. So bear with me, but this is a useful way for us to kind of test out some of these ideas with an audience like yourselves. So what can aid actors do? I think firstly, there's this sense that aid actors can offer temporary workarounds to the gaps in institutional loans, and we've seen some of those today. So they can offer cash transfers, credit to fill the gaps left by MFIs, by microfinance institutions. They can also support IDPs and refugees similarly to renew or retrieve ID documents, which are a key barrier, after all, to obtaining institutional loans. But I think beyond these workarounds, and this is where we need to do a bit more thinking, aid actors could also engage more systematically and more proactively with Ethiopian MFIs and with MFIs more generally. MFIs might be willing to lend to IDPs again. They used to lend to them before, if provided with the right kinds of incentives. So this could include things like offering to underwrite the risk of lending to IDPs, but also investing in rebuilding the cash flow so that they are in a position to lend again in the future. I can feel Rufus's eyes boring into me, so I'm going to stop there. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
But a big round of applause for Caitlin, indeed, and apologies for rushing you at the end, but very good already, some preliminary recommendations going there, which of course I'm sure you will be able to ask and reflect much more. I have gotten word from the sponsors, because I'm looking at you and I look at the energy levels and I can see that all of you are looking at me. When are we finishing? And the food is getting cold. So the instructions from the floor is that actually we put a pause to now. And then when we come back, we will be able then, so that we can also do justice, because there's a lot of rich analysis, there's a lot of rich information that is coming out. So please hold your questions for now. And then when we come back, we will be able then to, and I'll negotiate, I'm hoping that you can still stay on the panel, so that if there are questions after lunch, that you can be able to respond to that. Is that a good win-win? Okay, then a round of applause for the panel. Caitlin, Jack, Rohin, and also Mr. Razan, thank you so much for the time, but also we're just putting a pause, and then we'll come back to be able to answer all of your questions. I take the meeting back to Belinda or the IRC colleagues, or Irene, please, to give us guidance for the next. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Lunch is served on first floor at Villa Rosa Cafe. I believe you all have the lunch vouchers. If you don't, please just raise your hand, and see you in the next 1 hour. I do also have a participants list with me, with which we shall share the materials that have been referenced in this symposium. So if you haven't signed or appended this participants list, please look for me after the lunch session. Thank you. And do enjoy your lunch.
Did we enjoy the lunch break? Did we network? Did we? Yes, we did. Somehow, we still have another day to exhaust the networking. At this moment, we'll dive into the access to jobs and skills development segment. We are aware we have something that we had packed, the dialogue from the previous panel, but we will combine both in the interest of time. You could just pack that question, who you're going to direct it to in particular, and we'll get back to it. So at this juncture, I'm going to invite our moderator for the next session, Ms. Caroline Njuki, to take us through the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. You know, I had the clapping. It was like, ta, 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 ta. Are you not ready? Oh, are you daring me? Thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome back to our afternoon session. We are energized, I believe. We do have some good reflections from the morning session. And we are going to get into overview of the policy and practice status and evidence deep dive. I'm going to make a confession. When I went to lunch, I was asking myself, so what? It's been a fantastic morning. But so what? Tell me. What are we going to do with some of the findings? Am I alone? I actually went and sat alone at a table, which is very unusual, because I was wondering if I'm missing something. So this afternoon, I'm going to sort of try challenges to think about the so what. What do we do with some of these findings, as preliminary as they are? Okay? Because that is what we want to take home. In this room, we do have policymakers. We have those who design programs. And we are looking at, you know, what does the evidence guide us to? There's no pressure on my panel. It's just a heads up. So please help me welcome to the floor Thomas, whom we have already listened to before. Thomas, no pressure, just heads up. Abis, who joined me in my meditation over lunch. Abis, where are you? Abis Getachew, please join the podium. And Lorraine Charles, dear friend of mine. Thank you so very much. You have their amazing bios, so I would actually urge you to look at them once more. And before we start, just 3 minutes of reflection. Jobs, skills, from wherever you sit, refugees, what comes to mind? What is the one? Don't overthink, please, 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 don't overthink. 1 or 2 words that describe what you think about jobs, skills, refugees, policy, practice. Don't overthink. Hands up. What comes to mind? No overthinking. Lake? A lake of jobs. Okay. You see, if it's taking time, you're overthinking.
I have one word, which is inclusion, for jobs, practice in practice on policies, and all those things that you have mentioned.
Inclusion. Fantastic. I don't know if we have another mic, but it's only 2 minutes, 30 seconds now. Yes, please.
What comes to mind for me is income and asset acquisition.
Incomes. Yes.
I think partnerships.
Partnerships. Yes.
I immediately think work permit.
That's what I have in mind. Work permits. We want to see. Yes, Belinda, others. Yeah.
I think disconnect between policy and practice.
Disconnect. I'll try.
I see independence.
Independence?
Yes.
What does that mean?
When I hear about jobs, opportunities, that's what comes to me.
Independence.
Independence.
Is
People
that more
becoming
to
independence.
Income independence?
Yes.
I think national interest versus refugees.
Okay.
Did you have coffee at lunch?
So
Two more.
There's one over here.
Yes, please. Sorry.
Yeah, so one thing that also comes to my mind is restrictions. I also think about which job.
Is it decent? Which other one? No, let me give someone else.
Yeah, you've said, is it decent? So dignity.
Dignity.
Yeah.
Going last.
Support.
Transformation.
Oh, sorry. Let the lady go first.
Support.
Support. And for transformation and last?
Action.
Action. There is no, these are reflections. And this is what this panel is going to, this is where we are going to move the needle on. Can I sit in between you so that I can prod better? So thank you so much for those insights. We're going to, and Thomas, Bis, and Lorraine, you hear the sentiments in the room. So please try and situate your thoughts, your findings within some of those reflections that have come from the floor. And we're going to start off with Thomas, who we've had the privilege of listening to already, and he will speak on the paper Designing a Controlled Trial on Livelihoods for Refugees and Hosts, the case of Rebuild in Kampala. You have the floor.
How about now? Great. All right, I'm back. Thank you again. Excellent. So again, Thomas Ginn from the Center for Global Development. And so this time we're going to take a sort of zoom out wider, sort of before we did all those randomized control trials, how did we get there? And what sort of led us to that specific sort of prescription? Let's see, anything on the slides? So first, I'm going to start by taking a broad overview based on actually a lot of what you all just said around sort of the policy environment, and maybe add a little bit of sort of context and data to that, and then dive into specific interventions and what we see from the literature more broadly, zooming out from just the two studies that we presented to sort of the wider development economics literature on some of these issues and questions that keep coming up. Great. So to start with, we were talking about inclusion and access. So to put one number on that, at least 55% of refugees live in a country that significantly restricts their right to work and practice. That's the sort of headline finding from a study that I led with Refugees International and Asylum Access that looked at 51 countries that host 87% of the world's refugees. We looked at both de jure and de facto access to labor markets on a number of different angles: work permits, access to starting a business, and then things like education, access to financial inclusion. So, and then we go through each one of the countries. So I encourage everyone to check out refugeeworkrights.org to go through sort of each one of these countries and to think about, you know, these policies, comparing them across countries, and thinking about how sort of we can all do better on this front. So we think of this as a key ingredient to all of the livelihoods programs that we're talking about, that we're sort of actually able to implement on the programmatic side. But before we get there, is this working? Maybe not. Next slide. Awesome. Well, just a quick overview of why we think sort of labor market access is so important. As part of this report and another report, we've looked at some of the evidence behind both how sort of what happens when refugees have more inclusion in the labor market. And so in Colombia, there was one of the largest regularization programs for refugees called the PEP. And we see that refugees increased consumption by 60%, I think. Yes, there we go. 60%. Income went up by 31%. Business formalization went up 10%. So these overall environments, they really matter for refugee outcomes based on this study. Okay, perfect. Thank you. From Ana Maria Bañez and co-authors. In Jordan, we see that when refugees get work permits, increased income, food security, while child labor goes down. And then in a high-income setting, in Germany, we see that shortening the ban on asylum seekers accessing the labor market increased employment rates by 20 percentage points. So these policy conditions really bite, and they really matter, maybe more than any of the programs that we're all going to be doing. But a key question, the national interest question, is how then if we extend access, does that affect host communities? So researchers have also looked at this. This is a different question from if refugees arrive, how do they affect host communities? Instead, when refugees are here, what's the difference between if we give them access to the labor market versus we don't give them access to the labor market? Those are two different questions. I'm going to tackle the latter with sort of pulling from some of the other literature. So going back to Colombia, when they extended this program, this large regularization to Venezuelans, we see that formal employment of Colombians went down by 0.1 percentage points on an average of 65%. That's basically zero, yeah? It's different for different groups, and we need to be considerate of that, but there's not large-scale displacement of Colombians from this generous extension of work rights to Venezuelans. In Germany, extending or shortening that work ban saved the government an estimated 40 million euro per year because they had to pay less in social assistance, and they got more in tax revenue. So yeah, we can benefit both refugees and hosts. And then some of my work across low and middle income countries, on average, we don't see a difference between places that extend work rights and places that don't for their effects on host communities. So overall, the evidence suggests that there's a large effect on refugees for extending sort of access to work on a policy level and a minimal effect on hosts. And so I point to this 2023 digest from the Joint Data Center that I worked on for a much sort of deeper dive into the specific evidence there. So now to get to the sort of meat of the talk, we talked about how to designing a randomized control trial. So at the beginning of this, we were the IRC, Center for Global Development, the IKEA Foundation said, okay, let's think about $750 per refugee that we're going to be working with. How do we want to use it? And that's a question that many nonprofits are facing, many nonprofits and donors. Yeah, so where do we start? Look at the evidence from across other contexts to think about what might work best. Okay, so we started by looking at just randomized controlled trials that really look at the evidence compared to a group that doesn't get those same programs. We incorporated other evidence as well, sort of where it was relevant, but we started looking specifically at randomized controlled trials. Now, the vast majority of those have been done with non-displaced populations. Across the development economics world, refugees have really not been included in most of these studies. And so we really don't know most of the effects that these programs would have on refugees. We can imagine reasons why they might be different for refugees versus hosts. But I also think it's instructive to look at where these programs are tried, what the effects have been on non-displaced populations, and that's mostly what we're going to be talking about here. There's only been 10 rigorous evaluations of livelihood programs with displaced populations as of 2023. So then we can all ask and brainstorm together how applicable these findings might be to displaced populations, but I would still argue that it's a good place to start. Okay, so I'm going to break these down into wage employment interventions, as I sort of previewed earlier. You can think about vocational training, where we're sort of trying to impart a specialized skill on the population of interest. Apprenticeships, where think about mentorship that we sort of tried, although not mentorship that we tried based on self-employment, but maybe apprenticeship for formal employment, or then job search assistance, so helping people try to find a formal job. And then also look at self-employment, so things like cash transfers, business training for helping people to start a business, and then sort of networking and mentorship that's targeted at people that are wanting to run their own business. And so I'm going to be pulling from, again, as the title of my talk here, this piece, Designing a Randomized Controlled Trial, that really walks through not only the evidence that I'm going to talk through today, but then how we piloted based on this evidence and got to the sort of final design of the randomized controlled trial that for lots more of this evidence, I encourage you to check out. And so I'm going to look at all of these, the evidence where these things have been tried on their own. And it's going to be a far too coarse and rough description of the evidence. There's many caveats. There's many different variations across context, across demographics. And when we combine programs, we also see different effects. But I'm going to start with sort of the basic effects when we combine of results from across context and look at when they've been tried on their own. What do we see? The first one we'll get to is vocational training. So we've seen these projects teaching people how to be a baker, how to be a tailor. These programs are really common in not just humanitarian settings, but in development settings. And so pulling from work by David McKenzie, who's one of the preeminent economists on sort of livelihood programs at the World Bank, we see that across 12 studies in low and middle-income countries, the average increase in employment is 2.3 percentage points, which is similar to other types of education. And to then sort of benchmark that, is that large or small? Well, these programs are really expensive, okay? So on average, that will pay off in more than 4 years, which is not a very good return on investment. So not saying don't do vocational training programs, but that the evidence behind them is not so strong, and we sort of ruled that out for the randomized control trial aspect of Rebuild pretty quickly early on. Apprenticeship and wage subsidies, things trying to get, again, people into formal employment. Again, the results are overarching disappointing. So to take a quote directly from his work, unlikely to be very effective. Now, there is one project in Kampala that matches refugees with potential Ugandan employers, and we see actually that those employers are more likely to hire refugees 8 months later. So I'd encourage everyone to check out this study by Francesca Loicano and Mary Jo Silva that maybe sort of suggests that it's different for refugees, but we really need more evidence, and that's going to be an overarching theme, is that before we sort of assume what we're doing is going to work, the research should really be sort of at the forefront of what we're looking at. Job search, helping refugees sort of go around and see if you can help them with the resumes, or finding jobs, job fairs, things like that. Out of 10 studies, 1 had a significant effect when this study was published. After that, there was a study that found that giving cash to Syrian refugees increased employment, and that effect was different for refugees than Jordanians. So refugees benefited in this job search intervention by getting this cash. They were able to find more jobs, but hosts weren't. So again, maybe the effects are different for refugees relative to hosts, but we should be skeptical, I think, is my argument, when we're immediately sort of deploying a lot of resources to a program where the evidence is not as strong. So that's sort of the wage employment bucket. Again, far too fast overview of a wide and deep literature on these interventions. When it comes to self-employment, though, how did we arrive at the targeting self-employment entrepreneurs and the sort of cash and networking interventions? So the evidence behind cash is strong. It's not perfect. There's concerns around, as we said earlier, the sort of more medium-term effects for men and women, the effects for women overall. But we do see sort of positive effects on average on business profits, There's now sort of increased evidence from refugee populations, including in Uganda. And then our work, the Basler et al. Study, is the one that we presented this morning that says, similar effects for refugees and hosts that seems pretty promising. When we think about other evidence, think about microfinance, there's multiple reviews that find that some businesses, probably at the upper tail, can benefit from having access to finance. But for the average person, we don't see really sort of strong effects. So again, cause for more research and skepticism as opposed to kind of assuming that these programs might work. Business training, in contrast to vocational training, seems to have sort of modestly positive effects. So we can sort of impart new skills, new norms to being entrepreneurs. Again, David McKinsey finds a 12% increase in profits across 16 studies, but really emphasizing the difference in program costs, that sometimes these are really cost effective and sometimes these really are not. And that oftentimes comes down to if we're using the most expensive programs or finding ways to sort of cut those costs and still impart some of the more valuable lessons. And then networking, we have some positive effects. We've presented some more negative effects, so I would argue the evidence at this point is mixed, that there's promise there, but still sort of room to be skeptical and continue research. Other approaches, we heard about the graduation approach. We have really positive evidence from this, mostly from rural areas. And so how to adapt that in different settings into urban settings, I think is an open question. We've seen some work on refugees that are coming out with the graduation approach that also is positive. So a kind of good bet for the money at this point, as we've talked about. There's many other ideas out there that we review in the piece, but for the sake of time, I will skip over those. And then we can talk about sort of ideas with minimal evidence that I think would be promising, but I see few nonprofits wanting to take up. I'll maybe highlight the last one around working with refugee-led organizations around their sort of cost effectiveness and delivery mechanisms, as Mohammed has highlighted and others. But we can maybe get to some of those other ones in the chat. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas, for bringing that to a close just before my timer went off. And just before we get into Abi's presentation, two key recommendations from you.
All right, put on the spot here. The first one is going to be on research and sort of an overall, it's self-interested as a researcher, but I got into research for a reason, and I think there's sort of two components of research. One is doing that research from the start, but it's also reporting when those programs don't go as we planned. And I think that we have a systematic problem with not reporting when those, it's not failure, it can be learning if we talk about it openly. It's failure if we bury those results. And then repeat those same mistakes and spend that same money over and over again. And so the reason partially we look at these randomized controlled trials is because as researchers, our hands are bound essentially to report these results. And so that's where we can sort of look at the full picture of evidence as opposed to maybe a sort of selected sample.
Not always very, it's not what we want to do. Most times, right?
No, it's hard. It is definitely hard, but I think we should appreciate the times when people are willing to sort of go out and talk about when things didn't go according to plan so that we don't make those same mistakes again. Absolutely,
and because we also do have the money factor. So when we do actually report what's actually the results, the actual results from a certain programming, for instance, then the next round of programming will not suffer loss, because we should see it that way by repeating some of the mistakes, or we can avoid some of those mistakes and tap into existing opportunities. Yeah, thank you so much. We will now cross over to Abiz, and he's going to share with us the paper on improving employment and social cohesion among refugees and host communities through TVET. So Abiz, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm going to start my presentation from what has been said earlier this morning. Jacoby mentioned that there are more than 117 million displaced people all over the world. And out of these 170 million, those who have migrated internationally, they are hosted by the neighboring countries who themselves have scarcity of resources and have their own challenges economically and politically as well. So Ethiopia is not an exception. Like other low and middle income countries, as Yazan also mentioned in the morning, refugees have been hosted in very underdeveloped areas. So underdeveloped areas at the peripheries of the country. For example, if we see those developing provinces or regions, like Somali and Gambela region are hosting more than 600,000, close to 700,000 refugees. And such a system of hosting refugees in such a limited resources area, as mentioned earlier by Thomas, it doesn't allow integration to be smooth. So is it okay to share resources like employment, other social services, and other limited resources with the refugees? So there is a question with the host communities. So again, as mentioned, thanks to Thomas, he has gone through most of the things. One of the prominent tools that can be used to create integration between the refugees and the host communities is the TVET program. So GIZ, as part of the government partner, came up with a TVET training for both refugees and the host communities in locations where there are high population of refugees, in Benshangul Gumuz, Tigray, Gambela, Somali, and Addis Ababa. So what we did in our research is basically what is the impact of this TVET in creating employment opportunity and also in terms of social cohesion, because these are the two goals of GIZ to when providing the TVET training program. When we just jump to this research, what we have found out is that what we did first was to collect data in 3 waves. So before the training, during the training, and after the training, we have collected the data in 3 waves from the year 2021 to from 2021 to 2023 for 3 years. So in parallel, we have also been collecting data from the control groups as well. So we used a non-randomized quasi-experimental analysis, and what we have found out is that as in other findings, as that was mentioned by Thomas, unfortunately, we didn't find a strong evidence that supports TVET training provides employment opportunities for the programs that has been provided by TVET, by GIZ. However, there are some interesting heterogeneous results that we have found. One of these finding here is refugees that are under the training have higher probability of finding jobs than those who were in the control groups. But when it comes to the host community, it is the opposite. Those who have been participating in the training, they have less probability of finding jobs compared to the control groups. So we have tried to have a control group that is a mirror image of those who are participants, but one thing that we have identified is there is a higher income amongst the control groups of the host communities than those of the trainees. So having higher income is one of the reasons why, in terms of, like, for the host communities to have a better employment opportunities in terms of self-employment. The other interesting heterogeneous effect that we have found is that men have higher probability of working compared to that of women. This can be explained both in terms of selection of the departmental studies and also in terms of literatures that women have other duties and responsibilities at the household level, but that needs also evidence. And another finding that we have got is in terms of department or in terms of training fields, those who have been training in housekeeping and welding and metalworks have higher probability of finding jobs compared to that of other departments, for example, like sanitary and electrical installations, whom they had difficulties in finding jobs. Having this employment impact of the TVET training, we also assessed about income impact as well of the TVET training. Similar to the employment impact, we didn't have a supporting evidence that TVET training has increased income towards the participants of the training. But again, we have found an interesting result that there is a huge optimism towards participants of the TVET training. So we have asked both in the short term and in the long term, like a question like, how do you expect your income to increase in the coming 6 months? And how do you expect your income to increase in the next 3 years? And there is a huge optimism that income is expected to increase, especially amongst the participants. So this is due to the 2019 refugee proclamation that was issued at the country level, which created a conducive environment for refugees to work. And in addition to that, there is a recent directive that came like a couple of months ago, which has been boiling for a year or two, and it has created a huge optimism towards both refugees and also the host communities. So this can be partly explained to these directives. Having said this about bad news, not wanted findings, especially towards development partners like GIZ, we have a good news regarding social cohesion. So TVET training has a positive impact towards social cohesion, and we have found an evidence that supports that there is a better, that TVET training has has a good, we have found a supporting evidence towards TVET training on boosting social cohesion. So social cohesion had 3 components in our analysis. The first one is inclusive identity, then cooperation for common goods, and also trust. So both, so all these 3 have both a vertical aspect and the horizontal aspect. So for example, if we take trust, for example, trust towards colleague, towards neighbor, towards friend, and also in the vertical aspect towards government and towards different hierarchies of government. So what we have found is that, like as you see in the result, there is a positive impact like vertically, and this can be explained because GIZ has been in partner with the government college, and it has been the government college that has been providing this training, and there is a positive impact towards trust and also towards cooperation of common goods as well, especially in the horizontal aspect. But when it comes to identity, still we didn't find supporting evidence on the TVET training towards inclusive identity. Having said this, sorry, maybe let me answer so what. So what, and recommendation as well. So it's really striking, like there are points that have been raised about like what do you think about this? And there is a government as a stakeholder, there are development partners as stakeholders. And one issue is, though it has to be uploaded for the government, that it is trying to create a conducive environment for refugees to work in Ethiopia, but still there are so many things to be done. For example, to institutionalize the directives by pushing the executive to come up with the regulations for the proclamation that is available. And the other issue is towards development partners. Whenever there is a TVET training that is taking place, it is important to see the labor market, what is needed in the labor market, both in the short run and in the long run, and it is important to provide that, and it is very important to work closely with the private sector as well. And also there is one interesting finding that we have found that, like for example, why women are, why men have a better probability of finding jobs as compared to that of women. There is currently an ongoing proposed research about two-generational approach of early childhood development, in which the intervention takes place for both the caregivers and also for the children, taking the little ones to the daycare center and also exposing the caregivers to different trainings and self-employment trainings. So I would say financing such research papers is also a recommendation. Thank you very much.
But of course it is. Thank you so much, Abiz. Just a quick reflection before we move to Lorraine, and because Lorraine will be looking at digitization, which is a new area that many of us are going into. And I just want us to quickly reflect 3 or 4 minutes. One is, and I'm not sure, Abiz, but I was reading through your paper, and what is the relevance of the TVET programs that are offered to the local labor market? Because that determines outcomes, right? Are we all together? Because what are the skills? What are the occupations in which these people are training? Is it what is needed by the local labor market? And therefore, does the local labor market have the absorption capacity? That determines everything. Maybe not everything, a lot. And which also feeds into the outcomes for women, because it's also the selection of skills by women. Are these skills that are, or are these occupations that are generally acceptable for women to engage in those communities? Because I saw welding. Yeah, welding, I'm just about to make a sweeping statement, is generally not a women's role. In Dadaab, for instance, you see that's how I stopped it from being general. Yeah, and so what does it, do those offer and also is there flexibility for women to then go ahead and do those jobs? And this is, Abiz, we will get some couple of questions for you. But for us in this room, we love TVET. It's very uncomfortable to be told that TVET does not have the outcomes that we believe they do, or it does. Are we measuring transitions? Are we measuring transitions? Excellent TVET program, couple of months. Who is offering this program? Are these national training providers? Are they social enterprises? Do the refugees actually get proper certification? What kind of TVET? And so those are elements that we also need to really think about. Or is it the short-term 3 weeks training program, where someone goes into these locations and trains people how to do things, which also happens. So those are all, and I mean, of course, the paper does not cover all that scope, but that's the breadth of TVET that we should interrogate for us to get a good appreciation of what TVET can or cannot do. And then, Abis and all of us, the impact on social cohesion. Of course, this is specific for TVET. But maybe, just maybe, the same would have been true of any other intervention that brought together refugees and host community. For instance, going into enterprise, which Thomas spoke to, being in a cooperative. Yeah? Is it the same? We don't know. Yeah? But those are elements that I would like us to think about and be ready to pose the questions. And not just questions, but also offer suggestions as in terms of policy and practice as Lorraine will bring this panel to a close. So, Lorraine.
Hello. I've got a video to play, but I want to make sure that whoever is organizing it can do it, but I'll tell you when. So, I wish I could change my presentation now to respond to all of those questions, but I don't think I can, but that's a different day. So, this research is part of a much larger research, which is done by NAML and Job Tech Alliance on the job tech community of practice. And we're looking at something completely different to what everyone's spoken about. We're looking at refugee integration into the digital economy. And what made me start work on this is these questions that Abis spoke about, and the traditional education systems, TVET, how they didn't seem to lead to the outcomes which we expected. So back way before COVID, when I started to work on livelihoods for refugees, digital integration, refugees integrating into the digital economy, remote work for refugees was the big recommendation of my research, and hence this is sort of part of everything that I've been doing over the last few years. So before I go into the research, I want to share a story that illustrates the transformative potential of digital freelancing for refugees. Imagine a young woman forced to flee her country, now living in a refugee camp with limited opportunities. Susan, this is Susan's reality. Rather than being held back by her circumstances, she found a way to thrive. Listen to her story. She's a South Sudanese refugee living in Kakuma, and listen to how digital freelancing paved a gateway for a new future. I hope you can play the 2-minute video. Can you? Okay, stories from Kakuma. Video people? It's all up to you now. The link is there. No? Yes? Okay. Oh, what do I do with it? How do I get rid of this? Okay, I can hear it. Yes, okay. Yes, amazing.
My name is Susanna Church, and I'm a South Sudanese by nationality, but currently living in Kakuma refugee camp. I would describe myself as a hardworking person, determined and also goal-oriented. I was among the first people to be linked on an AMAL project, and this project was a website project and also a software development one. Project was very wide and could not be accomplished by one person. That's something that I learned, that teamwork is very essential when it comes to big projects and also if you want to learn more. Tech from algorithms, we just started a year ago. We started with a lower level applications that you could also use on your phone, because what inspired me to start this gaming company was being a refugee coming from a densely populated refugee camp where people here do not get access to quality education and also job employment opportunities because there's a lot of people here. So having worked on the Namal project, which was online, I thought to myself, okay, what if I brought the same thing to my fellow refugees here in the camp? I would say that my biggest struggle when working with international clients would be time management and also time differences, because another thing is project management skills too. So sometimes it does get overwhelming because there's a lot of projects that you have to think about that you have to work on. And then just having to think about, hey, how am I going to organize myself? So that's a really big issue for me.
Thank you. So Susan, she's a real person. She's one of the alumni on the NAML program. This is a really powerful story of what is possible. She started her own gaming company. That is incredible. She's learned, and then she's taking that learning to others. So how can we create more people like Susan? The potential is huge. We know, we've heard so many times there are 117 million refugees, but 40% of them are under the age of 18. The digital economy offers a huge potential for them. If we look at the global economy in terms of where jobs are, there's a global shortage of jobs in the global north. By 2025, next year, there'll be a 756,000 shortage of IT professionals just in Europe. We know the population of Europe is decreasing. The working population isn't enough to fill all these jobs. There's a shortage of jobs in places like Kenya and Ethiopia. How can we bridge this divide? So this research looks at what are the pathways to unlock the potential of digital jobs for refugees. So in this research, we sort of approached it from two particular perspectives. We looked at the enabling conditions and the employability factors. So the enabling conditions are the external resources or factors needed to allow refugees to work. And in discussions around digital livelihoods, we hear this again and again, but I haven't heard this, so obviously I don't feel like I'm preaching to the converted. Reliable infrastructure. Refugees need access to electricity, connectivity, and devices. And I'm a big proponent of refugees having their own device. I hear all the time, oh, that's not scalable. We can't give every refugee a laptop. But how many of you don't have a laptop in this room? It is possible. We do have the resources. Documentation, identification, and financial inclusion. We've heard this again and again. Without identification, refugees cannot be banked. Refugees need the right to work. So these are the external enabling conditions. But what about the employability factors? These are the skills and attributes that refugees need to be successful when working online. Digital skills, proficiency in market-driven skills, and Caroline mentioned, are we teaching the skills that the market needs? And often with digital livelihood programs, often they're not. We know how to find out what skills are in demand. It's reported all the time. We can go on, ChatGPT can tell us actually. So we can find out what the skills are in demand. But one thing which a lot of skill training programs forget, it's the soft skills. There's a saying, technical skills will get you the job, soft skills will allow you to keep the job. Refugees in particular need these soft skills, especially with the type of work we're proposing, working across cultures, across borders. We need to be able, refugees need to be able to have effective communication, to have the ability to work in different environments, to be adaptable, resilient, and have a really strong work ethic. They need to be able to think critically. A lot of these things don't come naturally to most of us. And this is especially so with people from traditional education backgrounds, where you aren't expected to challenge authority. When you're working online across different cultures, a lot of different cultures require people to think and question authority, because if you're the expert in your field, you're expected to question when you think something's wrong. But these are skills that need to be taught because not every education system instills this. And refugees in particular need to be able to navigate this space. Language proficiency. The digital economy, the predominant language is English. In Kenya, fortunately for us, many refugees speak English. But when Namal worked in Jordan and Lebanon, language was a big problem. It was very difficult to get them placed in digital jobs because the English wasn't good enough. And experience, relevant work experience. It's often difficult to get a job if you don't have experience. So how can we navigate that dilemma? Susan's story highlights the importance of these enabling conditions. You saw she had a laptop. You saw she spoke English. You saw she worked on a project developing a web product. And you also saw that she's creating now a game design studio in the camp. Doesn't this indicate that she got paid really well for her work? And this is one thing we often forget. We talk about livelihoods, but we don't talk about decent livelihoods, earning enough so you can thrive and not survive. So for us, it's about thriving, not just surviving. So what are the pathways for digital employment for refugees? So we saw three main pathways. The first is through networks and referrals. And we can't forget the importance of these networks or referrals. This is how many of us find work. I've never got a job that I applied for, and it's the same for a lot of refugees who find work. It's through networks, through referrals, through WhatsApp groups, through Facebook groups, through Instagram. That's how they find work. But however, these informal networks are still precarious. It's very hard for them to get sustainable work. Payment can be an issue because they depend on the client being able to pay them. If they don't have documentation to get a bank account or an M-Pesa, then payments can be an issue. The second pathway which we discuss is labor platforms. I'm sure, who's heard of Fiverr and Upwork? Yes, everyone knows Fiverr and Upwork? When Upwork first began, I think maybe 10 years ago, and before that there were other mechanisms to find online work, we thought it was a great potential for refugees to access work. And in fact, many organizations that train refugees rely on these labor platforms to facilitate employment. But in reality, this is much more difficult than relying on networks and referrals. For these platforms, refugees need identification, a portfolio of work to be seen by the clients. And in the case of Upwork, which I think is the most ubiquitous one, they need funds to even apply for jobs. Upwork charges people to apply for jobs. They do allow refugees to get some free tokens or connects, as it's called, but when these connects are used, you then have to pay to get work, to apply for jobs on Upwork. So this is very, very difficult. And the third model is the one I really want to focus on. The agency model, which is sort of an adaptation of a BPO. So BPOs have become very much in the narrative now in Kenya and Uganda because governments recognize the value and the potential for job creation for BPOs. But the agency model, which I discussed, NAML does it, and a few other organizations have built agencies to facilitate employment for refugees. And in the agency model, what separates it from a BPO is that the training and mentorship is offered before job linkages occur through the agencies. These agencies address logistical challenges which refugees face. Lack of work experience, lack of portfolios, because the relationship with the client now becomes a B2B relationship with the agency and the client. So the agency then negotiates the payment terms, negotiates the projects, so refugees aren't fallen into the trap of being able, or often being unable to negotiate these terms themselves. And the advantage that these agencies provide is that they provide comprehensive support. There's the full package. As I said, there's training, there's mentorship, there's even support with digital infrastructure, connectivity, laptops. So it's not just about getting the job, it's creating the environment for long-term success. Overcoming documentation barriers. often as an agency, and especially as a small one like NAML and the other ones we work with, we're able to find ways to accommodate for the lack of documentation and lack of ways to be paid. You know, just in this room, we've paid a friend to pay the worker. We find ways around it. This method is not scalable, not recommended, but we want to make sure that we allow refugees to have access to work and money. Portfolio building. As I said, a lot of refugees struggle to find work because they don't have the portfolios to show to clients. With the B2B relationship, the portfolio comes from the agency. So the clients see the work that the agency does, not the individual refugee. So this allows refugees to be able to work without having to depend on their prior experience. And also working in the agency, they work with a team, as Susan says, they learn as they go along. So this agency model is not just a stepping stone, it's a practical approach for refugee employment in the digital age. And the idea is, after 1 or 2 years within this ecosystem, they now have the skills, the experience, and the money to be much more independent. And when I say money, I don't mean subsistence living, I mean enough so you can thrive, you can look after your family, and you can build other businesses to employ other people to support your wider community. So how do we achieve this? So I know we want policy recommendations. What do we need to do for this to become a reality? So infrastructure, I mentioned infrastructure, very important. Improve education systems. And when I talk about education systems, I don't just talk about the TVET systems or the boot camps or the training post-secondary education. I talk about meaningful change in the K-12 system. Children leaving school should leave school the way our children leave school, being able to quickly navigate into the digital economy. How many times do we get refugees coming to our program who've never used a laptop? Education systems can be reformed to make sure that every child leaving school, every refugee leaving school is able to navigate this space, is able to have the digital skills to be able to be successful, and programs don't have to start with how do you open a laptop. Legal barriers. I won't say much about legal barriers because we'll have a lot of discussion about that. Tomorrow there'll be a discussion, there was a discussion today about legal barriers, but really a big issue. And also supporting intermediary organizations that allow for this type of connections. Because it's not cheap to create a system where refugees are able to learn whilst they're earning money. So support organizations, agencies, and also BPOs, because BPOs have the potential, as well as agencies, for huge job creation. Encourage corporate partnerships. What about if we incentivize companies to hire refugees? Tax breaks. Governments, tax breaks for companies to incentivize them to hire refugees and underrepresented communities and other under-resourced communities. Companies would be doing it if there's a potential for them, because often we approach companies with the CSR hat, with the please help. Companies don't speak that language. Companies speak the language of profits. If we say we come to you, having diverse talent improves your profitability and improves your performance, and you get tax breaks, they will say yes. And also global cooperation. The Kenya-German cooperation, I know it's quite new, we don't know what it's going to be like, but it's a great example of what's possible when governments are invested in supporting the population. So with this agreement, I'm not sure how much you know about it, Kenyans are allowed to go to Germany to work to fill the labor shortage, but also German companies are able to outsource work to people in Kenya. What a great way to create employment and solve a need in countries where there's a labor shortage. So Susan's story shows that digital freelancing isn't about work, it's about creating work. It's about giving refugees the tools to be contributors to the society. Her journey is proof of what's possible when refugees are given the support, training, and access to what they need to thrive. So the challenge is to you policymakers in the room. Because as NGOs, as the UN, we're doing what we can, but we need you to meet us halfway. Provide the enabling conditions that allow refugees to be successful in the digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lorraine. So is digital freelancing the magical, I don't like using the bullet, but is it the new frontier for opportunity for refugees?
It's one solution. There is no one solution that's everything. It is one solution that has huge potential, but the investment needs to be there. A lot of people are interested. Their interest is there. The jobs are there, but we have to create the environment for it to work. But it is part of the solution because not everyone wants to do it.
That is correct. And, you know, you spoke about the reality that, you know, the infrastructure that supports digital jobs still remains a challenge. And if we could all reflect on where refugees are hosted. We work in those areas. And I don't know how quickly you respond to your emails when you're on mission. Yeah. Those are emails. It is not a complicated code that you have to work. So now imagine Susan with a deadline to submit work with internet on the lag. Those are the challenges. It is the challenge of devices. And, you know, Lorraine, I was getting very uncomfortable when you said that every child should have interacted with a laptop. Because host community children are not interacting with the laptops. You know, and I know we can imagine better, right, for refugees. And it is also the link to national systems. Because can you imagine if all refugees have access to a laptop and host communities don't? Then the social cohesion that we spoke about just before that will be challenged. Documentation. Challenge with traditional, let me use that term loosely, occupations in accessing work permits. Many of us said, you know, with digital work, the restriction, for instance, on movement is not a challenge anymore. But then the challenge of getting paid once you have completed an assignment, I actually would like to ask us that we do not train refugees for digital jobs if they cannot get paid. Because they cannot work for free. And we need to find solutions that enable refugees to open bank accounts, and I mean real bank accounts, through which they can transact, through which they can be paid, through which they can withdraw money, so that they can harness the opportunities in the digital economy. Stimulating demand for digital talent. When we talk about digital jobs, most of these opportunities are, where are they? Where is most of the work coming from? Where is it coming from? We know where it is coming from, no? Where is it? Abdullahi? It's coming from the West. Do we have demand by local SMEs? So that there is also a balance between work that is outsourced from the global north largely, but also SMEs here. And it is SMEs by the nationals, host communities, but also refugee SMEs that could benefit from digitalization. And we also need to be very, very careful not to transfer the deficits of decent work in traditional occupations to the digital jobs. The reality of informality that we haven't talked about much since morning. Yeah, we have a lot of informality. It's the reality for a lot of the regions where refugees are hosted. Do we also want to have that in digital jobs? What are the conditions of work, etc.? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a really, really thunderous applause to our three panelists. And we do have around 30 minutes or so, 30, 45. Could be more, but I know we are way behind time. And this is an opportunity for us to really delve into the discussion on the presentations that have been provided by Thomas, Lorraine, and Abis. And please, let's push further into the so what now? What are we taking away from this? And it must not just be a question. It could also be your own reflection of what you're taking from the presentation and how it can be applied. It applies in policy and practice. So may I request, who's helping with the mic? I can only roll so much. Yeah? So let's pick the first round of questions for so. How are we doing energy-wise? Let's see by the show of hands. Yes, please.
Thank you. I want to very much appreciate the presenters for those well-researched papers. My first questions and comments go to the first presenter. In his takeaways, he stated that the evidence on cost effectiveness of vocational training programs was too weak to pursue. Now the question is, what makes this evidence too weak, and yet the data is available? And secondly, in this research, unfortunately, you did not interview me as the commission, and I don't want to disown you. I want to own you. I wanted to find out the variables you relied on, and in your opinion, what do you think, or how have your findings influenced the policy and the practice? I wanted you to think through that. And then there was another interesting presentation by my friend on TVET. And I wanted to find out, in your area of jurisdiction where you conducted the research, what did you find as the contribution of TVET training to the GDP? Because we want to quantify this in our country as Uganda. And how many jobs has TVET created, and how has it changed the perspective and the reflections on the management of refugees? Then to my sister, I will give you a simple one. You know, normally you have to be soft on ladies. You're talking about digitization. And indeed, digitization is a song everywhere today. In your view, what has been the impact of digital innovation in the joint efforts in the management of refugees? I'm mentioning this taking into account the fact that some of these refugees have a challenge of language barrier. I receive every day from Sudan about 2,000. Initially I was getting 10,000. They are professionals who only communicate in Arabic. And the computers are programmed in English. And they do not know the translation button. So they are just there hanging like that. So how is this working? And what should we do to ensure that nobody is left behind. Thank you very much. I hope I've woken up members.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we have Abdullahi. Where are the other hands? Yeah. Yes, the gentleman here. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we close it. Abdullahi.
Thank you. I think my sister who spoke about digitalization have read my mind and how my organization started, the Refugee Youth Education Hub. In Garissa County, where I come from, we were inspired by a lady called Hodan 7 years ago. She just asked for a book. Thereafter, an organization called Refugee Youth Education Hub have come into being. So in every camp you see, they are ready to inspire you. And that tells you the displaced population, the highest number of people on move, whether it is climate change or war, are women. The other thing that inspired you in your speech, it was agency, 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 which I talked about during my Nansen Award recipe speech. Refugees need agency. Refugee-led organizations role and where they play better than the INGO, the traditional organizations, is agency. The bureaucracies, the meetings, we don't have. If it is our community, we know where our needs is. To come back to the digital thing, I think the digital thing is the only savior for refugees. For the case of Dadaab and Garissa, where, the Somali refugees and the Somali community in the Garissa County are homogeneous. In one way, that is advantage. In another way, it may be disadvantage. In terms of government policing, it may be disadvantage to know who is who and who is not. And in terms of intermarriages and localization, it works better. What we're doing now is we just started a center, the first phase of a center, of a digital center, with about 100 computers. The thing is, the center manager calls me every day, even if I'm in Nairobi, saying that there are students the whole day. A day is not enough because we are not giving packages. We are not giving the traditional way of computers. We started with 2 cohorts. One is translation and interpretation, where most of the clients are in the US because we have internet and we have solar around the clock. The heat in Garissa County is amazing, and we're taking advantage of that using solar. And the other unique course that my colleague, when he advised me to add, I was a bit skeptical, is truck dispatch, a logistical way of dispatching truck. It is just 3 weeks training, but the job opportunity and the impact it gives with pay-by payment, you just need your island card. Most of the Somali community where I come from, there's this kind of traditional communityness, brotherhood. For those who are in the US and taxi drivers, truck drivers, they give you a job once you undergo this. And this gives them a job that gives them decent salaries. So there are a lot of jobs and time will not allow me. Thank you. And the digital is the way to look.
My question goes to Lauren on digital. My question is, I am a refugee from Congo, and I'm one of the people who have worked online back in 2016, 17, until 2020, when I shifted into really research. As a person who have worked there are some of the challenges that we noticed. And we did another study with Kintsugi, YVC, and also University of Oxford on identifying some of the opportunities in the digital. Now my question is, what are the supporting mechanisms as NAMAR you have put in place to help refugees to access documentation? Because that is the baseline for accessing all the work. The second is, how do you help them to access bank account, M-Pesa, and other international payment tools like PayPal and Pioneer? Because if we are talking about the implementation of the Refugee Act 2021, it will affect the access to bank account and M-Pesa. But when it comes to PayPal and Pioneers and others, which are international, those policies are not going to affect them. What support mechanism have you put in place to help them? The other question is on training. You have mentioned that you train them using Upwork and Fiverr. As one of the person who have worked on digital, what I know of Upwork and Fiverr, they are among the low-paying platforms. There are other platforms that pay well. Have you been able to identify those platforms so that refugees will not only be working on Upwork and Fiverr, but also have access to more advanced platforms? The other question is on it's the last one. Is on the potential that exists on YouTube platform. As we know now, YouTube is one of the digital platforms that is paying well for those who are using it well. As NAMAR, have you thought about the use of the YouTube in the refugee community and how they can use it to generate income? Thank you.
Thank you. And without breaking the flow of the questions, because we have two more or one or two, please remember that we carried forward the question and answer session from before lunch. So if those questions, if you still have those questions, if they have not been answered by this panel, please feel free to also pose that to the panelists that we had before lunch. Yes, at the corner, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Joseph Irumba. I work with APS Foundation. My question goes to the gentleman. Jean? He's there. It's Jean, I think. Yeah. And one of the things that I'm very privileged to have worked under 2 RCTs that are conducted and for graduation. Yeah. And one of the things you said the limitation was for us to have evidence. Now, if you look at IPA has done a lot of work around that. Yeah, and one of the evidence that I would relay you to is you find that one of the things that is hard for us now is time versus cost. Yeah, then you come to the components versus implementation. Then you come to context and then the scalability. Yeah, so the studies are there and we have adopted something. Like from APS Foundation, you find we moved from one graduation program to another, but we are studying, learning, and then you look at the time from 36 months coming to 24, coming to 18. You see everything you're fighting is the cost, isn't it? And then the evidence around the cost while maintaining the components that you are able to deliver better but in a more simplified way. So the cost-benefit analysis for that case would be one of the most important thing for us to find out. Yeah, because for me, it's one of the things that would find what is the evidence around that. How does it translate? And then for the TVET. One of the things in the morning, if I recall very well, the lady came and she told us about artisans. So now, when you look at world over, when you talk about technical skills, vocational, and in the sub-Saharan Africa, like for us, when you look at that, someone say you have to graduate to the university. When you do those skills, already there's a limitation in the community for them. But for women, generally, as she said, let me not quote her, you're talking about welding, you're talking about what? So in Uganda, I saw a paper in, I think for Kenya, where they reformed gender mainstreaming. And why were they doing that? It was because they wanted to see how they can include more what? More females into that space. But now, for us, you have a component where you have business. Then for us, we call it a BVET, where you have business, then you add. you add business. So for the ladies more, we go into the business skilling. So how have they managed to have that component? You have artisans, then we can have skilling. Then we say you develop skills like business development skills for the what? For the population that you're working. Because for me, I see in the rural space, that is one thing that we can have handy.
Thank you. And two last ones, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Caroline. Mine is a reflection, but also a question, especially to the team that has done the experimental designs. When you think about development, you have to put it in context. And the methodologies we choose for research also require context. Systematic reviews, meta-analysis, RCT fall at the highest level of hierarchy of evidence. And if you apply them to certain changes, such as job creation, then the factor of time comes in. In my earlier preceding story, I mentioned that it takes a while to create jobs, meaningful jobs. And in that reflection, and you think about theories of change and how we build the cause-effect relationship, jobs are really at the highest level of change towards the journey out of poverty. So if you were to design a random control trial and not have a panel approach, a longitudinal approach to following up, how appropriate is the methodology to test outputs of job creation, which take time? Most of us here have a degree, but possibly the first degree that you took maybe 10 years ago. But it's now that you're feeling the impact of the knowledge acquired from an institution of higher learning. 5 years after, then you do a master's, then you get a better job. So what is the propensity and what is the appropriateness of using RCT to test propensity to job creation? Can't we use longitudinal approaches where we can follow the journey of our client and see how the change is happening, because there's timing to results in monitoring of these changes?
So was that for both Abiz and Thomas? All right. We have a last one here, last one for this round.
Thank you so much. I want to also congratulate the presenters for their insightful presentation. And my question goes to my Ethiopian colleague, that you mentioned the few policy areas that the government tried to put, but as a policymaker, I just want to know where critical policy gaps are there so that the government should really fill the gap. This is my question, because the others are raised by my friends. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we also got a question from our online participants. The question is it possible to organize refugees in a cooperative to support market integration? So that was not referred to anyone in particular. So from the, can I call it the Rufus panel or the current panel, if anyone would like to respond to that, please do. So shall we start off with Lorraine, because you got quite the number of questions.
Yes, and thank you for all of those questions. I'm going to start with the more recent ones and then work backward. YouTube. So in this bit of research that I presented a bit, we did look at social media platforms as a pathway toward employment. We, as an organization, we don't do anything on it because I'm still not sure how easy it is. I mean, digital work is difficult, and I feel this is even more difficult, but I think I would need to do more research to actually understand how viable it is. I know the Jobs Tech Alliance worked with a platform that tried to encourage refugees to be social media influencers, and it was very difficult, really, really difficult for it to work. So I think in reality, and without doing much research, I think it's not something that I would try yet until there's more research to understand what are the best pathways and what are the best factors that can provide success. You asked about Upwork and Fiverr. We don't actually use Upwork or Fiverr because, again, like you, we realized that it was a race to the bottom. We would support people, so we teach them how to use these platforms, but we don't facilitate employment on these platforms ourselves. And this is why we built the NAML agency. And what the NAML agency does is we become that facilitator of work for the refugees. So we build a B2B relationship with the client. So you want to build a website, you come to us, you don't go to Upwork. We negotiate the price with you. So you're not paying $500, you're paying $10,000 for your complex website. And that way we can guarantee that the refugees are paid well for the work that they do. So we don't really advocate for the use of these big platforms. There are some newer platforms, Africa Focus, which are coming online now. And we're trying to work with them just to see how we can navigate this space. But certainly using platforms, I would definitely go, especially for refugees with just entering the economy, with a B2B relationship with an organization supporting the facilitation of work. You asked about payment. So I wish we could influence all the Kenyan policymakers and Ugandan and Ethiopian policymakers here. Please find a way to give refugees the right to have a bank account, because it makes it very difficult for us when we want to work with them. It's really difficult. You asked about the international platforms. I've been trying to speak to PayPal, haven't managed it yet, but Payoneer, through one of our partners, Appen, we've managed to get refugee identification accepted onto the platform through lots of our partner Appen advocating, lots of advocation. And now most of the refugees that we work with have been able to onboard onto Payoneer. So it is possible. I'm not sure if you heard about Wise. Wise is an international, it's a bank and one of the new fintech banks. Wise accepts refugee IDs as an identification. The only barrier is in some countries it doesn't work, so it doesn't work in Kenya, so refugee IDs in Kenya won't work. But in any country that Wise works, you're allowed to use refugee ID to open a bank account, which means you can be paid in dollars, in euro, or in sterling, or in Australian dollars, or in Canadian dollars. And this is what we need for refugees to be able to be paid in whatever currency their employer uses. Documentation. Again, I think I turn this back onto the policymakers. We, as an organization, we do advocacy. We do research. We work with UNHCR. We're creating some advocacy toolkits for UNHCR. So we do try to advocate directly to policymakers to make the change. But I think this is a communal effort in order to facilitate the recognition of documentation among refugees. What else? Documentation. The language, my friend from Sudan that asked me the easy question. Not from Sudan, Sudanese refugees in Uganda. Language, this is a really big problem. And when NAML worked in the Middle East, NAML is an Arabic word, so it was born in the Middle East where I lived for a very long time. It was very difficult to work with refugees who just didn't have the skill. And in reality, the length of time needed for business proficiency in a virtual setting is very difficult, because when you're face to face and you don't speak the same language very well, it's perhaps easier body language, but working virtually, it's much more difficult. I do think that artificial intelligence is coming a long way to allow us to navigate these language barriers. But of course, the refugees need to know how to use these digital tools. So I guess my answer to you would be, it's hard. Very, very hard. Technology can help, but technology can also create another barrier if they don't have the skills and the knowledge to utilize this technology for that language translation bit. I hope that's it.
Great. Thank you again for all these questions. So to the Commissioner, first, thank you very much for looking up the piece, which I think is what you're quoting from, so that's fantastic. So you quoted the line, "too weak to pursue." So let me sort of explain that a little bit. That piece and sort of what I'm presenting here is starting from where we were at Rebuild. We were given sort of $750 per client that we're working with to think about sort of what would we bet are the most impactful things to influence sort of the outcomes that we care about, like income and employment over the course of the time that we have. And so with that, so we considered sort of vocational training programs. Honestly, some of the TVET programs just on their own were even more expensive than that budget per person. And so it was just even sort of outside of our budget, regardless of how impactful it could be. So that's sort of the first consideration, but a obviously really important one. But a second one is just on then, that's the cost side, but then what are the benefits? And so some of the evidence that I just highlighted says that we hope that there's going to lead to substantial improvements in income and in employment. But then when we compare one group to another that gets TVET versus one that doesn't, and we measure the effects comparing those two, we often see that those effects for the group that got the TVET are just not as high as we would like them to be relative to the group that didn't. And then so that's what we mean by it's sort of too weak relative to other interventions that we could have tried and that we ended up trying, which were the cash and the mentorship. So that was a bet that we had to make when we first started the project. And so now you've seen the whole trajectory, and whether you think we made a good bet or not, sort of the jury is still out. And I'm keen to hear other feedback on where you've seen sort of TVET possibly work more. So this was just on the RCT. We, even in Rebuild, has worked with vocational training programs. I'll let others speak to the results there. But so this is just sort of specific to the randomized controlled trial portion that sort of the researchers had influence on. But so then maybe to walk back a little bit on TVET, there is, as Caroline was outlining, more promising results on one study in particular finds exactly as she's saying on welding, on electricians, the TVET can really be impactful. And I think the reason we see very disappointing results, maybe on average, is oftentimes these programs are targeted toward sort of jobs that are, even at their sort of best case scenario, still fairly low wage. And so I think a sort of wider appeal that I would make when I was asked sort of, a wider sort of prescription or takeaway would be to think through really rigorously and critically what that theory of change is going to be. What would we expect the sort of best case scenario to be? If we're training someone to be a tailor or working in a hair salon, we can see what the overall average income is going to be and compare that to the costs at sort of a best case scenario even before we start. And so thinking through those theories of change really critically, I think is sort of a wider takeaway. So then let's see, on the IPA sort of time versus cost, obviously has done fantastic work on, I think, a randomized control trial with refugees and hosts, if I'm not mistaken. I fully agree that sort of the cost benefit here is important. And then you mentioned sort of business development training. We see sort of more positive effects from business development training. They are expensive. The takeaway from that study that I cited here, and happy to circulate it more, was really that there's a wide range of findings in the literature on development economics, but that oftentimes the sample sizes were really too small to pick up significant effects. So that's another sort of hazard of doing research. But when we pool all those results together, David and his co-authors found actually there's a fairly significant effect of business training for entrepreneurs separate from sort of vocational training targeting wage employment. And then last point that I'll respond to, sort of on the time point in the longitudinal studies, I just make a sort of quick point that these are not in conflict with one another. A key part of randomized control trials is following people over time. And so randomized control trial, if we've put all this effort into the programs and then designing the surveys, it's really worth sort of going back over time and following those dynamics. And so that's what we've done here on Rebuild and is sort of a key. But those, I would sort of argue here that those are not in contrast or in conflict with one another. One thing that might be difficult is equity concerns, right? So in Rebuild, we're sort of limited in the cash-only group because we saw really strong effects, and we had promised the control group that was our comparison group the cash over time. So if you're not seeing those effects, I think there's sort of less equity concerns around providing a program that didn't work, might be a waste of everyone's time. But if you have really strong reasons to believe that a program worked, you might not be able to follow it over 5 years if you have the budget to then go back and work with a control group that was very generous with their time for all the surveys and everything else that we've asked in order to build this base of evidence. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. I will start responding from the commissioner question. How does it contribute to the economy, to the GDP of the country? So earlier in Thomas' slide, there are countries that have restricted access to employment for refugees, and Ethiopia was amongst the red ones. And of course, such reports, contribution of TVET towards the GDP doesn't include the informal components. So, of course, it creates employment from the informal sector, in the informal sector, but it might not be registered in the formal sector. So the figure might be different on the contribution of TVET towards GDP. And what shall be done as a policy maker? What shall be done? It has been done. RRS has done an amazing work, like especially in providing. Definitely, I believe that figure will be different a year after. Hopefully, a year after, it will be different. If it won't be green, at least it will be yellow or orange. So. But one thing that I believe the government should do is to create a playing ground that refugees can freely access the labor market. That should be done. And at the same time, creating awareness amongst different level of government, from lower level to the higher level of government. It is very important to create awareness, because there are some government institutions that are not even aware of refugee ID. So when the refugees go to get some services, they will say that, okay, what is this ID? I've never seen this ID. Can you just go and bring the proper ID? So, so it's a government that issues that ID, but still there are other government offices that do not know. This includes also the police as well. So, creating awareness is very important. About men have more probability of getting employment than that of women. It's not only for welding department. It also works for the housekeeping. If you see the housekeeping department, for example, or housekeeping field of training, still men have higher probability of getting employed than that of women. But housekeeping was supposed to be, not supposed to be, but theoretically speaking, it is, not theoretically, how do you say it? There is, sorry, I'm trying to be politically correct, and of course women should be included at least in the housekeeping department as well. And yeah, I mean, there is a question that is raised and Thomas has responded to it clearly, but one thing that I want to raise is the study that we have conducted is not a randomized control trial, but it is non-randomized quasi-experimental causal analysis. But one thing that I would like to mention here is whenever there is a development partners, whenever there is a project that's going to be started, it is good to engage with researchers as well, so that researchers will have a good control group in the research while the research takes place. So engaging researchers from the beginning of the project, I believe it's a good idea, because it's something that we have suffered. As you've seen, one of the findings that we had is there is high income amongst the host community control groups than that of the trainees, and that has came up with some kind of a different result, unlike the refugees. So it would be nice, you know, like to engage researchers from the very beginning of the selection criteria itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abiz. Thank you, Lorraine and Thomas. We are going to check in again if there are any reflections or questions from the panel that took place before lunch. We will not want to lock anyone out. It was very interesting. Remember, I would rather pay for tea. I'm trying to get us back to that panel. Any burning questions for, yes, there is one.
Thank you. This is a question for Yazan and Caitlin. Given the theme and the points on social cohesion, social connection that have come up throughout the day, and your work on forming cooperatives and now moving into union, Yazan, I would love to hear your reflections on how social cohesion has come up in your work and how you're planning to measure that. And then likewise, Caitlin, with your findings on how debt is sort of like a social currency. People are able to give goods on credit, to purchase things on credit. It's used socially to, like as a social capital, and sort of how that's come out in your work that you've completed so far in terms of how people are able to connect across different groups, or who they're connecting with, who are they borrowing with. And I think there's a great opportunity with your research, given you'll have 2 more contexts in which you'll do this, because we do know social cohesion and connections and social capital does look different across populations and contexts. And I just wanted to sort of situate that to some of the discussion earlier, where we brought up social cohesion in the context of mentorship, group mentorship, one-on-one mentorship. We're talking about that through TVET programs. And I think an interesting point, Thomas, earlier you brought up about the labeling and how that could also promote the acceptability of policy, or the perception of refugees. I think something to consider with that is a lot of us in the NGO space know funding is shrinking, but the need is increasing, and how that might also leave the door open of, okay, this might work for social cohesion or acceptability for policy, but we do have to look at the intergroup connections through these different initiatives as well as a part of our livelihoods program. So yes, over to you, Caitlin and Yazan, for your reflections on that. Thank you.
Did I see another hand up? Here? Yes. Oh, he grabbed it so quickly. All right.
It was passed over. Stephen Kalungu is my name, and I work with Give Directly Kenya. So the question that I had was for Jack. I don't know whether Jack is still in the room. And that was regarding, from the presentation that he made, the acquisition of business permits. When you look at the Kenya cohort and the refugees, was almost the same. We do know that there is a limitation that you're only allowed to get a business permit if you have access to a KRA PIN, so meaning you have to have a refugee ID. And so it would be interesting for us to know whether those business permits were acquired through proxies, or they were only for the refugees who had the alien IDs.
Not think Jack is here. No, he left, unfortunately. But we can pass that question on, Belinda and IRC team. Yes, just before you. Anyone else who's not taken the floor? If you allow me, please. Yeah? Someone at the corner? Yeah.
Let me just take it again. My name is Rita Larocque, and my question is about debt. I hope Caitlin is still in the room in the morning. You know how many times you hear debt and you don't know whether it's a bad thing or a good thing, and most times you think it's a bad thing. And I just wanted to know whether, because I think on the positive side of things in economics, if you have a debt, it means then you're very industrious, you're thinking, you're moving forward. I wanted to just understand the sentiments around the debt, besides how they use it, how it's widespread. Was there something positive about it? I got the point around the institutional loans being difficult and us having to work with institutions to make that more accessible. But let me know if there was a positive feeling around the debt.
Right. Anyone else? As we close it.
Thank you. My question goes to Jack, but you said that there's someone who will answer them. The first question is about the income differences, whereby you talked about the difference between refugees and host. My question is, to what extent does income differences is influenced by access to permit, because there's difference between refugees and the host, financial literacy, between the two groups, and also the existing supporting system like banks which give loans to entrepreneurs. The second question is about bribe and informal fees. Whereby he said that there is differences based on nationalities. But here my question is, to what extent did their research explain how language barrier is one of the factors that influence how much one is going to pay? If one is able to communicate, he will be able to negotiate. And also there is an issue on those with the ID and those without. Because if you are caught with an ID, it will be easier to negotiate. If one is caught without, when one is unregistered asylum seeker, it will be different. And also the other thing is about time. Because the time that one has been here in Kenya will also influence how they are going to negotiate with the police officers or the city councils. That also affects on arrest and also cost of arrest. Yeah, those are my questions.
Unfortunately, there will not be responded to in person, but I hope that Jack gets share some of those reflections. So, Caitlin, I saw you somewhere. Could you please give her the mic? And then to the three panelists, please just parting shot, then we'll close that panel. Caitlin.
Thanks, Caroline. I thought I was off the hook with questions, but apparently not. So there was a question around debt and social capital. I think definitely. I mean, if you're able to lend, that gives you power and kind of social power, social capital in your community. The study's very much in the early days, so we haven't really managed to kind of pull out a huge amount of very specific findings, but I've made a note of that. I think it's a really interesting angle to explore. I mean, as far as the social cohesion question goes, which you kind of linked it to, as part of a separate piece of work, we've done a lot of thinking around social cohesion in displacement, primarily between hosts and refugee communities. We've taken a very critical approach to social cohesion in terms of social cohesion as a kind of programming objective. Social cohesion within communities, that's one thing. Social cohesion as a primary objective of programming, that's another thing. So, you know, in the kind of analysis that we've come out with that study, the analysis that's come out of that study, we've suggested that aid actors actually have very little influence on social cohesion in the long run. And maybe it's things like debt practices and people's ability to lend in each other, which is actually a very powerful mechanism for promoting or undermining social cohesion. That would be something really interesting to look into, and something that would definitely pick up on some of the challenges and the questions and the gaps that we raised with that research on social cohesion, which has sadly now come to an end. The other question was around the pros and cons of debt practices. I mean, I hope I didn't just portray debt as a problematic. I think in the framing of the presentation, I tried to kind of pull out, I guess, this kind of polarization of perspectives towards debt. And I think how people come at debt and how they respond to debt probably is very much reliant on their own personal perspectives towards debt, whether they're supportive of it or they're not. I think there are many positives to debt in displacement. I think when people are lacking formal financial mechanisms, then they go to informal opportunities of debt where those exist, and that's totally understandable, and it gives people a chance to invest in their businesses and meet their immediate needs. So that seems to me a completely reasonable thing to do. I would say that we're trying to come at the debt question kind of very impartially, to start with at least, and kind of building up from the perspectives of IDPs. I think, you know, we tend to hear most commonly the perspectives of aid actors when it comes to debt. What do they think about it? Actually, the voices of people who are displaced, be they IDPs and refugees, their voices around these quite specific questions are often lost in that dialogue. So I think when we do come to kind of analyse and publish findings, our findings will be based on what they have to say about debt, based on their own experiences. So I'll leave it open for now, but I would say, personally, I'm kind of open to the pros and the cons. Thanks.
I'll also call on Yeza to respond on one of what the question addressed to him.
Thank you, Claire. Actually, this is one of the most challenging parts within our area of operation, and specifically the component where you asked about the unionization of the cooperatives. Just to highlight and to explain for the audience, the levels of administrative levels within the area of the Somali region starts from a very small section called Kabalis. And then when you go a little up, it's called Waredas. And after that, you go to zone level, and then the regional level, and then the federal level. So where we work with the Kabalis and the Waredas, you have different clans. And within the clans, you have what they call kings. At the area where we work, his name is the Wabar. He's a very cooperative guy. You need to approach them into consultations, because the land issue in the Somali culture in general is very sensitive topic, especially the ones at the river banks. This is very critical, and you can't easily come and talk about unionization or making business out of it at a very large scale and telling the farmers that we are starting to, let me say, co-share or co-own. Because currently they are allowing the refugees to use the land, but not to own it with them or to own the revenue from it. And even when we were discussing level by level, there was a very clear guidance from the regional government that try your best to minimize the non-Ethiopians or non-Somalis within the area. They even said like less Faranja, less foreigners, for people to accept those new ideas. However, even when we started the project, I can say maybe 1.5 years ago or 1 year ago, 9 cooperatives, out of those 9, only 7 accepted the program. So they didn't accept, and it took them around 1 year to come up with their new agreement that those ideas are productive, and within the next 5 years, they will have better lands, better products, better supply chains, and based on that, they were convinced. So I believe the key figure, with all those things I've mentioned, the key figure is the king and the structural of the clans within the area. So you need to respect that and to know how to approach it. And this is, I think, salute to the local teams within the areas we work. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Yazan. My panelists, your last quick reflection.
Let me think of it.
I do have one reflection. When Abdullahi spoke about the way his collective finds work from clients in the US, and Caroline, you mentioned stimulating the local SMEs to create jobs. Great. But two things I want to comment about there. The local SMEs hiring refugees in the camps, that's still remote, so it's still very much linked to what we're doing. But the second thing is that there's a difference in pay. When we talk about international clients, and this is what I'm sure Abdullahi was alluding to, the salaries that refugees could get from international clients is significantly more than what they can get from the local SMEs. Not diminishing the importance of that, both are needed, but I think we have to be aware of the difference in the skills, and perhaps a combination of both is what's needed. So that's my final reflection.
Great. Yeah, I think to sort of wrap up my thoughts, Claire mentioned that we're in a world of such scarce resources right now. And so I would argue that the burden of proof when we're designing these programs should be on sort of showing that the program is likely to work. It seems like the default assumption is that if we see a problem, we can fix it. But oftentimes, I'm not sure that that's necessarily the case. And so our default assumption, so maybe we need to give sort of, credence and sort of take responsibility for being critical and skeptical and sort of putting that burden really to the test that program is potentially likely to work, both on donors and practitioners. Really, that back of the envelope calculation on what is this program likely to achieve. If it doesn't meet something that seems reasonable, there's a lot of need that needs to go elsewhere, and I think that's a responsibility that falls on all of us. And so kind of default as cash benchmarking to see, would we just be better off by sort of liquidating and dispersing this as cash is often, I find, a very sort of useful thought experiment to think about from a lot of different angles. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I think that is a really great point to bring our conversation to close. It's not. I don't want to pose this question, otherwise it takes too long. But when you do that cost-benefit analysis, liquidate. Maybe not finance a training. It's food. We're not saying that's what you do, but let's think about it as we are kicking off our programming and our interventions. Thank you so much, Thomas, Lorraine, and Abiz. Thank you for being such a wonderful, wonderful audience, for staying awake and for engaging. Thank you so very much. I hand this back to Brian, yeah? Or
hi, everyone. Hi. I know it's not a good time to be having another person standing in front of you because the energies are definitely getting low. Mine too. For some of the people I can tell from the face, mine too. But I have a small task that I've been asked to do. So my name is Brian. I work with the Rebuild team. I work with these two wonderful ladies who give me a very easy job of just sitting there and watching things happen. But today, they decided that I should come and at least try to help us summarize what happened today. That's such a task, yeah? A lot has happened. So much has happened. So one of the, when Priscilla was setting the stage, she told us that the whole purpose of this event is to help us connect evidence to policy. And we've had a lot of both sides, right? Mostly maybe the evidence, yeah? A lot of the evidence has come out very clearly. And the question she was asking me, she's not seeing enough of the policy recommendations. And my job, really, that I have to do, which is the simplest, is to stand here, ask you, you tell me what you've learned on the evidence side and what you've seen coming through on the policy side. I've seen a lot of writing. I've been seated there. I think people have now like 4 booklets going. So definitely been writing something, isn't it? And of course, I'm not going to bore you. And of course, I've also been writing, a lot of writing. Can you help me project what I've written? I mean, I just want to make it easy. At least they can look at what I've been writing, and maybe we can have a little summary from that. That's how great an artist I am. If you can, flash back to your kindergarten, how to draw a person. Yeah, that's how it is. So, from when we started, and again, this is very illustrative. Like many researchers do, and I also have done some bit of research in my past life, we like to use frameworks. We like to, simplify things when they are complicated, obviously, as you've heard today. So we started from this side, where we're looking at the situation of refugees right in the center. Maybe sometimes not. If I ask Mohammed, he will say sometimes they're not in the center. And then we're seeing the different actors who are trying to do something related to this group. Obviously, in such a difficult context where increasing displacement, funding is coming down, we have the climate crisis, etc. Of course, I've talked about refugees, but of course, not forgetting that we have hosts also involved in there. And we are all trying to push for the same, so to move them from dependency towards self-reliance. Yeah. Obviously, there's so many things we need to do in the middle, as you've heard today. So we need to work together, first of all, right in the middle. So our arrows need to come together. We need to be connected so that we push in the same direction. And ultimately, there are different roles. Ultimately, what we want to see is that these refugees are living in an enabling environment that helps them really to push for the self-reliance that we're pushing. So what you've heard a lot today are some of the enablers. How do we move from here to there? What is coming through the evidence from research and practice, and that will inform the evidence-based policy making that we want to see, so that we have that kind of environment. We've seen many things around as we generate evidence, how we can de-silo, how we can contextualize, how we can be inclusive, getting refugees in the center, getting local organizations, getting local actors, etc., etc. I'll not delve so much into the evidence because I think we've done a good job of that synthesis today, and we are going to continue tomorrow. Today we covered micro-enterprise, financial inclusion, employment, as this panel was just discussing, and we're going to look at social protection tomorrow, as well as access to justice and legal services. All those, what is coming through in terms of evidence, where does it work for who, when, etc., all those pieces. And ultimately, the expectation from this meeting is that we can have clear policy direction for our colleagues that want to put this to action. You remember the Lord Mayor was asking us, what are you telling me? What should I take home? I hope we can reach that level. Again, I know you're tired, but I just wanted to speak briefly around the evidence. Some cross-cutting pieces that I've heard today. The question of the differentiation of the evidence. There are questions around, refugee versus host. This works for refugees more, or host more. This works for female and male, all that. Obviously, we've had a lot of many things not working for women, on both sides, host and refugee, and we need to continue interrogating that. How can we make it happen? There are elements of urban. This is possible in the urban. This is not possible in the urban. It's possible in the rural. How much dosage, time factor. I think I heard many people talk about it. Yes, it may work. Some things take time. So how can you tell us confidently that this works in the 9 months that you implemented, whatever you implemented? So I hope we can, use the time tomorrow to continue interrogating those and have clear policy guidance for our colleagues. Yeah. So I really I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone that has made today a success. I'm wrapping up, please. To thank our panelists, our facilitators, and everybody in the room. Can we give each other? And as a result, before I let you go, because I know you're tired, I have one more ask. We need a photo for all of us. We are going to try and fit here. You see how big it is? We are going to fit here. And after this, especially for our policymakers from the 3 countries, we also want to have a separate interaction with you after the big photo. Yeah? Can I close it here, ladies? Tomorrow we start at 8:30, and we hope to see you all, batteries charged up and ready for another day. Thank you so much. Who is organizing us for the photo? The cameraman will organize, yeah. Kindly, let's take to the platform and take that photo. Thank you so much.